Dragon Fated. Dragon Curse Series Book 2. By Mia Hall. Chapter 1. Lily. In this cave in this nowhere land, I watched Cade across the fire. Questions and issues burned brighter than the flames that flickered in front from both of us, obscuring my view of him when the fire flamed higher on occasion. So much had passed between us. He was sent to kill me. Then he saved me. Now he was saving me again. He was a mystery, and something drew me to him. He leaned on his staff, his silver skin glowing with an ethereal color, his face pensive. "You could have done this yourself." Cade pointed to the fire with his staff. I leaned back in disbelief, staring at him. Sure, my whole world had collapsed around me. My life, home, friends, everything was gone, and he thought that the topic du jour should be my fire-starting abilities? As if this was some episode of Survivor. Seriously? Do you want to talk about the fire? You don't think there's anything better we could be discussing? Cade frowned. Like what? Ricky cleared his throat. You have to admit, Lily, it is a really nice fire. It's probably going to be the thing that keeps us from getting frostbite too. So we kind of owe him. My little brother, ever the peacemaker. Owe him? Owe him? I rose to my feet, my toes still so cold I could barely feel them. I thrust my hands on my hips, and a rapidly deepening anger built up inside of me. Why don't you tell me all of the reasons for us owing him, Ricky? Tell me how we owe him for being here in the first place, why don't you? Maybe I was a bit irrational. I wasn't sure how much I could blame Cade for, but I needed someone to blame. Cade's frown vanished. Liliana. Lily. No. My fury and confusion were unstoppable. It's as if I'd gone through so much, and not taken the time to reflect on it, and it was catching up to me. Cade opened his mouth to speak, but yeah, I was definitely on a roll. I'm not finished. Go ahead, Ricky. Explain to me what we owe him for getting us into the worst kind of mess we could ever have gotten into. Because let me tell you, this is a mess. It's so much worse than anything I would ever have dreamed up. Ricky's mouth turned downward, his face wore that almost ready to cry look. I can't? Now I felt like shit. Then Ricky glanced at Cade uncomfortably, before looking back at me with uncertainty. I was really just talking about the fire. I don't understand what you're talking about. I'm talking about this. I'm talking about all of this. Have you looked around? Things aren't exactly normal. Ricky's face fell even further. I hadn't thought that would be possible. And another thing I hadn't thought would be possible, feeling even more like crap. I knew the minute I looked at him that I had gone too far. I had done so much to keep him safe, only to be the one to rip him apart now. Even in the dim, uneven light of the fire, I could see that his eyes were starting to well up with tears. Damn. Now I was the one acting like the bully. I moved toward him, bent to put a comforting hand on his shoulder, but he jerked away from me as quickly as he could. He turned his face away from me, angling it toward the back wall of the cave. There was absolutely nothing there to see, but that didn't stop him from peering at it like it was the most interesting thing in the world. I'm fine. Ricky, I shouldn't have? I said I'm good, okay? I'm good. I see your point. I was just trying to say it was cool of him to build a fire. No big deal, right? Whatever. It didn't take a rocket scientist to see Ricky wasn't going to talk to me about anything at this point. I had done a pretty perfect job of shutting him down completely. Knowing it was a lost cause to keep nagging at him, I turned my attention back to Cade. I needed to tread lightly, to keep my cool. I was feeling helpless, which made me angry, and Cade was the perfect target for me to take that out on. Even if he did come in and save the day by building us a fire. At that point, I hardly cared at all. So, do you want to tell me what the frick it is you're doing here? What am I doing here? Yes, Cade, that's the question. I ground my teeth in frustration. What are you thinking? You sneak up on us when we're already totally freaked out, and start spouting off all kinds of cryptic stuff. What is it? You didn't think we were freaked out enough already? Because I assure you, we haven't been exactly relaxed. It's not feeling like a vacation, just in case you weren't sure. That's right, Lily, he retorted, the sarcasm dripping from his voice in a way that at first took me by surprise, then made me want to smack him. That's precisely what I've done. I've come after you, tracked you to this barren place only to see if I could make you feel bad. Because that's just the type one am. Well then what? I crossed my arms over my chest, still fighting off the temperature that was making me shiver. No, you know what? It doesn't matter what. He gave a look of disbelief. And why is that, pray tell? Because? Whatever you have to say, I'm not interested. More like fed up. Sick and tired and cold. And hungry, and had a little brother who hated me, but I was sure he was as cold and probably hungrier. I was unstoppable. Neither of us are. We don't need you here, not you or your drama. I want to hear it, Ricky said. I spun around, just in time to catch a glimpse of a smug look of triumph on Cade's face as I did so. Ricky sounded both younger and older at the same time, like he had been through some great ordeal that had changed him irrevocably. He had. In some ways we both had, though I wanted to revert to a toddler right about now and pitch a total fit. While Cade and I bickered, my little brother had pulled himself to a standing position. He looked exhausted and haggard, but there was something more to him than that. He looked determined. He looked brave in a way I had never seen before, and I resisted the urge to retrieve the coat he had let fall to the floor and wrap it around his shoulders again. I was pretty sure that in his current state, he would have been less than appreciative of a move like that. Ricky, I spoke cautiously, not wanting to upset him any further. You don't know what you're saying. Okay, little brother. I've got this. I'm going to take care of this. No. Please? Honestly, Rickster, I've got this. Stop. Calling. Me. That. Stop it, Lily. His eyes flashed with anger, making his pallid face look almost sickly with the small blotches of color burning in his cheeks. It was such a surprise that I actually took a physical step backward, feeling shaky. In doing this, I only managed to step straight into Cade, almost falling over and requiring him to take hold of me. With his hands around my waist, it was my turn to blush furiously. Nothing was going the way I wanted it to, not that it had been for some time. The only thing I was sure of was that we were going to need a bigger cave. Preferably one where I could hide from Cade. I'm fine, I snapped, shimmying out of Cade's grip and hoping he couldn't sense how flustered our contact had made me. You can let go. Whatever you say, Your Highness. Choosing to ignore him, I turned back to Ricky. I was hoping he had magically found a way to calm himself down, but if anything, he appeared to be even more riled up. He was glaring at me with an intensity I didn't recognize. This boy before me, this was not the gentle, head-in-the-clouds baby brother I knew and loved. This kid was something else entirely. I was in uncharted territory. Time to backpedal. Ricky, I know. I'm sorry. I know you hate it when I call you that. I don't know why I keep doing it. I do. It's because you don't take me seriously. No, please. That's not it. Sure it is. I can't even blame you for it. I guess I haven't given you much of a reason to take me seriously. But that's got to change. Because you're right, Lily. We're definitely not home anymore, and things aren't normal. Not even close. I shouldn't have said any of that. But you did, and I'm glad. I needed the wake-up call. I want to hear what he's got to say. It's not like we were doing so hot without him. We were going to freeze to death. I would have figured something out. But you didn't. Because you didn't have to. He took care of it. The least we can do is listen to what the guy has to say. I gave up. This was a battle I wasn't going to win, and I knew it. Ricky almost never put his foot down about something, but when he did, he could be every bit as stubborn as I was, more stubborn from the looks of it. I thought it probably had something to do with how agreeable he was most of the time. At the moment, he was glaring at me with fiery eyes, daring me to disagree with him again. I wouldn't do it. Suddenly, I was much too tired for all of this. My body sagged as I looked from Ricky to Cade, and then back to Ricky again. "All right," I said quietly, my voice beginning to sound hoarse from the cold and strain. "I'm listening. First, something to eat. You two look like you're starving. Here, take some of this." Cade held something wrapped in what looked like brown paper. "No thanks. We're fine." "Speak for yourself." "I'm starving." Ricky rushed forward, brushing past me without so much as a second thought. He took the thick bread out of Cade's hands greedily, breaking it apart and holding one half in my direction. After a moment's hesitation, I accepted the offering. As much as I wanted to make a point, looking at the food made me acutely aware of how terribly hungry I was myself. I could smell the sweetness of the dark, molasses-colored bread permeating the small cave, and felt the saliva pooling in my mouth. I took a massive bite, almost moaning with the relief from the amazing sustenance. Whatever else these dragon shifters were, they sure knew how to make food. Everything I had sampled, even the simplest of foods, was better than anything we had back home. It was almost enough to make me forget about what was going on in my life. It didn't quite fully take me there, but almost. Better? Cade had stood silently as we ate, watching Ricky and me with a stoic look on his face. He stood so close to the mouth of the cave that he was half inside, half outside. I wanted to snap at him again, to tell him to make a decision on whether he wanted to be in or out, when I saw the back of his cloak whipping around violently in the wind. That was when I realized what he was doing. He was trying to keep the wind, or at least the worst of it, from getting to us. He was making himself a physical buffer to keep us safe from the elements. With hot shame, I looked away. I hadn't given him the credit he deserved. But then again, why should I have? What reason did I have to give any of these dragon people credit? What reason did I have to trust anyone but my brother? "Yes," Ricky said in a happy voice, loudly enough to pull me out of my dark internal musings. "So much better. Thanks." I didn't even realize how hungry I was until I got my hands on the food. In my experience, that's how things tend to go when you're out in the tundra lands. It's a terrain that has a way of sneaking up on you. One moment you're fine, or at least you believe you are. The next moment, the land has gotten the best of you. It's a harsh place. There's no doubt about that. Harsh, and not to be taken lightly. I scoffed. "Is that what you came to tell us? That this place isn't comfortable? Because if that's all, I think we figured that much out for ourselves." "No. That's not all. I need to talk to you. Without your sharp retorts and sarcastic remarks." "Fine," I spoke through gritted teeth, biting the insides of my cheeks in an effort to keep control of myself. I didn't want him here, would never have asked him here, but I had to admit to myself that I was lost as to what we were supposed to do next. There was a very good chance I needed to hear what he had to say. Judging by the look on his face, he knew it too. His eyes gleamed with this latest small victory, and then the look was gone. He moved wearily towards the fire, crouching in front of it and holding out red, chapped hands. It looked like he'd been using those hands for hard work for a long, long time. Either that, or the elements had gotten to him with alarming speed. "I came to tell you that this isn't what I want. None of this." "None of what?" "This." He made a sweeping gesture with one arm, indicating our haven of a cave and everything that lay beyond it. "All of this. The way your life has been disrupted, yours and the life of your brother. The way the worlds are ripping apart. Even the way Anafal is crumbling from within. I thought it was my cause, my purpose, but I can't believe that anymore. Not after seeing all of this destruction." I was shocked. This was by far the most blunt Cade had been with me, in any of our bizarre discussions together. Up until this point, it had always felt like he had spoken to me in riddles and half-truths. He'd never said anything that felt like real, straightforward information, and I was practically afraid to breathe, sure that if I did, he would notice I was there and clam right back up again. "Why then?" Ricky asked, managing to speak, though muffled around a bite of the bread. "Why?" Cade's crystal blue eyes turned toward Ricky, a clouded look in them that made me think his mind was somewhere far away from us. "Why what?" "Why to everything you've done. What were you trying to do, anyway?" "My mother's family," he spoke in hushed tones, his eyes drifting back to the fire. "Her family and their restoration to the throne. It's been their goal for as long as I can remember. I just never realized how damaging it could be." "But what does that have to do with us?" Ricky was persistent, and I felt a certain pride in my little brother. "It has to do with Lily. She's the key to everything, to either success or destruction." "What if I don't want that kind of responsibility?" I heard the wavering in my voice and willed myself not to cry. "I'm only 18. What if I don't want to be anything other than an ordinary 18-year-old girl?" "Ordinary isn't an option for you, Lily. It never was. Deep inside your heart, you know that. You have to see yourself as you truly are." "But what if I can't? Then all hope will be lost." "Oh." I spat out with sarcasm, feeling as though I was throwing a tantrum but also feeling powerless to stop it. "Is that all?" "Like it or not, Lily, that's how things are. You're the key that holds everything together. Without you, the tears and the enchantment that holds the worlds together and in place will only grow. The larger they get, the more danger we're in. All of us." "Danger from what exactly?" "The Dusk Elves. This is what they're looking for." "The what now?" Guys? Hold on, Ricky, I'm trying to figure out what Dusk Elves are." "Guys? What is it, Ricky?" I whirled to look at him, more than a little impatient about this interruption. "Hate to break up the party, but it looks like we've got company."
Chapter 2. Cade. Get back. Both of you. I waved Lily and Ricky toward the back of the cave. "But for once in your life, Lily, will you just do as you're told?" To my immense relief, she did. Her face looked stricken, and she was doing her best to shove her brother Ricky behind her, but she was doing what I had asked her to, which was all that mattered at that point. She was difficult beyond all measure, but she was also important. It was imperative that I keep her safe. "Who is it, Cade? Who's out there?" I peered out into the darkness, my staff raised. Although my eyesight was far superior to what I understood a human's eyesight to be, seeing through the swirling snow that surrounded us was difficult, even for me. All I could make out was a tall figure in a cloak, and that could have been anybody. Any of the other dragon shifters could have followed Lily and Ricky to this desolate land. If I had tracked these two humans, there was no reason to expect that someone else couldn't have done the same thing. All I could do was hope Lily would keep her cool, and that she would remember the staff she had cinched around her waist. Depending on how many of them there were, I might end up needing her help. I sensed her staff awakening, knew she'd pulled it from her waist and lengthened it. I let out a tiny breath of relief. She understood the urgency. "Good. Cade." The voice carried over the wailing wind, distorting it so badly as it traveled that I almost didn't recognize it. It might have been a trick my mind was playing on me, either that or some kind of sorcery that made the voice sound familiar. At this point, I didn't know who or what to trust. "Cade," the voice spoke again, a hard edge to it that hadn't been there before. "Put the staff down, I'm not here to hurt you." I paused, making sure my ears weren't playing tricks on me. I didn't think so, but I wanted to ask. Had to make sure. "Came. Is that you?" "It is." "Lower the staff. And kindly ask the witch to do so as well." From behind me, with a tone I knew only too well as I'd been the recipient of it, came Lily's voice. "Hey. I would kind of prefer it if you didn't call me the witch, okay? I have a name." "Lily then?" Cade's tone was amused. Please put down your staff. Without looking, I knew she had done as Cade had asked. I could feel it. It was difficult to explain, but there seemed to be some kind of connection between us that allowed me to know such a thing. It was the same reason I had so easily discovered which tunnel she and Ricky had chosen. I lowered my staff as well, stepping aside and allowing him to enter the cave. Cade, what are you doing here? She stared at a snow-covered Cade as he took a spot by the fire. Don't be afraid. I haven't come to hurt you. I haven't come to hurt anyone. I've come to help. Is that so? And just how do you intend to do that? My voice was icy, my hand still poised over the shaft of my staff. There was no great feud between him and I. Simply put, I didn't trust him. I could see from the trajectory of his eyes' movement that he saw how close I was to calling on my staff, but he did nothing. He just looked at me levelly, measuring me in the same way that I was taking stock of him. Finally, after a painfully long amount of time had passed, he spoke again. It's time to tell her, Cade. It's time to tell her everything. Lily stomped her foot. Okay. I've had just about enough of this. I've been spirited from one place to the next, constantly in danger, without anyone really telling me what was going on. The second I think I understand something, everything changes, and I realize I've only been given another partial truth. If there's an everything to tell me, you better go ahead and get started. I'm sick of waiting. I want answers. And you'll get them. If only Cade will tell you. I wanted to knock him upside the head, to strike him down where he stood. The look on his face told me that he had no intention of backing down, and now that he had aroused Lily's curiosity, neither would she. She had adopted that hands-on-hips stance again, her lips pursed with a combination of annoyance and impatience. Well, you might as well sit then. All of you. Her jaw jutted out with stubbornness. I think I'd rather stand. Either you sit, or we don't have this conversation. Do you understand? You will not force my hand at every possible turn. You will not. Lily, come on. Just do what he says. She sat. It was plain that she didn't want to, but she did it anyway. Ricky crawled forward to sit beside her, and Cade took a spot further back, a bit removed. Ricky and Lily were like a group of children gathered around a campfire and waiting for a bedtime story. How silly that they could look at me with such expectant expressions. It was almost like they didn't realize how serious this whole thing was. All right, Lily. You've been to the Aboveground now twice since. I didn't want to say it. And both times you were there, the world appeared to be different. Get to the point, Lily huffed. I'm trying to. First, when you saw those two different versions of your world, what did you think? I was sure that someone was playing a trick on me. I'm sure it's what I would think if the roles were reversed. The thing is, that's not what happened. Well then, how could the same city be two different things at the same time? It isn't. But I saw it. The first time I went, it was one way, the second time it was totally different. If it wasn't some kind of elaborate trick, then what was it? They were both real. That's what I'm trying to get at. Both of those versions were real. She shook her head. But how? That doesn't make any sense. The look of confusion and pain on Lily's face sent a shot of discomfort to my gut that took me by surprise. I felt sick. I turned to Cade because I wasn't sure I could keep going. Cade. I indicated with my head. Fortunately, he seemed to sense that and with a grave nod began to take up the tale. Long, long ago, there was a very powerful witch. She put a spell over Aboveground and all of the worlds surrounding it. That included the Aboveground, the earth that you were accustomed to. Lily's confused look became more intense. And simply put, the enchantment is coming apart. But what does that mean? It could mean a great many things in the end, but what it means at the moment is that the enchantment is going bad, so to speak. When left for too long without the aid of the enchantment, the worlds begin to splinter. The real worlds begin to give birth to false worlds. It happens in a sort of a ripple effect, the result of which is a series of realities for different worlds, each more dark and damaged than the last. Without some kind of intervention, things will get much, much worse, long before they approach getting better. Not to mention, it becomes easier for other beings or forces to work their own enchantments, create rifts and portals, I added, looking at Cade to make sure my intrusion wasn't unwelcome and taking his slight nod as permission to speak. But why now? Why would the worlds all of the sudden start splintering, or whatever you want to call it? Why is all this happening? Lily asked. Because, I broke in again. The enchantment is no longer protected. The witch who cast it is dead. Lily looked uncomfortable and full of disbelief. She seemed intent on looking everywhere but at my face, as though the last thing she wanted to do was focus her attention on me. But why does that matter? Ricky asked, oblivious to the strange thing passing between me and his sister. Why wouldn't the enchantment just keep working? And why do you guys even care if the enchantment fails? It isn't your world falling apart, is it? It's ours, and you guys don't seem to care so much about Earth. Ricky. That's not very polite, Lily murmured, her gaze still cast away from me. Oh, really? Come on, Lily. After everything you've said. Now we're being polite? Because Ricky, I interjected forcefully, with no time, patience, or mood for a sibling squabble. The enchantment did much more than protect our world from this splintering. It also protected your world. And others. How'd it do that? His eyes were wide. By keeping it hidden. That enchantment was the thing that kept Onifal hidden. Without it, we're exposed to everyone and anyone who might wish to invade us. The schism the two of you were pulled into, it acts as a portal to things far more formidable than humans. There are those who wish to do us harm. There are those who, armed with the knowledge of our location, would seek to see us exterminated. The Dusk Elves, Lily said, looking right at me. My eyes darted towards Lily in surprise. For someone who had been so openly hostile, and apparently unwilling to listen to anything I had to say, she certainly seemed to be following my strange story closely. She hadn't missed a beat, putting together the different scraps I had given her to form a vague picture of what sort of potentially catastrophic event we were facing. She was sharp and quick-witted, there was no denying that. She was the sort of girl a guy might want to have by his side. Not saying that the guy might be me. I pushed the thought away. Yes, I answered quietly, pulling my eyes away before my awe with her at that moment became too obvious. The Dusk Elves. They are the greatest enemy of the dragons. If it were left up to them, we would cease to exist. They are powerful beings, powerful enough that a war with them might not be possible to win. And the enchantment was the thing keeping you guys safe, she added. It was. Without it, all of the portals leading in and out of our world are exposed. They'll find us, and when they do, they'll do everything they can to destroy us. Then. Wait. Quiet, everyone. Cade cut Lily off with a low, growling tone. I shot to my feet, moving toward the mouth of the cave with him, one finger drawn up to my lips. I could see it in his eyes, the thing I feared. We were not alone. Somewhere out there in the dark, things were moving. Gods of all of the worlds for Lily to land in, why did it have to be this one, the Ice Realm? This was the no man's land, the place where broken, unwanted things went to hide and ultimately to die. The kinds of things roaming out there in the deep, snowy dark were nothing I wanted to encounter, especially not with Ricky and his faulty leg. Cade sniffed the air, then gave me a sideways glance. I frowned. He'd always been better at scenting than I was. Bounty hunters. Smells like it. Amongst other things. I glanced at our human charges, Ricky and Lily. We aren't safe here. What I really meant was that they weren't safe here. We've got to move. Cade nodded his agreement. We should. But Cade, move where? What place is safe for us now that the enchantment is disintegrating? He had me there. Where we were, with bounty hunters, feral refugees, and wild animals thirsty for the taste of new blood, It certainly wasn't anything close to safe. But what of Onifal? What of Lily's Earth? Were those places to be considered safe? I knew the answer to my question, just as Cade and I both knew that there was no venturing out in this storm. No venturing out into danger with a boy with a limp and his sister, who was so precious to the cause. For better or worse, we were confined to that cave for the night. As it would turn out, we would be stuck in the small space for almost 3 days, 3 days with nothing but one another's company to keep us from going mad. That was nothing we knew at that moment, and Cade and I both did our best to keep our faces clear of any kind of emotion. Get to the back of the cave and keep it quiet, I gave them the orders as if their lives depended on. Because they did. There was no use in frightening Ricky. He was doing his best to be brave, anyone could see that, but he was still hardly more than a boy. I would have liked to keep Lily in the dark as well, but something like that wasn't possible. She took one look at my face and then, squeezing Ricky's shoulder as she stood, moved around to take the spot beside me. It was very close to the cave's entrance, and I could feel her shivering, but I did not ask her to move. What would have been the point? She wouldn't have done it. What is it, Cade? It's nothing, Lily. It's only the wind. That's crap and you know it. Don't try and lie to me. I don't know if anyone has told you this before, but you aren't a very good liar, she whispered. Is that so? I chuckled, taking a step toward the back of the cave, hoping she'd follow. I was surprised to find myself genuinely amused by her, even in our dire circumstances. I've always been told I was quite a good liar. She took a step toward me, and away from the entrance. Well, you've been told wrong. I can see that there's something out there. Why don't you just tell me what it is? Because there's no reason for you to worry yourself. That's a terrible answer. And besides, you know I'm not going to let it go until you do. True. I doubt you ever let things go unless you've gotten your way. I fought the smile that struggled to come out. Is it them? Is it the Dusk Elves? No. Dangerous, but nothing so terrible as that. What are they? I guess I don't get that yet. When I hear the word elves, I don't usually think of something super dangerous. I think of, well, you know, Christmas elves. That sort of thing. I don't have a clue what you're talking about, but these are no laughing matter. They're one of the only things capable of destroying dragons. They use obsidian. Chances are you've even seen dusk elves for yourself. I'm pretty sure I would remember something like that. She spoke softly, giving a small jump at the sound of something massive moving through the trees outside the cave. Though it was in the distance, it was much too close for comfort. Instinctively, I put an arm around her, if for nothing else to keep her calm. When we made contact, I felt a buzz of electricity, followed by surprise at the intensity of my feelings. I half expected for her to shrug me off and probably give me a hard whack for good measure, but instead, she left my arm intact. I thought I detected a blush spreading across her cheeks, but it could just as easily have been the light of the fire. We made our way slowly toward the back of the cave. It felt as though nothing else in the world existed except for me, and this girl whose destiny was so important to my kind, and whose presence had become so important to me, on a very personal level. She gave me a sideways glance. I don't know, Cade. I think I would have noticed if I'd been hanging out with an elf, don't you? No. Honestly, I don't. That's part of what they do, Lily. They're chameleons. They're able to blend in, especially with humans. Then, I heaved a deep breath. That's enough for tonight. We've got to sleep, and one of us has to stand guard. I have a feeling that the days ahead will be long and hard. It's important that we're as well rested as we're able to be. If we're to have a fighting chance. Fine. Whatever you say. I guess you're the one running this show. She moved abruptly, leaving my arm dangling in the air like a life-sized wind-up doll run out of juice in the middle of a movement. I brought it down quickly to my side, painfully aware of the fact that Cade was studying me closely. I ignored him, ignored them all. Amidst the hushed chattering of my comrades, eager to make sure the area was clear, I stepped out into the snow. My whole life had been leading up to this. Always there had been this feeling of a battle not yet fought, the most important battle of my life not yet discovered. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, I believed myself to be standing on the precipice of that battle. All I had to do was jump and wait to land.
Chapter 3. Lily. The four of us had been cooped up in that god-awful cave for over 3 days. Just being out in the snow and sunshine was enough to make me feel giddy, which wound up making me feel mischievous as well. Gods, Lily. Don't you ever stop. Cade's tone was exasperated. I should have felt bad for deliberately irritating him. Nope. Let's just call it one of my many hidden gifts. I don't know if I would call it a gift. Ha. No, I'm sure you wouldn't. But that's the thing, it's not supposed to be a gift for you. It's a gift for me. Which means that it works in my favor. Yeah, I was enjoying picking on him a little too much. Cade was gritting his teeth, storming off in front of me. He was so clearly annoyed that he might as well have had steam pouring out of his ears, most or all of which was my fault. I should have felt bad about it, maybe, but I didn't feel anything of the sort. As far as I was concerned, he had been one of the things to get me and Ricky into this whole mess. It only seemed fair that he deal with a little irritation of his own. Not to mention, he was such an easy target. He was slamming his body through the high banks of snow, looking for I had no idea what, in drifts we couldn't begin to see the bottom of. With his cranky attitude and serious demeanor, he was practically begging to be messed with. When he spun to face me, finally having had enough, I could see fire flashing in his eyes. His silvery skin caught the reflection of the snow, making it almost glow. I had pushed his buttons, sure enough, and I felt a sinful little lick of pleasure knowing it. What is it, Lily? What is it you want? I want you to finish your story from the other day. About the worlds, the elves, the witch. You can't start a story like the one you were telling on the first night, and then not finish it. That's not fair. Granted, maybe picking on him wasn't the best way to get what I wanted. I hadn't bothered him with questions while we were cooped up. It was clear that he was on edge, waiting the storm out. Is that what you think this is? He practically shouted, drawing curious looks from Cade and Ricky several yards away. You think this is some kind of a game? Nope. Nope. That's all you've got to say. His voice was raised. My hand reached instinctively towards the shaft of my staff. This was something I had been experiencing more and more often, over our time of imprisonment in the cave. I would get this tingling in my fingers, like an itch I couldn't help but try to scratch, and my hand would move down to the staff's handle. I hadn't pulled it out yet, hadn't brandished it at anyone, but the instinct freaked me out nonetheless. How long before I became mad enough to do something stupid? I thought back to the lessons Declan had put me through, remembering the way I had hurt the guard who had decided I wasn't worthy of his armor. My body gave an involuntary shudder, and I removed my fingers quickly, clasping my hands firmly behind my back. If Cade had noticed my moment of struggle, he gave no indication. He continued to peer at me with something that looked very much like dislike. There was a very good chance that I was driving him to hate me, and I felt a little twinge of sadness at the thought. I don't think it's a game, okay? I most definitely do not. What I do think is that you're still treating me like a baby. I'm not. But you are. Every time you decide to keep something from me, that's exactly what you're doing. And guess what? His brows drew into a V. I'm in no mood for guessing, Lily. Oh God, I rolled my eyes, fighting back the urge to laugh. I didn't really mean for you to guess. It's a figure of speech. All I'm saying is that whether you like it or not, I'm here. More importantly, so is my brother. If I'm going to be any kind of help, you're going to have to start really talking to me. No more of this wishy-washy crap. I need to know what's going on. More than what you've already told me. Like all of it. Fine. Ask your questions. But keep in mind, there's no time to waste. I resisted the urge to tell him I didn't consider what we were doing wasting time in any way, but even stubborn me could see that doing that was only going to set us back. Behind me, I could hear Ricky laughing and panting as Cade used large tree branches to teach him how to fight. I was glad to hear the sound of his laughter, but at the same time it made me sad. Whatever we were in for, I had no doubt that it was dangerous. How long would Ricky be able to retain that small bit of childlike innocence he still possessed? How long before this world and all of its savage components stripped him of it entirely? The sound of Cade clearing his throat brought me back to him, shoving my worry for Ricky back into the little box in which I had begun to keep all my sorrows. All they could do was get in the way of the task at hand. I want you to tell me more about the elves. What did you call them? The Dusk Elves. It's something you would do well to remember. Right, I know. I want you to tell me more about them. Tell me the things you didn't say before. He sighed a sigh so big, I fancied I could see his body deflating before he continued. The Dusk Elves are creatures who come from a land called Sunderdell. They can travel easily and frequently to the Aboveground. They do this for many reasons. They do it because they love the chaos of your world, that and the plentiful vices. Come on, it's not that bad. You make it sound like the whole earth is one big cesspool. His eyes burned into mine, making me instantly sorry for interrupting him. I had been the one hounding him for answers, after all. The least I could do was listen to him when he finally decided to give me what I wanted. I made a little motion of zipping my mouth, turning the lock, and throwing away the key. His eyebrows rose, probably because he didn't have a clue what I was doing, but he seemed to be mostly pacified. At least for the moment. As I was saying, they enjoy the darker things found on Earth, but it's not the only reason for their travels there. They also venture there because they're looking. Looking for what? For information. For a way to breach Onafall. Whether they know it or not, they're looking for you. Okay, so evil Dusk Elves. I guess I can stomach that. But there's still something I don't think I fully understand. I'm sure you won't hesitate to ask. You're right. I laughed, feeling sheepish and proud at the same time. I won't. I just want to know how you factor into all of this. I guess I still don't really see your role. His role is that of the slighted heir. To put it lightly. Cade's voice came from behind us. Cade. Please, not now. There's no need. Without my noticing, Cade and Ricky's play fighting had come to an end. They had been sucked in by my conversation with Cade, and although Ricky had hung back, still afraid of venturing too far away from the cave, Cade had come right up to my elbow. When Cade had spoken, I let out a gasp, jumping a little before placing my hand over my heart. He had moved so silently, I'd had no idea he was so close. Even in the almost unnatural calm of the snow-covered world, the dragon shifter had caught me completely off guard. Cade. I pushed on, trying to hide just how startled I actually was. Come on. You said we were going to talk things through, right? That you were going to answer my questions. Well, this is one of my questions. It's also something I won't speak on. I turned toward Cade. Well then, you can do it. I glanced at Cade. You can't start telling me and then stop. I hate it when people do that. And it seems to be a big favorite with you. Cade ran a hand through his hair, his scales glinting in the sun. With the light reflecting over the white blanketing the world, the light of that reflection was almost too bright to take. It was unnerving. For the most part, I had gotten pretty good at just accepting these guys at face value. But at times like this, it was hard not to be overwhelmed by the enormity of the beings I was spending my time with. Neither Cade nor Cade seemed to notice my reaction. Instead, they were looking at each other intently. There was some kind of silent battle being waged between the two of them, the result of which would decide whether or not I got the information I wanted. Finally, Cade turned his back on Cade and me. He didn't want to be the one to tell his story, but he wouldn't forbid it either. Cade looked at me with something like sadness in his eyes, placing one hand gently on my shoulder. Try to understand. The lineage of dragons goes back farther than anyone can begin to determine. It is more complicated than my words will do justice. I understand. That will have to do. You know my father is the overlord of Onifal. But he wasn't supposed to be. I was fully confused at this point. Well then, who was? Cade's father. Hold on. What? I don't get it. Cade's father. He was my father's older brother. My uncle. He was to be the next overlord, but he and my aunt, Cade's mother, died. The throne went to my father, and Cade went to live with his mother's family. His mother's family never forgave my father. Why? They believed, still do believe to this day, that my father was responsible for their daughter's death and the theft of the throne. They're the ones who set Cade on the task of getting rid of you. They knew that with the witch dead, and if you were taken out of the picture, Onifal would be at the mercy of the whims of the Dusk Elves. But why me? Because you're the only one who can cast the spell anew. You're the witch meant to look after Onifal now. I felt dizzy, like I might very well faint. I didn't know why I was shocked, not after everything that had already happened, but I was. I was afraid to keep going with my quest for information, but at the same time, I knew I couldn't stop. There was no going back at that point. And what about these other worlds? I get that you're saying they're like parallel worlds or something, but what happens to them? What will happen to them? We don't know. We've never seen things this bad. There have been cracks in the spell before, but never anything so total as this. We have no frame of reference to look at this with. We're operating blind. Oh good, because that doesn't make things more difficult. Is there anything else you need to tell me? Yes, Cade broke in, his face set in stone and his eyes locked onto mine. One more thing. This land we're in. This wasteland. What about it? It is not unknown to me. This land is the land where I grew up. It is the land of my mother, and of her family before her. So then, we don't have to be afraid. I asked the question hopefully, already knowing before the words were out of my mouth that finding myself in friendly territory would fall under the category of too good to be true. No, he answered me gravely, his eyes moving back to a now nervous-looking Cade. I'm sorry, but that's not the case. We are in the land of my mother's people. I never said we could count them as allies. They're about as dangerous to us as anything else here can be. They are not our friends. By our, I was pretty sure he meant me.
Chapter 4. Cade. Cade put his hand on my arm. We've got to get out of here, Cade. I know. He was persistent. How much longer can we wait? The storm has passed. I've done what I could to teach the boy to fight, although I can't say he took to it very well. If we stay here much longer, we're practically begging your mother's people to come after us. You know they have eyes everywhere. It's a wonder they haven't done so already. Cade. I know. He looked at me with wide, worried eyes, a gaze I had to fight not to look away from. As much as I wanted to pretend he wasn't right, I knew that his concerns were valid ones. If my family were to find and take hold of him, the things they would do to him would be brutal. They would use him as bait. They would torture him. Cade was not safe here, and neither were Lily and Ricky. Not unless I pulled rank. If I could. And what about you, cousin? The blunt question coming out of his mouth surprised me. Somehow, in all of the turmoil of the last weeks, it hadn't occurred to me to ask myself this question. My refusal to ask it, however, didn't mean the question wasn't a good one. What precisely would my relatives do when they caught me? I didn't know how much of my betrayal they were currently aware of, but all it would take was seeing me with Lily, and her being alive, for them to know that I had decided not to fulfill my mission. For all I knew, I was every bit the enemy to them that Cade and his family was at this point in time. Assuming otherwise, could very well have been a death sentence. I see it in your eyes, he pressed on, relentless. You know you aren't safe. None of us are. We have to go. We can't stay here any longer. I understand that, but it isn't just about the two of us. You mean Lily? She's nothing for us to worry about. I've seen her practicing with her staff. I was there at the practices Declan conducted. She can definitely hold her own. Yes? I could feel a strange sort of jealousy building up inside of me at the mention of Declan's time with Lily, and did my best to ignore it. And what about Ricky? What about him? Have you noticed that he's got a handicap? He can't very well defend himself against my grandparents' guards, can he? What if we're ambushed? What do you think is going to happen to him? Because if I were going to place a bet, I would say that there's a very good chance he wouldn't make it. Cade gave me a little shrug, not saying a word. He didn't have to. All I had to do was look into his eyes to see what he was thinking, and I wanted to slug him for it. As far as he was concerned, the death of Ricky would be unfortunate, maybe, but not unacceptable. In his mind, the boy would be collateral damage. I knew that because before this whole thing had started and turned everything upside down for me, I would have felt the exact same way. My mind was set. I was firm in my convictions. No. Cade, this is the same as war times. No, Cade. That isn't an option. War times or not, we will not become those sorts of men. Nobody gets left behind, do you understand? Nobody, not even the ones who you don't see any value in. And will you be the one to save us all if they come for us while we're dawdling? Because I won't take that on, cousin. I won't be the one to answer for the casualties incurred. Enough. We'll go, all right. But no more of that talk. If you aren't careful, you'll be the one I leave behind. For a moment, it looked as if the two of us would come to blows. I knew where the heat on Cade's face was coming from. He was my cousin, and despite the bad blood between our two families, the two of us had always been friends. It had been a dicey friendship at times, but still a friendship. So how was it now, when the two of us needed each other so badly, that I could make the decision protect another over my own blood? I didn't even blame him for the look of disdain on his face. If he'd asked me, I wouldn't have been able to explain this new loyalty to the human boy I barely knew. What I did know was that I would not leave Ricky behind. In my mind, I could see the pain Lily would go through at the loss of her brother. There was no way I was going to allow that to happen. I held Cade's gaze, waiting for him to say something else. His body strained with the force of not doing so, but eventually he gave a curt nod. Fine. We've lingered here for long enough. For too long. It's time to leave this place. You boys look like you're having a serious conversation. What's up? Anything I should know about? Lily approached. Yes, I spoke softly, not wanting her to hear the strain in my voice. There is. It's time to move on. The ice realm isn't so large that we can afford to sit still. We need to be gone before they get to us. They. My family's guardsmen. I didn't need to tell Lily those details. Her hand twitched, poised over the staff at her side. It was a gesture I'd seen her make more and more often over the last few days, each time accompanied by a kind of light in her eyes I had never seen before. Something was happening inside of her. I couldn't have ventured a guess as to what it was, but there was something going on inside of her that struck me as fierce, a battle all her own. For the rest of our sakes, I sincerely hoped the Lily I knew was the one who won. Okay, you're right. We probably shouldn't have just been hanging out like this for so long anyway. I knew that. It's just... She turned and looked at Ricky, who was still playing in the snow beside the entrance to the cave. He looked like what he was, a child. He was only a little boy, trying very hard to grow into a full-blown man at an accelerated rate. When Lily's face turned back toward mine, I saw the love for him written plainly across her face. She would do anything for him. She would choose him above all others. I nodded. I understand. It's not a bad thing for us to have gotten this rest. There's no need for explanations. But now it's time for us to go. Go where? How do we get out of here? The portal. We've got to go back to the portal. We'd been traveling for an hour. The snow-covered forest around us was utterly quiet, as if every living creature understood the gravity of the situation we found ourselves in. We had trudged through snow that was, at some points, up to our knees. For Ricky, the trip had been close to impossible. I had even offered to carry him, but he had vehemently insisted that he could do it for himself. We had traveled all that way, only to find now that the portal was gone. Without the portal, there was no way for us to get out of here. We were stuck in the ice realm indefinitely. I turned to Cade, already feeling rage boiling up inside of me. My suspicions were getting the best of me. You did this. What did you say? He gave me a strange look. Where's the portal? I asked, trying to understand why my anger was out of control. You think I did away with the portal? And for what purpose? So that I could be stuck in the wasteland, waiting for your family to come and string me up. You've lost your mind. I may be crazy, but you're no better than your false overlord father. You're just like him, in fact. A carbon copy. Cade. Lily put her hand on my arm. Something's wrong. Something's different. I shrugged her off. I was on a mission. Cade rose to his full height, a challenge in his gaze, his dragon flickering in the depths of his eyes. Watch yourself. There are some things that go too far. Do they? Am I going too far if I speak the truth? I'm warning you. I don't care if you are family. I have no doubt about that. It must have been easy to betray me. Like father, like son, right? Some part of me, a tiny little part of me shoved down deep inside and helpless to make it to the forefront of my mind, knew that I was being irrational. There was no evidence that the missing portal had anything to do with Cade. And truthfully, it felt as though someone else was in control of my emotions. But that didn't matter to the side of me that wanted to get to the bottom of this. True, Cade had been the last one to travel through it, right? But what did that really mean? What purpose would he have had in locking us in this land, especially when he himself would be stuck here as well? Part of me knew these things, but a larger part of me wanted to fight, no matter the logic behind it. I welcomed the sight of Cade shifting into his dragon form, happy to shift myself. The feeling of my body unfolding, unraveling into its true form, was like freedom itself. The power I felt coursing through my veins in this state was intoxicating, almost addicting. In our dragon forms, Cade and I squared off, ready to fight each other no matter the cost. Stop it. You two have got to stop. Lily's voice was shrill. He lunged toward me, heedless of Lily's demands. His mouth snapped as he went for my neck and missed. I sidestepped quickly, reveling in the physical ease with which my dragon body moved. He pitched forward, losing his balance and almost tumbling head-first into the snow. My jaw unhinged itself, my mouth opening wide so that a large burst of fire could be unleashed. He rolled away just in time to avoid it, leaving the fire to land harmlessly in the snow. He got to his feet, and the two of us squared off again. Stop it. That's enough. As Cade and I stepped toward each other again, the earth beneath our feet gave a shudder. My gaze snapped to Lily, and saw that her staff was white-knuckle gripped in her hand. She was holding onto it so tightly that her fingers had drained of all of their blood. As I watched, she lifted the staff and slammed it into the earth again, causing a tremor larger than the first. Lily, don't. If she had wanted to stop us from our fight, she had most definitely succeeded. Cade morphed back into his human form at almost the exact moment I did. We looked at each other, the knowledge of the danger this new development might present clear on both of our faces, then each took a cautious step forward. Lily held up one shaking hand, indicating that we were not to take another step. We halted, my own hand coming up into the air, offering a pitiful gesture of peace. It did nothing to calm her down. From the look on her face, nothing I did was going to calm her down. The two of you are acting like children, she shouted, a frenzied look on her face. And it's not doing a thing to help us. You can't act this way. Things are hard enough without you turning on each other. I know, I'm sorry, Lily. Just put the staff down, okay? We won't do it again. Not now, not ever. Her voice shook. I could see what was going to happen. It was just that I wasn't fast enough to stop it. I moved forward, but it was as if I was moving through quicksand. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed Cade was lunging toward her as well, his face as white as the snow. Neither of us would get to her in time to stop what was going to happen. With that same half-crazy look, Lily raised her staff one more time. She raised it high above her head, holding it with both hands now, and brought it down to the ground with a crash. All of the force in her small body was put into that hit, and the ground beneath her began to rumble. And kept on rumbling. The sound got bigger, the trees around us beginning to shake. There was a massive ripping sound, like the most giant piece of fabric in all of the worlds being ripped into two. The look of ferocity on Lily's face vanished. When her eyes met mine, she was just a girl again, deep inside of a quest she didn't fully understand. Cade. It was all she managed to say. The earth under her feet began to separate, pulling apart with a great ripping sound. It split into a schism very like the one Lily had stumbled upon when I first met her, what felt like several lifetimes ago. Her eyes widened in surprise, and then she was gone. She fell into the chasm of her own making, being sucked out of the ice realm so quickly, it was like she had never been there at all. The last part of her we could see was one small hand, her staff still clutched tightly in her grasp, as she groped and found nothing to pull her to safety. Ricky let out a blood-curdling scream, half running, half crawling towards the split so that he could follow the sister he so dearly loved. No. Lily. Don't leave me. There was no following her. The schism, which had been so jarringly present only a split second ago, was nowhere to be found. Lily was gone, leaving the three of us stuck where we were, and the earth scarred where she'd vanished. The snow began to push forward, creeping toward the scars from the schism.
Chapter 5. Lily. Cade. The sensation of falling. How many times was I going to have to experience this? Ridiculously, it occurred to me that if I ever made it back to the earth I was used to, I would never in my life want to ride another roller coaster. I had had more than enough of that kind of experience. Because once again, I was falling through time and space, this time through a schism of my own making with nothing but my staff to keep me company. It was all happening too fast for me to fully understand why and how it had happened, but I had gone through enough schisms and portals by this time to know what I was dealing with. The only thing I didn't know was how long I was going to fall. That, and how the schism had come to be in the first place, when only moments before Cade and Cade had been arguing about portals vanishing and there being no way out of the ice realm. Would they follow me? Would they jump down the crack in the earth I had created? And oh God, would they look after Ricky? He wasn't nearly so grown up as he wanted them to think. Oof. One minute I was falling and the next I just wasn't. I hit the ground hard, stopping so abruptly that all the breath rushed out of my body. Lying there, gasping for air, so consumed with the task that it took me a moment to realize I wasn't alone. Not only was I not alone, but there was also somebody beneath me. I had fallen out of the portal and landed straight on top of someone else. Awesome. Just fantastic. Lily. I had landed on top of someone I knew. Even better. Not. I scrambled to my feet and saw Declan on the ground, his face full of genuine surprise. Even after I stood, he remained on his back, his arms up in the air as if he had seen me coming and reached out to catch me. Lily, what in the name of the gods? Where is it? Where is it, Declan? Where's what? You aren't making any sense. I'm not sure what you're talking about. No. Don't lie to me. I know it's pretty much all you're good at, but don't do it now. Where's the portal I just came through? I was frantic, half crazed with fear for my brother. All I wanted to do was protect him, and yet somehow I kept leaving him behind. I peered, as if looking hard enough were the answer to retrieving the portal I had just shot through. I inspected the ground, scanned the line of trees on what I recognized as a remote part of the dusty road leading up to the palace of Onafal. I tried to use the part of my mind that was magical to force the portal to make itself known again, but it was no use. Whatever means I had accidentally used to summon the portal in the ice realm, it had gone away again. I was back in Onafal, while my brother was far away and at the mercy of two dragon men I only half trusted. Lily, there's nothing here. You. I couldn't keep the venom from my voice. I spun around, remembering Declan's presence with the sound of his quiet voice telling me what I had already discovered for myself. He had pulled himself to a standing position, his whole demeanor one of apology. He had changed out of the clothes I was accustomed to seeing him in, instead opting for black pants and a black linen shirt that would almost pass for normal on Earth. They were covered in dirt from catching my fall, which somehow only enraged me more. I marched straight up to him, so close that I could smell the sweat on his body. I poked my staff into his chest once, twice, and then again, just for good measure. It took everything I had not to point it at him and blast him into smithereens. Lily, please. Please, nothing. More venom. This is all your fault. Do you realize that? Is that something your royal brain can comprehend? If you'll only let me explain. Oh no. Why would I do that? As far as I can tell, the only thing you're capable of telling is lies. I've never lied to you, not really. Not really? The truth isn't variable, Declan. You may be a fan of moral relativism, but I'm not. Almost everything you've told me was at least only half the truth, and now my brother is gone and I can't get to him. Again. I held onto my staff tightly, because I was afraid that if I didn't, I'd want to beat him to death with it. But you ran off, Lily. Of course I did. I couldn't trust you, not you or anyone in your palace. You let me believe that things were so different from what they were. You allowed me to believe all sorts of things, about my stepmom, about the earth and what was happening there. All you ever told were half-truths. Never once did you try to tell me what was really going on. Not like your brother came. Not like Cade. Your cousin. That had done it. I had expected to hurt him, or at least to shock him with those words, and from the stricken look on his face, I could see that I had succeeded. His eyes widened, and he took a step back as if my words alone would physically hurt him. Good. I wanted him to feel stunned, to feel bad about what he had done. I was terrified for my brother's safety, and as far as I could tell, Declan was at least partially to blame. How do you know about that? How do you know Cade is my cousin? Because your brother told me. Apparently lying isn't a familial thing. He frowned, puzzled. When did you talk to Cade? In the ice realm. The ice realm? Yes. The place I just fell out of. The place where my brother is now trapped with your brother and cousin. I could see a storm in Declan's face, some mix of emotions I couldn't understand. Was it the mention of his brother, the idea that one of his own had betrayed him? Was it the fact that I knew about Cade being his cousin? Because Declan had to know that meant I knew the rest of it, the story of how his father had come to be the overlord, even when the title didn't belong to him. I saw that, but also something else, something I didn't trust. There was tenderness on his face, as if he actually cared about my fear and pain. It had to be a trick, had to be, but it was surprising enough that I didn't do anything when he took a step toward me. I'm sorry about your brother, Lily. I truly am. We will get Ricky back from the ice realm. We'll get them all back. We better. We will. It's just that at the moment, we've got bigger problems to contend with. Bigger problems? What the hell are you talking about? What could possibly be a bigger problem than this? From behind me came a throat clearing, then, I believe he's referring to me. Although I don't know whether to be flattered or offended at being referred to as a problem. Really, Declan, what woman wants someone to refer to her as a problem? Even a woman as powerful as me has some feeling, even if that feeling is vanity. I froze. Here was another voice I recognized. Except that it wasn't possible. Even after everything I'd been through, there were still some things that didn't feel possible, and my stepmom being here in Onafall was one of them. I honestly believed that it was some kind of trick of the ears. Maybe I really was going crazy, or maybe it was some kind of wicked sorcery performed by Declan. Whatever it was, it couldn't be her. I was so sure that it wouldn't be that when I turned, slowly, I was fully prepared to find nothing there. I was wrong. Mona? Mona, is that you? I don't understand. The woman who was my stepmom threw her head back and laughed. It was a beautiful sound, a musical sound, but there was something chilling about it as well. It took me a minute to decide why, but then I realized there was no humor in that laugh, no kindness. She might as well have been whispering threats into my ear. It would have had the same effect. I glanced back. Declan? No, Lily, let's not bring him into this. Let's keep this just between the girls, shall we? Men only ever managed to get in the way. That's a lesson I probably should have taught you long ago, although nobody ever said I was up for the Mother of the Year award. She laughed again, making me cringe. It was utterly bizarre looking at her here in Onafall, and not only because I was half convinced that she was dead. It was also the fact that she only sort of looked like the stepmother I was familiar with. There was only the vaguest of resemblance, the shape of her eyes, the slightly downward turn of her mouth. The similarities were vague and difficult to pin down. This version appeared to be younger, more full of life, and also more menacing. When she caught me staring at her, she raised one eyebrow. See something interesting? And no, but maybe you can help me. It's Ricky. He's trapped in this freezing place with shifters he hardly knows. We've got to get him back. She shook her head. Long hair flowing, moving with each head shake. No, I don't think we do. But you're his? I began pitifully, knowing it was a lost cause, but feeling the impossibility of giving up. His stepmother. Haven't you figured it out yet? She answered with a bored sigh. I don't give a fig about him. It's you I'm after. It's you I've been after all along. She held up one hand, beckoning for me to come closer. Although I had no interest in doing what this woman asked of me, I couldn't help myself. I took one grudging step forward, then another. Declan began to run, trying to get to me, to pull me away from her, but one quick flick of my stepmother's other wrist was enough to freeze him in place. It occurred to me that all of the talk about me being a witch had made me cocky. I had actually believed that I was powerful, but now, in the presence of this woman, I knew I was no match for her. Whatever she wanted of me, she was going to take, whether I liked it or not. Come now, Lily, don't look so sad. You and I have many things to discuss. Many things to do. Great things. I promise. No. I wasn't having it.
Chapter 6. Cade. Ricky was hunting about on the ground like a madman, his limp barely able to hold his pace down, occasionally pausing to paw at the snow. I understood what he was feeling, so I did nothing to stop his frenetic pacing. Then he resorted to begging. Cade, came please. We can't just wait around, okay? We have to do something. We have to help her. Will you make that boy be quiet? Came clearly did not have my patience. Came. I shook my head slightly to get him to ease up. Either you do it or I will, he hissed. He's just worried about his sister. Have a heart. He let out a snort of disgust and resumed his own pacing. Hardly any time at all had passed since the earth had swallowed Lily up, but one wouldn't know it to look at the three of us. Without Lily there, it became painfully clear who the glue that kept this little band together was. Without her there to boss us all around, we were quickly coming unraveled. Ricky continued scrambling around like a wild animal, on his hands and knees, going again and again over the place where Lily had so recently stood. Cain was pacing, looking compulsively from the earth to the sky and back to the earth again. It was like he expected to see something new each time his gaze shifted, as though if he looked for long enough, he would see another portal open up for the three of us to jump through. When that didn't work, he looked back to me, a defeated expression on his face. What do we do now? We're stuck. Without the witch to help us, we're goners. Her name is Lily. Ricky screamed, getting to his feet and charging Cade, pounding his small fists against his chest. Get that right. Lily, okay? Not the witch. Her name is Lily. What have we here, cousin? Gotten yourself into a little trouble, have you? A new voice entered our circle. Ricky's hands dropped. He and Cade turned toward me as I slowly turned to face the newcomer. Another cousin, this one from my mother's side of the family. In the snow, his copper skin gleamed otherworldly. His face, serious at first, broke into a grin at the sight of me. He hurried forward and took me into his great arms, doling out the bear hugs of my childhood. Brogan. I panted, pushing against him. You're going to choke me. Still a baby, I see. Although I'm surprised to see you back here in the ice realm. You know our family knows about what you've done, right? Many are less than pleased. I know, cousin. Believe me, it's crossed my mind more than once that my welcome here would be, well, less than welcoming. You're in no danger, if that's what you're worried about. I wouldn't let them hurt you. Nor you, Cade. I can see the worry etched on your face. My mother knows that you've been a friend to us all this time. There isn't much that gets by her. That's good to hear. It's very good to hear, actually. Yes, I broke in, feeling an unexpected desperation beginning to rise in my gut and make its way into my throat. It's good to hear. But we've got a problem, Brogan. It's Lily. Yes, I saw that. He laughed easily, as if it weren't so much a problem as some kind of a joke. She's got quite the temper, hasn't she? Yes, but that's not the point. The point is she's lost to us. The schism she created, it closed as soon as she fell through. We've no way to get back to her. We don't even know where she landed. No? His face darkened, a slight growl making its way into his rich, usually friendly voice, but I do. Wait here. I'll get her back. But how? I have my ways. Some not even you know about. With that, Brogan shifted into his dragon form. His copper scales were almost too grand to view in the bright sun bouncing off the snow, and when he took flight, the rush of air from his flapping wings knocked Ricky on his back. Which was where he stayed, a slack expression on his face, looking up at the sky to the place where Brogan had been. Neither Cade nor I moved a muscle, either. It was like the three of us were frozen in time. It felt as if moving, maybe even breathing, would cause something to go off course again.
Chapter 7. Lily. Two things happened at the exact same time, and the combined actions broke the spell this new Mona was beginning to cast over me. The first was the sheer force of Declan's protest. His voice was fierce and penetrating, enough to clear the fog that Mona's words created in my head. She was stepmother no more. That was giving her too much credit. I looked to Declan, wanting to thank him, when I became aware of the second thing. Seemingly from out of nowhere, two large nets had fallen, one landing on top of Mona and the other on top of Declan. The two of them were practically frozen in place, pushing at their individual nets feebly. All of the sudden, I was the only one of our trio who was free. Lily. Declan sounded confused, looking at me as though I'd have an answer. I felt even more confused. It wasn't me, I stammered, unsure of whether to try and help him out of his binds or not. I didn't do it. I don't understand. No. This came from a large booming voice spoke from behind me. It was me. The nets are laced with obsidian, Morvania. You might as well stop trying to use your magic. It won't work. Morvania. I turned to look at the man approaching me. That's her name, he told me. Her true name. Whatever she's told you, girl, disregard it. That witch isn't capable of telling the truth, not if her life depends on it. Right, Morvania? He turned back to me. You know her as Mona. I frowned. And who are you? Where did you come from? His name is Brogan. Another cousin of mine. Declan was staring at the man approaching me, pushing against his constraints. His entire body strained against them, using effort that appeared to be wasted. I looked at the newest member of this messy scene and found a large man with a red beard. His skin glimmered with a copper color, a hint of the dragon he would shift into. His eyes were a deep blue, sparkling with intelligence. He gave me one grave nod before turning back to speak to Declan. You're on the wrong side of things, cousin. I think part of you knows it too. So, you put me in this obsidian-laced prison? You'll leave me here with the witch? Do you object to prison? I wouldn't have thought so. After all, you put your own cousin in a prison of your own. Did you not? You had Cade put in prison. Declan huffed. That was different. Cade was plotting. Just as you are plotting. Everyone here is plotting, Declan. It's part of how we got into this whole mess to begin with. Wait a minute, I interjected, knowing it was rude to interrupt and not caring one bit. You're Cade's cousin too. I am. He gave a small salute. Brogan, at your service. My head was reeling from the developments. And what are you doing here? I've come to retrieve you, to take you back to your brother. His eyes twinkled, his mouth turning up at the corners with the hint of a smile. Unless you would rather stay here with these two. Personally, I think they would make for lousy company. I felt torn. He was right, there was no way I wanted to be stuck here with Declan and Mona, or as he called her, Morvania, and for any length of time. I definitely wanted to see my brother again, and make sure he was safe, and I had pretty much already proved to myself that I didn't know how to manage that particular task on my own. It was just that I didn't know this Brogan. I had no idea who I was supposed to trust. I glanced at Declan, who shook his head, warning me not to do it. When I turned back to Brogan, he was smiling indulgently. I didn't know who to trust, but I knew for a fact that both Morvania and Declan had lied to me. It wasn't much to go on, but it was enough. It would have to do. I nodded at Brogan. His smile widened. Okay, I spoke quietly, feeling sad without exactly knowing why. Let's do this. Show me how we're going to get back to the ice realm. I don't see any portals or anything. No, you don't. That's because you haven't created one yet. Me? Of course you. How do you think you got from the ice realm to here? Now take your staff in both hands. I did as he asked, hoping he couldn't see how badly my hands were trembling. As he watched, I placed the bottom of the staff on the ground, doing my best to ignore the angry protests of Morvania and the imploring requests of Declan behind me. Like this. Yes, Lily, exactly like that. Now. His voice grew somber. Hit the ground once and spin the staff, then point it towards the heavens. That's all? Yes? He laughed merrily, a laugh that was difficult not to trust. Although it isn't as easy as it sounds. At least not for people who are not you. With the glow of his compliment in my mind, I did as he asked. Half of me was sure that nothing would happen, while the other half registered no surprise when the heavens above us opened up to reveal a swirling circle of light. Brogan took me by the hand, and with the staff pointed towards the portal, the two of us ascended. The portal closed up behind us, leaving me in that falling darkness once more.
Chapter 8. Cade. Ricky and I stayed that way just long enough for me to begin to think that something really had gone wrong, that Brogan's foolish bravado had led him astray. Unexpectedly, a gigantic bolt of lightning streaked across the sky over our heads. It was accompanied by a simultaneous crack of thunder so loud that Ricky shrieked and covered his ears. It sounded as if the sky were about to shatter and fall to pieces all around our feet. The clouds began to swirl tumultuously, forming what looked like an eye. A portal, Cade whispered, his eyes glued to the miracle that was taking place above. He was right. It was a portal. Just when I had begun to be sure that nothing was going to happen, there was a portal, and through it flew Brogan and Lily. Brogan was no longer in his dragon form. He was a man again, clinging to Lily as she used her staff to bring them both to the ground. They stood before us, Brogan looking slightly ill and Lily wearing a smile of triumph. It was only after both of her feet were planted firmly on the ground that Brogan let her go, stumbling away from her on unsteady legs. "What's the matter, cousin?" I laughed, clapping him heartily on the back. "Feeling a little bit seasick." "Laugh all you want to, Cade. I'll tell you that traveling with a witch isn't the same as flying yourself. Not the same at all. Could we not call me a witch? It's a good way to make a girl uncomfortable, you know?" "Sorry. You are impressive though. Especially for a girl with so little training." Brogan's voice was laced with admiration. She beamed at Brogan, clearly pleased, and I felt a little pang of jealousy shoot through me. It was stupid, and I knew it, but I didn't like seeing her look at another man like that. After everything the two of us had been through, I didn't want to see her look at Brogan with such appreciation. It was petty, and I knew that too, but I wanted her to look at me with that expression. Me and nobody else. Fortunately for my dignity, Ricky launching himself at her and practically knocking her over broke the serious mood, and we began to laugh. He hugged her fiercely, making it clear for the first time just how afraid he had actually been. "You gotta stop doing that, okay?" Ricky held her gaze. "Okay, Ricky. I know. But for real. You gotta stop disappearing on me." "I will." "Promise?" "Promise. I love you, Ricky. You know that." "I know," he said in a thick voice, his face buried in her chest so that the rest of us couldn't see. "I love you too." The two of them stood that way for a while, Ricky working through his emotions and Lily stroking his hair as if he were a much younger child. It was only Brogan, clearing his throat, that got her attention. She looked up, pursed her lips, then asked, "So then, now that we're all reunited, what's next?" "That's a good question," I echoed, looking to Brogan for some scrap of an idea. "What do you think?" "We go to the Citadel." "The Citadel?" Cade asked quickly, unable to hide the anxiety in his voice. "Are you sure? I don't know that I'll be exactly welcome there." "Relax, Cade. I told you. They all know that you've been a friend. You don't have anything to worry about." "And what about Declan?" I was startled to hear the question come out of Lily's mouth. Apparently, Cade and Brogan were as well. Cade just looked uncomfortable, while Brogan cocked his head to one side, looking at her intently. "What about him?" "Well, what's going to happen to him? You can't just leave him there in that net. It's not humane treatment." That irritated me no end. I was still smarting over Declan having me held captive in an Onifal cell. And is that what he deserves? Humane treatment? Is that what he would give us? "Yes," she said stubbornly, her chin lifting with an air of defiance. "I think it is. I don't think he's quite as awful as we thought. And we definitely can't just leave him pinned there next to Mona. That would just be cruel." Cade looked at me and I looked at Lily. That pang of jealousy had returned, and it had done so with a vengeance. It was a foreign feeling, and an unwelcome one at that. At that moment, I was glad not to be the one making the decisions. I wasn't sure I could trust myself to make the right one. "Well, if that's what's troubling you, you needn't worry. He won't be left there." Brogan smiled as if it was all under control. "What's going to happen to him?" "He's being brought to the Citadel, the same place I suggest we go. As far as I know, he's on his way there as we speak." Lily stared at Brogan for a long second, her eyes boring into his, searching to see if what she was being told was the truth. Finally, her face softened and her body relaxed. Whatever she was looking for, she must have found it, because she nodded in agreement. "Okay. If the Citadel is where you think we should be, that's where we're going to go. Just tell me how we get there." "It's simple," Brogan grinned. "You ride." "Okay. No more of that. I think I've had about enough of being hurtled through the air." Unless it's on an airplane, I don't want to do it anymore. Brogan released a belly laugh. Not traveling in a portal. Riding on a dragon. We arrived at the Citadel safe and sound after we morphed into our dragons and flew. Except for the human types, Lily and Ricky accepted the rides. Now, Lily stood beside me, having climbed off of my back at the end of our ride. Ricky, who had ridden on Brogan's back, took 5 staggering steps away from us, just making it behind a tree before pitching forward and emptying his stomach of its contents. Cade made a distasteful face and Lily wore an expression of concern, but Brogan only let out a good-natured laugh. So, I'm going to assume the boy isn't all that accustomed to using dragons as a means of transportation. No, Lily answered dryly. That's not such a common one on Earth. Right. Well, come on then. He'll feel better once we get him inside, get a warm blanket wrapped around him. Okay, but just so I'm clear, we're going in there. Lily was looking up, her neck craned back so far it looked like it might just pop off. I followed her gaze, trying to see the place the same way that she must be seeing it, as I might have viewed it the first time. The Citadel was tucked in the middle of a town called Banham, which was the very heart of the Ice Realm. The Citadel was the palace, the spot where many of my relatives lived. To me, for most of my life, it had just been home. Looking at it now, however, I could see how fantastic it really was. In order to get to the palace itself, we had flown over vast expanses of white earth, with only the striking blotches of green trees to break up the blanket of snow and ice. Gradually, the land had become rockier, moving from the flatlands into hills and finally into a series of sharp, steep mountains. The closer we flew to the Citadel, the closer together and more treacherous the mountains became, until only someone very familiar with the terrain could have navigated it. The city of Banham and the Citadel itself were nestled in the crook of 3 particularly brutal mountains, these 3 made almost entirely out of ice. It was a sharp contrast to the stark lands we had just flown over, this town where I had done my growing up. The streets and town squares, all made out of a worn red cobblestone, were kept clear of the snow so that it would be easy for even the most delicate of citizens to navigate. All of the homes and buildings were made from thick logs, plumes of smoke rising from each chimney, and warm yellow light spilling out of each window. Behind the town rose the Citadel. It was a palace unlike any other. Its spires appeared to reach the sky, each one flying the flag of my ancestors. A thick layer of beautifully carved ice encased the entire building, making it impossible to see the stones beneath. The ice was engraved with the most intricate of designs, little murals depicting the history of our race. The sun shone brilliantly upon it, then bounced straight back off again, in a radiant reflection that was almost too bright to behold. Looking at Lily again, I felt pride well up inside of me. This was my home, and I was pleased to show it to her. So let me get this straight, she asked me in a hushed tone, the same reverential one usually reserved for places of worship. This is where you grew up. It is. How is it that you aren't the most spoiled brat that ever lived? Who says he's not? Brogan bellowed, chuckling in that way he had that made it hard to ever be really angry with him. Very funny, Brogan. I turned to Lily. It's not so grand as you might think. I doubt that. It looks pretty freaking grand. What I mean to say is the inhabitants. My family isn't one to spoil. They raise warriors, one's grateful for what they have. I'll agree with you there, Brogan answered. There's no doubt about that. Now, are we going to stand around on the outskirts all day? Are we just waiting to see how long it takes for a human to freeze? Because unless one of you is really married to the idea, I'd just as soon go inside. Lily. That okay with you? Lily looked at me, real fear in her eyes for the first time since this whole thing began. I wanted to take her in my arms and make sure she understood that I wouldn't let anything hurt her. Yes, I had begun this whole thing with the intention of ending her life, but at this point, I would have done anything to protect her. And her brother too. I couldn't tell her though, not with everyone watching us. Maybe not even if we had been alone. All I could do was look at her and wait for her to give an answer. To my surprise, she reached out and took me by the hand. I felt my hand prickle with 1,000 little hits of energy where our fingers touched, and did my best to keep my breath steady. It's going to be okay, right? Yes. I promise you, it is. Okay. She nodded, adopting that stubborn let's get this done face I had quickly become familiar with. Let's do it. All I ask for is a bed that's not made out of ice, okay? Otherwise, I'm pretty easy to please.
Chapter 9. Lily. Lily. WHS gone on. Ricky reached his hand out for me. I spoke in a hushed voice. It's okay. No need to be worried. Just go back to sleep. WH. Where why goin'? Nowhere, Ricky. Really. Just sleep. I bet you need it, after all we've been through. I spoke in as quiet a tone as I could manage, hoping it would somehow lull him back into a state of total, undisturbed sleep. Part of it really was because I knew he needed the sleep. We'd been out in the elements for almost a week now, sleeping in that infernal cave with only the heat of the fire to keep us warm and the food we could scavenge to sustain us. I hadn't noticed it until we'd gotten into the citadel, but the experience had taken its toll on my brother. If possible, his limp looked like it was even more pronounced than it had been before, his leg dragging gingerly behind him and making every step look like a painful one. There were dark circles under his eyes, and he looked thin. For a boy who was already on the skinny side, losing a bunch of weight was not a healthy thing. So yes, I wanted him to sleep so that he could recuperate some of his energy, but there was more to it than that. I wanted him to go back to sleep so that I could slip away without having to explain myself. That, however, didn't appear to be in the cards. Instead of going back to sleep, Ricky lifted himself onto his elbows, his eyes filled with a mixture of fear and reproach. Lily, come on. You can't just hypnotize me back to sleep. I know you've got magic now or whatever, but sleeping spells aren't part of it. At least not yet. I wasn't trying to do anything like that, Ricky. I just know you need your sleep. Right, he retorted quickly and with unexpected hostility. And so do you. So why is it that you're sneaking off in the middle of the night? I'm not really going anywhere. If you go to sleep, I'll be back when you wake up again. I just need to go see someone. Yeah? To go see who? Cade, okay? It's no big deal. I just need to ask him a couple of questions. But why now? Because I just have to. It's the only way I'll be able to sleep. Understand? I guess so. Doesn't mean I have to like it. I want you here. What if you go, and you just don't come back again? You know that won't happen. Look at everything we've been through. Haven't I always found a way back to you? I guess so. Right. And I always will. Go to sleep now. I'll be back. I could tell he still didn't like it, but at least it was enough to calm him down. He sank back down into his bed, allowing me to slip on the beautiful dress I'd been given by Cade's aunt. I'd been so afraid of what would happen to us when we entered the citadel. I was well aware of the fact that he had been sent to get rid of me, and it seemed more than a little bit crazy to just go waltzing into the home of the people who had sent him to do it. I had been pleasantly surprised, though, something that still gave me a warm feeling in my stomach when I thought about it. Instead of having guards seize me and haul me off to the dungeons, I had been welcomed with a surprising amount of hospitality. Cade's aunt, whom he called Laz, had fitted me with a beautiful blue dress that looked like it had been spun out of crystal. She had wrapped a shawl around my shoulders to keep me warm, then slung a thick blanket around Ricky's shoulders. The look on his face had been one of instantaneous relief, something that made me like Laz immediately. She had ushered us all into the kitchen, instructing the cooks to make us something to eat. Everything around us was warm, and the wonderful smell of things cooking permeated the air. It felt like being in a family, the kind of family I myself had never really experienced. It made my heart ache with a longing I didn't understand. The other thing it did was raise several questions I had been trying to avoid. I decided it would be Brogan, standing beside me, who would serve to give me my answers. "What do you think?" he asked with a smile in his voice, his eyes trained on the happy scene in front of us. "Not exactly what you expected." "Not what I expected at all. Not even a little bit. They're not a bad lot, my family. They're really not." "I never said that." "No." He winked at me in a way that made me feel ashamed. "And you didn't have to. Don't get me wrong, I don't blame you for it. It's not like they made the best first impression, what with them sending Cade and all." "Yeah," I answered awkwardly, knowing this was my chance but feeling shy of asking Brogan to talk to me about his family. "About that?" "Yes." I want you to tell me why. Please. That's part of this whole thing I've never really understood. I know that Cade was supposed to kill me, and I know that your family sent him to do it. I just don't get why. Especially now, seeing how friendly they are. I don't get how these could be the same people who put a hit out on my life. "Yes," he sighed. "That's the question I expected you to ask." "And you're going to tell me?" "It all goes back a long, long time. It goes back to the manner in which the current overlord was crowned. The circumstances around that were shaky at best. It should have been Cade's father, and after that it should have been Cade." I nodded. I'd heard this much already. But I wasn't about to interrupt him. He continued. "Cade was slated to be our overlord until his parents were both killed. It has long been believed that our current overlord was the cause of those deaths, that it was his greed that drove him to commit the murder of his own brother and sister-in-law. That's all awful really, but I guess I just don't see what it has to do with me. I don't see what I did wrong." "You didn't do a thing, Lily. That's the worst part of it. You never did a thing wrong. It was the power we knew you had in you, the danger it represented." "Danger?" I felt my face flush, wondering if I should feel offended or not. "You think I was going to hurt you guys?" "No, never of your own volition. But what if you weren't the one in control anymore?" "I'm afraid I still don't follow you." "More Vania. Or as you know her, Mona. Mona and the Overlord, that's who they feared, who they fear still. We all know the enchantment on Onafal is disintegrating, and with it, the protection of the portals. The prophecy states that you are the next witch to reign, the one to restore those barriers. The one of light." "Okay. So what would happen if Mona and the Overlord were to take you hostage?" "They could make you do things, Lily. They have ways of doing that. But they want the enchantment restored too, right? The Dusk Elves are just as likely to get them as they are to get you guys." "That's not entirely true. The Ice Realm is the closest there is to the outside. Therefore it's the easiest land to breach. We have weathered attacks Onafal couldn't begin to fathom, and so far we've been victorious. But that has been with the aid of the enchantment. The further it deteriorates, the more attacks we get. It's only a matter of time before we fall, which is precisely what the Overlord is counting on. If it were up to him, he would have you reenact the enchantment without the inclusion of the Ice Realm. If you were to do that, the city of Banham and the citadel itself would fall." I felt like I couldn't catch my breath. So that was it then. Declan's father intended to use me as a weapon. It was why he had kept me and Ricky secreted away inside his castle, feeding us decadent foods and hoping we would forget who we were. He wanted my powers, and he wanted them for evil purposes. Against my will, I found myself thinking about Declan. Did he know? Was he aware of what his father had in store for me, or had he just done as his father asked the way all good sons would? I very much hoped it was the latter, but I had no way of being sure. It was an uncertainty I had carried with me for the rest of the day and into the night. That uncertainty. And one other. There was nothing I could do at the moment to ease my mind of my thoughts of Declan, but the other uncertainty was something I could and would take care of. It was the thing that had gotten me out of my cozy bed, to venture through the deep belly of the citadel. Finally, I arrived at my destination. I raised my hand and gave a tentative knock, unclear as to whether or not I actually wanted to be answered. "Come in." I opened the door, slipped inside of the room, and shut the door quickly behind me, my back to the room while I composed my face. My heart was beating very rapidly now, that feeling of not being able to catch my breath back with full force. I was so nervous, I didn't even want to turn around. Now that I was here, I wasn't at all sure I was doing the right thing. More than likely, I was just making a total fool out of myself. "Lily. What is it? What's the matter? Has something happened?" It was the sound of concern in Cade's voice that finally got me to turn away from the door and face him. Looking at him only made my nerves jangle more violently. I was in his room. The stone floor of his large chambers was blanketed with a thick rug made from the fur of some animal I was sure we didn't have on Earth, not with those patterns that looked like zigzags of black and white on orange. The only light came from a series of torches set in sconces along the walls. In the very middle of the room, right in front of his bed, stood Cade. He was only half clothed, his chest glinting in the light of the fire. I gulped, surprised at the fact that it felt harder to swallow than was normal. He took a step closer. "Tell me what it is. You look terrified." "Gee, thanks," I thought dismally. I was keenly aware of how hot my face felt, and also the fact that every way I tried to stand felt beyond awkward. I couldn't exactly explain to him that I was acting like a freak, because I had never seen a shirtless warrior before, but that didn't mean it wasn't true. Come to think of it, I was pretty sure the only guys I'd ever seen shirtless were at the beach, and those had all been strangers. None of them had been so close to me. Or so alone with me. Or so? I couldn't put my finger on the last so. All I knew was that it made my breath catch. "Lily." "Nothing." I practically shouted at him, causing him to give me a look of frank surprise. "I'm fine. Nothing's the matter." "Are you sure? You look different. Maybe even frightened." "Not frightened. Try nervous." And it definitely didn't help that he was moving closer to me with every word. He was so close now that I could see the network of scars that covered his torso. They were scars that hinted at great battles, great pain and sorrow. They were scars I knew I would ask him about someday, after this was all done. But for the moment, there was only the question that had driven me to pay this late-night visit. That and his spicy scent making me want to forget. I need to ask you something, Cade. Something that's been driving me crazy." "Of course." He rested his hands on my shoulders, pulling me close enough to him that I could feel the great heat coming off of his skin. "You can ask me anything you want. Especially if it's about something that's got you this worked up. It's about why you came to get me." "Oh." His face fell, his eyes looking down at the floor. "I guess I should have expected it. I'm actually surprised it hasn't come up sooner. I talked to Brogan, Cade. He told me everything, about your parents and how you were supposed to be the overlord. He told me about how close the ice realm is to the dusk elves, how much danger this land is in with the enchantment coming apart." His brows drew down. "Did he?" "He also told me of your family's great fear, that the Overlord and Mona would capture me and force me to reenact the enchantment without including this place. He told me that you would be overrun and that you would probably all die." "Well then, it seems to me that he's told you everything. I don't know what kind of questions you could still have for me." "Not questions." My heart was pounding in my ears so that I could hardly hear myself think. Just one. Just one question that only you can answer. I need to know why." "Why?" "But he told you why." "No, not why you were going to kill me. I need to know why you didn't." The world, at least for me, stopped spinning. One of Cade's hands left my shoulder, moving to brush some of my hair out of my face. His eyes were locked on mine, a whole heart's worth of words contained in them. This was what I had wanted, right? To have this answer. It was, but now that it was here, I was afraid of what he might say. Cade? I heard you, he said softly, his palm lingering on my face. It's just difficult to explain. I didn't kill you because you saved my life. I've told you that before. That's right, I answered in a large exhalation of breath, disappointment and relief all wrapped into one. You did. In the beginning. Yes, in the beginning. Then it was something more. Then it was because I can't hurt you. I hope you know that. Never. That's why. His throat worked while he seemed to be pulling his thoughts together. I wouldn't want the world without you in it. He bent forward and placed his lips on my forehead. His hands were still on my face, and I could feel him begin to tilt it upwards. When he did, he would kiss me. I knew that with absolute certainty. He would kiss me, and part of me wanted him to. So then it was with confusion that I lowered my face, gently pulling away from him and taking a step back. His expression was pained and confused, his eyes focused only on me. I had caused that. That look he was wearing, that was because of me and my not ever being sure of what I wanted. Lily. Thank you. Thank you for telling me. I have to go. I have to get back to Ricky, but thank you. I didn't wait for a response. Instead, I turned and fled. Chapter 10. Lily. Days passed, and Ricky and I remained in the Citadel. Ricky was having the time of his life, of this I was glad. Brogan had taken him under his wing, treating him as if he were his own long-lost little brother or son. It was good for Ricky to have that. Our own father had never been there, and every man our stepmom had picked had been toxic, to say the least. Brogan was like a breath of fresh air. He and Cade teaming up to teach Ricky the ins and outs of what it took to be a man. With every day that passed, I could see him growing more confident. His skills with a blade began to improve noticeably, his appetite increasing as well. Before long, he looked older than his actual age. Even his limp began to recede, and I couldn't help wondering if there was some kind of magical influence these dragon folks were exercising over him. Needless to say, I should have been happy. Unfortunately, I was anything but. For starters, Cade had avoided me like the plague ever since our encounter in his room. He didn't seem exactly angry at me, more like he didn't have a clue how to behave with me. Not that I could blame him. He had pretty much opened himself up to me, and I had run away. What guy would be happy with that? What person would be? But it was more than that. There was also my nagging concern for Declan, something I couldn't for the life of me seem to get rid of. Finally, it became more than I could bear, and after days of existing listlessly and seemingly without purpose, I pulled Cade aside. He was Declan's brother, after all. If anyone was going to help me, it would be him. What's the matter, Lily? I can see that something's troubling you. Everyone can. Is it Cade? Is it because he's been distant? Really, you shouldn't let it get to you. That's just how he is. He can't help it. It's in his nature to brood. No, I said hesitantly, already worrying that this had been a mistake. That's not it. It's Declan. I was wondering about him. I was wondering if you could tell me what happened to him. Cade raised one eyebrow, making me wish I could just spontaneously burst into flames. This had definitely been a mistake. Here he was, thinking I was worrying myself over Cade, when what I really wanted was to know about one of Cade's enemies. Not cool. Not cool at all. Were you now? That's kind of you, after everything that's transpired. You must have an enormous capacity to forgive. Come on, Cade, he's your brother. I know you care about him, and I know you know where he is. I just want you to tell me, that's all. You're right. I do. He's down in the dungeons, along with Morvania. The dungeons? Are you for real right now? What did you expect? You couldn't have thought they would throw him a welcome party. He hasn't exactly been on the right side, or did you forget? He hasn't acted as though he cares for the people here. Right, but he wasn't raised to. You two have the same father. You know the kinds of things he was taught. I do. But he's the one who chose to believe them. I was shocked by how cold he was, shocked and not a little bit pissed off. I couldn't imagine ever acting this way about Ricky. He annoyed me a lot, sometimes made me beyond angry, but in the end I loved him more than anything. I couldn't even conceive of a world where I was as blasé about him being imprisoned as Cade was right now. Look, I'm not asking you to forgive him. Clearly, that's not something you have any intention of doing anytime soon. What I am asking is for you to show me where the dungeons are. I don't think Brogan would like that. I don't think Cade would like it either. Well then, it's a good thing neither one of them is in charge of me, isn't it? And unless they're in charge of you, I don't see why they should factor into you taking me where I want to go. At all. He took me. He didn't speak a word as he did, probably because of the hit to his manhood I delivered, but he took me down into the bowels of the citadel. We passed guard after guard, winding down an intricate series of tunnels that must have required the most impressive of architects. Finally, when it felt like we would never stop walking, he stopped. His is the next cell on the right. This is as far as I go. I won't be a party to this anymore. When you're ready to come back up, call for one of the guards. It's very easy to get lost in here. All right. And Cade? I'm sorry if I upset you. His jaw began to work, and for an awful instant, I was sure he was going to say something. Perhaps I really had been too harsh in my quest to get my own way. It wouldn't have been the first time, and I doubted it would be the last. I wanted to comfort him, to give him a hug or something, but I was afraid I would only make it worse. It's a strange situation I'm in, Lily. I hope you never have to experience it. I'm sorry, I said again. It was the only thing I could think to say. I'm glad you came to see him. If you tell anyone else I said that, I'll deny it, but I'm glad. He's not bad. You could help him. Me? How could I help him? Because you're special. There's a great light inside of you. You may not see it yet, but it's there. Use it to help him find the right path. He turned abruptly and returned the way we had just come. With that bombshell in my lap, I walked forward on legs that felt like rubber. When I reached Declan's cell door, I peered inside, searching the small space for the dragon shifter. At first, I was sure he wasn't in there at all. The light was so dim it was pretty much non-existent, and Declan was so dark he was made to blend into places like this one. I might have even given up, sure that Cade had led me to an empty cell as part of an elaborate hoax. Until I heard a hoarse voice from inside of the cage. Lily, Declan croaked. What in the name of the gods are you doing here? Declan? I can't see you. He stepped out of the darkness, looking generally healthy if not a little worse for wear. I let out an involuntary gasp, surprised by how close he had been to the bars all along. As he stood now, he was practically pressed up against them, so close I could easily reach out and touch him. I felt a fluttering in my stomach, something unexpected but not altogether unpleasant. Yes, it's me. This is the place to look if you want to find me. I won't be going anywhere anytime soon. I'm sorry, Declan, I had no idea. No idea of what? No idea that they had you locked up down here in a cage. If I had known. You would have what? Broken me out? And then what? How far do you think we would have gotten here in the ice realm? I don't know. I could have talked to them, though. I could have forced them to see. Force them to see what? That you aren't bad the way they think you are. Would you? He let out a hard, unhappy laugh that made me want to cry. That was when I understood. Declan wasn't bad, not the way some might think he was. He wasn't bad in his heart. He was a man conflicted, driven half mad with the task of trying to reconcile his duty as a son with what he knew to be right. Everything he did went against what some part of him believed to be the right thing. It must have been torture. My heart opened up to him, and without giving it any thought, I reached through the bars and took his hand. His body gave a jerk, taken aback by my actions, but he didn't pull his hand out of mine. You aren't, Declan. I can see it. If so, you're the only one. Maybe if you started to make amends. After everything I've done, and to these people in particular, that's an awful lot to forgive, don't you think? No. They're family, aren't they? If I could forgive you, they've got to. You've just got to try. And what about the rest of my family? What about my father? His interests are in direct opposition of the ice realm, or did you forget that? No, I didn't forget. I know it's hard, but you have to make a choice. I can't do that. He's my father. He is. He's your father, and the things he's doing are wrong. They're evil. And that's not who you are. He said nothing, but his fingers closed more tightly around mine. There was that pounding heart again, making me feel disoriented. He was pulling me in, pulling me closer to him. I could smell his scent, feel the power in him. Maybe it's not, he said in a husky voice, his eyes boring into mine. Maybe I could be something else, if you were to help me. We were so close now that our lips could have touched. Which was, I could see at the last minute, exactly what he intended. He was going to kiss me, and just as it had been with Cade, part of me was desperate for him to do it. But again, just as it had been in Cade's room, there was another part of me that couldn't allow it. Something was holding me back, and at the last second I pulled away. I will help you, Declan. I promise I will. I'm going to get you out of here. I turned and ran. I ran through the dark, damp hallways of the Citadel's dungeons, heedless of the cries and calls of the others being held there. I ran without any thought as to where I was running to, just running for the sake of doing it and feeling the way my chest tightened and fought for air. Never in my life had I been so confused, and it seemed like running was my only solution. I ran so blindly that it was a miracle when I found the stairs that led back up into the hallway flanking the dungeon's entrance. I ran myself straight out of the darkness and smack into Cade, who had waited for me the whole time. He took my arms in his hands, steadying me, and studied my face. Hold on there. Is everything okay? Fine, I gasped, only becoming aware of how out of breath I was now that I had come to a stop. I'm fine. I was just running. Why? His voice had taken on a tone of alarm, his hands still grasping me by the upper arms. Did something happen? Did somebody try to hurt you? I told you to find a guard to get you back up here. I should have stayed with you, I should never have left you alone. No, really? I'm fine. I'm sorry. I think I just spooked myself. I felt bad for lying to him. I liked Cade. I felt like there was a chance of the two of us really becoming friends. That said, I wasn't about to tell him that the reason I was running was an almost kiss with his imprisoned brother. I didn't plan on telling anyone about that, not that nor the situation with Cade either. Are you sure? Are you really sure you're all right? I'm sure. I laughed, relieved to feel a little bit like myself again. Everything's fine. I'm right as rain. Good. I'm sure Brogan and Cade would have to fight over which one of them was going to kill me first if I let anything happen to you. No way. They love you. They do, but you're very important to them. More important than you realize. Maybe, but only because of what I can do. No. It's more than that. I won't elaborate, but you'll have to trust me on this. Which might be a little bit more difficult, given what I'm about to ask. What is it? What do you need me to do? We'll get to that. For now, I only need you to come with me. Chapter 11. Lily. Cade was watching me. Are you nervous? I'd be lying if I said I wasn't a little bit. Tell me what we're doing again. We're trying to make things right. Sure, okay. And what exactly does that entail? He had led me quietly out of the citadel, to a temple far enough away that we'd had to borrow horses from the stable in order to get there. I had gone willingly enough, probably still shaken up by my encounter with Declan. The sun was coming up, and I was sure Ricky would wake up and be worried, but this mission Cade was on seemed of great importance. Not to mention, I was curious. A temple. I was standing in front of a temple. Massive columns stood like sentries, guarding a jade-green door that looked as if it had been carved from precious gems. A smooth stone exterior was at once welcoming and at the same time imposing. I climbed off the horse's back and joined Cade, who'd also dismounted. Now that we were standing on the temple steps, however, I was beginning to second-guess the whole thing. At the very least, I wanted to understand what we were doing there. You're right. You deserve more of an explanation. It's only fair. You know how you're the key to putting things back together. I nodded. This is a trip is to teach you how to do that. You can put an end to alternate worlds, many of which are invariably full of pain and suffering. You can recast the enchantment that puts everything back in the right place and order. How is this place going to help me with that? This temple is where the Exalted Three are. They're the ones who will teach you. Exalted Three? He nodded and turned to walk up the stairs. No sooner had I said their names than a power began thrumming through me. The horses began to snort and stamp their feet restlessly. They could feel it too. There was a change coming. I just didn't know if it would be for the better of the worlds or for the worse. Cade, just so you know, if it turns out I can actually pull all of this off. Which you will. If it turns out that I can, I'm going to cast the enchantment everywhere. I know your father wants me to cast it and leave the ice realm to fend for itself, but I'm not going to do that. I just thought you should know, before we take this any further. Good. That's good. I wouldn't have it any other way. With that, I followed Cade up the stairs, feeling more at peace than I had in a long while. Come closer, for we are old and cannot see the way we once did. My feeling of peace from outside on the temple steps had gone almost as quickly as it had come. I had followed Cade through a huge set of double doors that appeared to be carved entirely out of jade. The stark contrast between the white of the snow and the green of the doors was one of the most beautiful things I had ever seen, and it was with awe that I walked inside. When the doors closed, the temple's foyer was almost completely pitch black. There was only one torch lit, which Cade picked up and used to lead the way. Everything around me was dark, allowing me to catch only glimpses of my surroundings. The occasional glint of some precious metal, the sound of dripping water. The sound of some small movement in the distance revealed that we were not alone. These were all I had to go on, these and the light of Cade's torch bobbing with each step he took. We walked for a long time, long enough that I began to wonder if this hadn't been some kind of terrible mistake. Finally, Cade stopped in front of me, so abruptly that I ran straight into his back. We're here. After he said it, I saw the faint outline of another door, this one much smaller than the first set and only a single. I could feel the blood rushing through my veins in anticipation of what was to come next. I was afraid, but I was also ready. So much of the past weeks of my life had been leading me to this place, this time. It seemed like I had been waiting forever, and I was ready to take the plunge. Okay, so then, let's go. This is why we came, right? It is, but I'm not entering with you. What? Why not? He shrugged. Will you still go in? Of course I will. Otherwise, this whole thing would have been a total waste. He nodded, clearly relieved by my answer, and opened the door for me. It didn't make a sound, not the slightest teensiest sound. Somehow that made me even more nervous, and when I walked into the heart of the temple, it was on legs that trembled and shook. The light in this room was different, at least, which I was grateful for. Instead of the tar black from the outside chambers, this space was lit by a soft, undulating blue light. To my right was a large fountain of water flowing down and being sucked up again in an endless cycle. Large vines peppered with strange white flowers, unlike anything I had ever seen before, wound themselves around it and then snaked across the ground. In some spots, they were so thick they acted as a carpet of greenery. Instinct told me to remove my shoes, which I did. Why wouldn't I? At this point, my instinct was pretty much the only thing I had left to guide me. Come closer, girl. Those were the first words I heard come out of one of the wizards' mouths. I hadn't seen them before they spoke, and I let out a little cry of surprise. On the other side of the little door I was already stepping away from, I could hear Cade calling out to me, asking me if I was all right. I knew that not answering him would cause him distress, but I also knew that stopping to reassure him was not an option at this point. He would have to wait. The Exalted Three, for I truly had no idea if it had been one of them to speak or all, had instructed me to come forward, and I was going to do what they said. I stepped closer, so close that I could have reached out and touched them if I had been so inclined. Only then did they nod, apparently satisfied with the distance between us. Good. The one in the middle spoke, his voice a little croak that sounded halfway between that of a small child and a very, very old man. That's better. You've traveled such a distance, it would be a shame for us to miss a word you said. And vice versa, of course. How do you know I traveled a distance? Did Cade tell you? Did Cade? Child, no. Nobody told us. Nobody needed to tell us. We just know. The same way we know all things. I stared at them, not even trying to hide my surprise. I was sure my mouth was hanging open like a total idiot, but I didn't have the energy to close it again. Pretty much every part of me was busy trying to take in what I was seeing in front of me. I don't know what I was expecting to see when Cade mentioned the Exalted Three, but it definitely wasn't this. They sat on 3 little wooden chairs all lined up in a row, and each of them had a pipe leaking some sweet smoke out of the end. Heavy white hair flowed down almost to their feet with long white beards. You look just like her, you know, one said. She does, doesn't she? Just like her, the spitting image, another wizard added. Yes. We might as well be looking at her. That's how much like her she looks. That came from the third wizard. Wait a minute, I said too loudly, thrown off by how quickly the 3 little wizards had begun to speak, and how rapidly their voices wove between one another. What are you talking about? Who do I look exactly like? Why, your great-grandmother, of course. Who else? My great-grandmother? Who else? I had never heard anything about a great-grandmother, definitely not one I looked just like. And then of course there was the matter of why these 3 would know what my great-grandmother looked like. Sure, there was the fact that they knew just about everything there was to know in this world or any other, but something told me this was more. Something told me that this time at least, they were speaking from personal experience. You knew my great-grandmother? Of course. We trained her just as we trained you. Not that you remember, of course. I'm sorry, but I don't think so. You must have me confused with someone else. I've never been here before. I've never seen you guys in my life. No, incorrect. You've never seen us in the part of your life that you remember, the part that you are in now. That leaves large parts of your life open, doesn't it? You were with us in some of those. Whether you remember it or not. I didn't know what to say. Are you sure? Of course. We're sure of everything, and even if we weren't, do you think we could forget our training, the one of light? Ha! Not likely at all. They were talking about me. I was supposed to be this one of light. Again, I had no idea what it meant. These guys might as well have been speaking a foreign language, and despite my best efforts, I was starting to get frustrated. As much as I wanted it to be, patience had never been my strong suit. I figured it was only a matter of time before I demanded they tell me what was going on in a way that actually made some sense. Don't worry, child, you will come to know us again. You will come to know many things before it's all said and done. And you knew my great-grandmother? I still couldn't wrap my mind around that. Or much else for that matter. We trained her as we will train you. It is her enchantment that has been broken, now that she has passed into the other realm. You mean it was my great-grandmother who she was the witch who died? It was. And what about the rest? What about them? Do you know them? Can you tell me where they are? If I have any family left, anyone like me, I have to know. Is there anyone? Your grandmother was lost to us a long, long time ago. If she's lost to us, she's lost to everyone. I swallowed hard. The next question was the one I really wanted to ask, something I was sure they already knew. Not just that they already knew the answer, but also that they knew what I wanted to ask. I thought about the mother I had no memory of, about a father I could hardly remember either, and the stepmother we'd been left to survive with. I felt the tears begin to well up in my eyes and swallowed again, determined not to show my emotions to these strange men. Even if they did already know every freaking thing in the universe. Turns out I never got a chance to ask, for they answered before I could present my unspoken question. Your mother was lost to us as well, long ago. I chewed on my bottom lip. Was she, like me? She was. And you look just like her too. It's remarkable, 4 generations all favoring so greatly, all looking almost like twins. She could have done great things, your mother, but she chose the Aboveground instead. She chose to have you. So in the end, I suppose she did do great things. I paused to absorb this. I thought of all the things I was supposed to do. Things that my mother was supposed to have done, but she didn't. I wanted to fill her shoes desperately now. This would be the closest I'd ever come to my real mother. My only mother. I straightened my back, stiffened my posture, and strengthened my resolve. I'm ready. Are you? Are you sure? I fought the urge to gulp nervously. I'm sure.
Chapter 12. Cade. We were assembled in the great hall. Cade, Ricky, Lily, my sister Oriana, and I. We'd been spread out around the room at different tables, still working on digesting a meal of tea and cakes the Citadel's cooks had provided for us. It was an easy camaraderie, and I tried not to let my feelings show every time my eyes fell on Lily. Cade gave me a sideways glance. How long are you going to do that? How long am I going to do what? Brood? Brood? I scoffed. I'm not brooding. Who said anything about brooding? Nobody had to say anything. We may have grown apart over the years, cousin, thanks to the animosity between our families, but that doesn't mean I don't know you still. You forget, there were years there where I was the one causing you the unpleasantness that led to your brooding. Declan and I, that is. I flinched at the mention of Declan's name, then hoped fervently that Cade hadn't noticed my reaction. I didn't wish to cause him pain or discomfort, especially not when I was sure he had plenty of that without my help. His expression was hidden beneath his lowered eyelids. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have. I shouldn't have said anything. I know the blood between the two of you is still bad. I shook my head, whether I was agreeing with him or disagreeing unclear to even me. One thing was for certain, having came around, that, and knowing that Declan was down in the dungeons, had brought back a lot of memories of when I was younger, and our families hadn't learned to hate each other yet. In those days, Declan and Cade had been 2 of my best friends. It was only after my parents' death, and the blame my mother's surviving family placed on my father's family, that those friendships had fallen apart. Cade and I had spoken from time to time over the years, doing our best not to become strangers or even worse, enemies. But Declan and I really had become enemies. That had gone on for such a long time that I had forgotten what it had been like when we were young. Until now, that was. Cade. I'm fine. See. Not brooding. Not even a little bit. Ha. Sorry, not falling for that. I know brooding when I see it. And what do I have to brood about? Everything is going exactly as planned. Things are moving along the way we wanted them to. No, actually. Better than we expected. What could I be upset about? Cade raised an eyebrow and instead of answering me, turned his gaze toward Lily. Outwardly I stayed calm, but inside my heart was thumping so that it felt almost out of control. Clearly Cade saw it. Did she? Did everyone see the secret I was so intent on keeping? Looking at her now, I could see the necklace of silver wound around her neck, the little lilac-colored gem it carried nestled in the hollow of her throat. Cade had taken her to the temple. And she had gone into the temple with nothing but her staff, and come out with this gem. I had yet to speak to her about it, or to speak to her about much of anything at all for that matter. But through Cade Brogan and my sister Oriana, whom Lily had only just met and whom she seemed to have formed a fast friendship with, I had learned some of what had passed. Lily had gone into the temple to face the exalted three alone, as it was deemed it must be. Cade had stood guard, a fact that made me squirm with regret. It should have been me, or at least that's the truth I held in my own private thoughts. I should have been the one to stand for her, just the way I had from the beginning. Instead, I had been sulking about the kiss I had planned to bestow, which had been rejected. As a result, it had been Cade who led her to the place where she was meant to be. According to him, she had remained sequestered with the wizards, and when she had come out again, she had been wearing that necklace. The necklace's gem was the key to creating the enchantment we were all relying on. Once the gem was removed from her neck, there was a tiny little groove in her staff where it was placed, and with the correct words, the enchantment would be created anew. Hearing it put that way, it seemed so simple. It seemed too simple, like there had to be something more to it. What's happening over here, guys? What's going on? Why do you look so serious? Ricky's curiosity knew no bounds. I resisted the smile that tried to form on my face. Because we didn't have you to keep us in good spirits, Ricky. Why else? Come on, Ricky waved Cade's comments off, but the color that spread across his face made it clear he enjoyed the over-the-top compliments. That's totally not it. What's going on? Nothing. We were just discussing your sister and her new skills. Oh, of course you are. He rolled his eyes dramatically, the same way that every younger sibling across time and space did when it came to speaking of the accomplishments of their older brother or sister. Don't you guys ever get sick of talking about her? I know I do. What she's doing, what she is going to do, will change our worlds. Surely she should get some credit for a thing like that. He shrugged. I guess so. And besides, Oriana seems to enjoy her company, wouldn't you say? Ricky's eyes bulged, and then moved involuntarily to my sister. Ever since our arrival in Bantam, Ricky had been head over heels, hopelessly infatuated with Oriana. Wherever she was, he would find a reason to be also. Not that Oriana seemed to notice. She liked him in the same way that any adult liked a child, which was to say, not at all the way he was hoping for. I had a feeling that was where some of this new irritation with Lily was coming from. Oriana had taken to Lily immediately, forming a fast friendship, which seemed to take away from the attention he imagined he might get for himself. Sure, he responded in that same offhand way. I guess so. Anyway, there's someone looking for the two of you. Says it's important. He's in the courtyard. Ricky gave my sister one last longing look before turning on his heels and looking for Brogan to practice his fighting. When he was gone, and we could be sure he was well out of earshot, Cade put his hand on my shoulder. We should go. Should we get Lily? Should we bring her in on this, whatever this might be? Not yet. As quietly and unassumingly as we could manage, Cade and I rose from the table in the great hall, and made our way into the courtyard and toward the walls that acted as the last line of defense for the citadel. I felt a sense of dread. Something was coming, something unforeseen and never factored into the plan. It was a feeling that grew as we got closer to the guard. He was sitting on the back of a great stallion, both horse and rider heavily dusted with snow. Everything about his countenance was strained, and upon looking at him, any doubt in my mind that there was trouble brewing was erased. Edwin. What is it? The boy said that you needed to speak to us. Aye, my lord. The boy spoke the truth. I've news for you. News I fear you will be none too pleased with. What is it? Is it on a fall? The Dusk Elves. It's news from the Aboveground. The Aboveground? Is that all? You know their goings-on matter little to us. We are already well aware of the trouble taking place there since the deterioration of the enchantment. If you're going to bring us news, bring us something useful. Yes, my lord, but this news is different and does not only apply to the Aboveground. I looked at Cade, who could only shrug his shoulders in response. My temperature began to rise, which only increased my desire to shift into my dragon form. Although it would have been entirely uncalled for at a time like this, it would have been a welcome distraction. Anything would have been better than sitting around and thinking about Lily, that, and waiting for something to finally happen. That being said, Edwin was a good and trustworthy guard and one we couldn't afford to lose. So instead of acting out on my temper, I took a deep breath and counted to 10. All right, Edwin. We've spent too much time sitting around and waiting for the next part of this battle to play out. Any information you could give us would be welcome. 2 Abovegrounders, my lord. They've been taken. Taken? I asked in alarm, all frustration leaving my voice instantly. What do you mean, taken? Taken by who? Was it my father? Cade interjected, a pained expression on his face. Was it the Overlord? No, not him. It's worse, if you can believe it. They were taken by the Dusk Elves. The only thing left of them was this device. Edwin extended one hand, dropping the device he spoke of into my fingers, which were numb from cold, despite the thick gloves I always wore while in the ice realm. I only half heard the description he gave me of the circumstances behind the kidnapping. My head was in such a fog thanks to the implications of this news. I looked at the article in my palm, before looking back to Edwin. Thank you. Is it important? Will it help? We'll see. It was with a feeling of foreboding sitting like a boulder in the pit of my stomach that I returned to the great hall where Lily was seated, engaged in a conversation with Brogan and my sister. The Dusk Elves had never taken a human and brought them below, at least not that I knew of, so for them to take 2 Abovegrounders at a time like this felt like too big of a coincidence to be possible. I knew that when I showed Lily what I was holding, it would mean something to her. I knew this was going to change things. Lily. Nothing. She and Oriana were too engrossed in their conversation to hear me, especially with Brogan hamming it up for the both of them. Brogan liked to make people laugh. He always had. It was something I enjoyed about him, but also something that could, at times, get in the way. I cleared my throat, waited to see if maybe Cade wanted to step in, and when he didn't, I decided to try again with a little more force behind it. Lily. What? Why are you yelling at me? Cade. Oriana said in an admonishing tone. What's the matter with you? Here you've hardly spoken to her since I've been here, and now you're yelling at her. One might think nobody ever bothered to teach you any manners. I, however, happen to know for a fact that isn't true. I was the one who taught you those manners, and believe me, it wasn't an easy task. I'm sorry. It's just that I need your attention. All of you probably, but most importantly, Lily's. What's the matter? It might be nothing. I'm not sure. For what though? Why are you so cryptic? Lily had risen to her feet, with Oriana following her lead. Brogan, who had been so full of playful energy only moments ago, wore an expression of the utmost gravity. Even the air itself felt different. They knew just as well as I did that something was wrong. It's the Abovegrounders. Lily frowned. What about them? 2 of them were taken. Taken by whom? Brogan broke in, his concern rapidly being replaced by anger. Not the Overlord, Brogan. I've already asked that question. By the Dusk Elves. The Dusk Elves? Oriana asked with a wavering voice, but they don't do that. They've never done that sort of thing. They've never had any reason to take the Abovegrounders captive. You're right, they haven't. My guess is that they've never had a reason to. And now they do. What is it you need me for, Cade? I've got something to show you. This may be hard, but I want you to see if it's something you recognize. I handed it over to Lily. She snatched it out of my hands, holding it up to her face for only a split second before lowering it and giving me a stricken look. You recognize it? I do. It belongs to Alicia. It's her phone. And who is Alicia? Is she important to you? Of course she is. She half shouted, her lower lip quivering dangerously. She's one of my best friends. That must be why they took her. They know about me, they're trying to hurt me. I'm sorry, Lily. I felt my insides clench as I spoke the words, wanting only to take this burden away from her. I was hoping the matters were unrelated. And what about the other one? You said there were two, right? I did. Can you tell me anything about the other one? Anything at all? According to our guard, he was male, much taller than the female, Alicia. I corrected myself after she winced when I said the word female. He was very protective of her. He tried to keep her safe, right up until the dusk elves tore her out of his arms. Brad. It's got to be Brad. Another one of your friends? Yes, my other best friend. We've got to do something. Lily, I understand how you feel, Oriana spoke in a low, sad voice. But what can we do? The Dusk Elves are formidable foes, the only ones that present a real, significant danger to us. They're like smoke, the way they move. But we've got to do something, she shouted, her face flushed with fear and rage. We can't just sit here. What if it was one of you? Cade, what if it was your sister? Would you just throw up your hands and say it was a lost cause? Lily. No. Now the tears were sliding down her face, tears of anguish and rage that made me ache. No, I know what you're going to say, and I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it from any of you. Don't tell me what you can't do. Tell me how to help them. Because they wouldn't even be in this situation if it weren't for me. Don't you see that? This is all my fault. If we don't fix this, I'll never be able to forgive myself. Somebody has to know how to help me. It was Brogan who spoke when the rest of us found no words. I might have a way.
Chapter 13. Lily. It was me, Cade, Came, and Brogan. The party of 4. A rescue party. We'd been traveling for 3 days when Brogan pulled us all to a stop. He leaned close to the rest of us. Remember, no matter what, I need you all to do exactly as you're told. Is that understood? Yes, came the chorus of responses, each of us looking at Brogan, who could have been made of stone for all the expression found on his face. It was clear he was resolute and all business. Lily. Especially you, all right. I hear you. And yes, I understand. I won't do anything to jeopardize the rest of you. You know that you guys are my friends also. Just like Brad and Alicia. Besides, I don't think Oriana would ever forgive me if I let anything happen to you. Brogan nodded, apparently satisfied enough for us to move forward. Cade stared at me for a moment longer, his expression unreadable just as it had been every second of every day since I had run from him and his kiss. Cade gave me a sad smile and linked his arm through mine, leading me on toward our goal. My friends, I reminded myself. We weren't just walking into the belly of the beast. We were also on a rescue mission, which meant that every single thing we did had to be executed carefully. Carefully, and also perfectly. I thought of Oriana, a girl I had instantly felt closer to than most people I had known for years, and said a little prayer for her and Ricky, whom she was watching back at the Citadel while the rest of us were away. I didn't even know if I believed in a God, but if there was ever a time for faith, it was now. We might need it, if we were all going to make it out alive. How much further is this place, Brogan? We've been traveling for 3 days. The ice realm isn't all that big. Either we must be getting pretty close, or you've managed to get us lost along the way. I haven't gotten us lost, Cade. Have you noticed anything different? This comment prompted not only Cade, but Came and I as well to look around us with more scrutinizing eyes. It didn't take long for me to notice the changes in our terrain, so subtly shifting over the days that I hadn't given it a moment's notice. Brogan was right. Things were not the same here as they were in the rest of the ice realm. The trees, formerly so tall and proud and lush, had shrunken down significantly. Not only that, but they also looked sickly, as if whatever kept them alive year in and year out was being suffocated. And that wasn't all. Lining the path we were walking along, a path I hadn't even noticed until I stopped to really look, were black stones that were steadily increasing in size. It was no act of nature that had placed those stones there. They were too evenly spaced, too symmetrically aligned. Of that, I was absolutely certain. The stones were beautiful, so black that looking into them was like looking into an abyss, but there was something menacing about them as well. I looked to Cade, who had come to stand by my side. It was the closest he had allowed himself to be to me since that disaster in his room, and at any other time, I would have been over the moon excited about it. At the moment, however, all I felt was concern. This must be serious, if it was enough to get him to break his streak of ignoring me. I whispered, eager to keep my ignorance a secret. "What are they, Cade? What are they and who put them here?" "They're obsidian. Obsidian is like a mild kind of poison to dragon shifters. To witches as well. I say mild because it doesn't kill us, doesn't even make us sick. But what it does do is rob us of our powers. It renders us the same as any of the humans walking around in the Aboveground." I wondered if that was why I felt odd, as if I had a head cold or cotton in my brain. It was the Dusk Elves. "Those stones are there to ensure that none of your lot has a chance against us." That was not the voice of one in our rescue party. That was not one of the guys. It wasn't a guy at all. I froze. And for a moment, everything stood completely still. It was just like the world had been put on pause. Then, after all of our eyes had flown towards the sound of this new voice, things began to speed up at an alarming rate. The first thing I noticed was that we had come to the mouth of yet another cave. Ridiculously, my initial thought was that I had had quite enough of caves, thank you very much. The next thing I did was to register that neither Cade nor Cade were by my side any longer. Both of them had taken off at a full-on run, propelling their bodies towards the slight girl standing in the cave's mouth. It was the girl who had spoken, except that she wasn't really a girl at all. As I scrambled along and finally managed to get a good look at her face, I realized that she had to be older than I was. Possibly much older. It was just that her build, along with her violet-tinged skin, made it almost impossible to tell. What was plain to see, however, was that she was beautiful. It wasn't just her skin either, although that was something unlike anything I had seen in my 18 years of life. It was all of her. It was in the delicate structure of the bones in her face, the gentle feminine curve of her figures. It was in her long grayish-silver hair, swept aside in some complicated collection of braids. Somehow, I had time to see all of these things in the short amount of time that took place before Cade and Cade collided with Brogan. "No. Stop. I command you to stop," Brogan ordered. "You command us?" Cade shouted angrily. The only thing between him and the Dusk Elf female was the tip of Brogan's blade. Cade glared at Brogan. "What in the gods' names do you mean, you command us? She's one of them, Brogan. She's one of the enemies. You should be doing everything in your power to take her down yourself." "He's right, Brogan." And here was Cade throwing in his 2 cents. He didn't look as incensed as Cade did, but I didn't think it was because he was any less angry. I thought he might even be angrier. It was just that he was also more capable of controlling himself. Somehow, despite the fact that I was the only one of our little band of misfits who wasn't family, I was also the only one who seemed to see what was going on here. "Stop it, you two. That's enough." I spoke quietly, and yet it was enough to make Cade and Cade pause, at least for the time being. They turned to me, the pain of betrayal written on both of their faces as plain as day. "What do you mean, that's enough? Don't you see what she is? She's one of them." Yes, she is. I glanced at Brogan, indicated him with a wave. And he's in love with her. I could tell by the look on Brogan's face that this revelation was not something he had discussed with his elven paramour yet. I should have felt bad about outing him, and probably would have under different circumstances, but in this case it served its purpose. Mainly to keep a total bloodbath from ensuing. Is that true? Surprisingly, it was the dusk elf who spoke. She began to approach Brogan, only halting when he threw a warning hand out behind him. The message was clear: do not come any closer. I don't know how much longer I can hold them off. She swept her braids back. Is it, Brogan? What the girl says? Do you love me? Now is not the time, Raynell. Brogan's voice was full of emotion. Of course it's not. There is never a time for the telling of such things, at least not if you're waiting for something practical. That doesn't mean we don't do it. Otherwise the words "I love you" would never be uttered, except from a parent to a child. But Raynell. No, Brogan. It's important to me. What we're about to do, it's dangerous. It very well may get us killed. If you love me, I'd like to know. It would be a nice thought to have in my head, and my heart if I'm to go to my doom. Fine. If you must have your answer here in front of everyone, then yes. I love you. I'm in love with you. Why do you think I've risked so much? A tiny smile played on the beautiful dusk elf's lips. Well, it's got to be the angriest profession of love ever made, but it'll do. And just for the record, I love you too. Very much. More than anything, I think. I'm happy to finally be able to tell you. Cade crossed his arms over his chest. You've got to be joking. This can't be real. Is this why we've come all of this way? To hear your disgusting exchange of sentiment. Cade, I said in a hushed tone. Cade stormed toward me, not stopping until his face was mere inches away from mine. His eyes were full of rage, so much rage that felt like it might have been every bit of anger that had ever existed in the world. If I hadn't known him better, if I hadn't already concluded that he would honestly never hurt me, I might have flinched or backed down. As it was, I stood my ground. I was happy to do it. I liked Brogan, and that was part of it. If I was able to take some of this awful heat that I had created off of him, I was glad to. But it was more than that, something I didn't think the other two had yet considered. If Brogan was in love with this Raynell, and she in love with him, it meant we had an ally amongst our enemies. Only one, but one was better than nothing. It might be just the thing we needed to get my friends back. What? What do you want, Lily? Are you listening to this? He hissed the words. He's consorting with the enemy. It's a betrayal. I guess you could look at it that way, but if you do, you'll have to say the same thing about yourselves. How do you figure? Came asked, looking less angry. Because? Look at us. Look at me. Cade, you were sent to kill me. The moment you decided to let me live, you were going directly against the promise you made to your family. And what about you, Cade? You shouldn't even be here. Your own father probably wants not only me dead, but your cousins too. What is your presence here, if not a betrayal? Cade and Cade were silent. They were silent because they knew I was right. They didn't have to like it, which they clearly didn't. I didn't care if they hated it, in fact, just so long as they knew where we all stood. I waited a moment, just to make sure they weren't going to do anything stupid, and then I walked towards Brogan and Raynell. I could feel the tension in my friends, Cade especially, but I continued to walk. I walked right up to Raynell, who seemed to be the only one not surprised by my movements. She smiled at me, giving me a graceful little curtsy that I found instantly charming. Dusk elf or not, I was pretty sure I was going to like this one. I extended my hand. I want to thank you, Raynell. I know you're helping because of Brogan, not because of anything that has to do with us, but thank you anyway. You're quite welcome. I must say, this is somewhat of a thrill. I never thought I would live to actually meet the next one of light. Chapter 14. Lily. Cade made an awful sound that made me think of someone clearing their throat right before they were going to spit out a loogie. I was in the process of tossing a dirty look his way when he said, "So does anyone want to tell me what the devil is going on here? Or are we all just supposed to follow this girl blindly?" "Come on," Cade replied. "What?" Cade whirled on Cade. "Are you telling me you aren't at least a little bit curious?" "No, that's not what I'm telling you. What I'm telling you is that there are nicer ways to ask. If you actually want to get any information, that is. Fine, like you're such an expert." I sighed, rolling my eyes. I was tired, very tired, and we still had a very long way to go. It wasn't helping that Cade was now acting like a 5-year-old, and Cade was back to refusing to even acknowledge my presence. He wouldn't even look at me, instead opting to stare straight ahead. At this point, it was only Brogan and Raynell who would treat me as anything approaching a friend. That was lovely and all, but it would have been nice not to have Cade pretending I was dead to him. Especially if we were about to fight our way through a whole host of dusk elves bent on our destruction. I stepped toward Brogan and Raynell and asked, "Brogan? Do you mind? I'd actually like to know what we're getting ourselves into, as well." "Of course," he answered quickly in a voice that told me he would have done just about anything for me at that point. "I'm sure you do." He looked at Raynell, gave her a nod. She began to speak in that soft, lilting way she had. Cade and Cade were both doing their best to pretend she didn't exist either, but their drive to be total jerks was outweighed by their desire to know what the hell was going on. It only took a couple of seconds before both of them were leaning in close, straining to hear her quiet voice over the rush of the howling wind. "This cave is the entrance the dusk elves use to enter your realm. It is the mouth to our world." "Well, that's good to know at least," Cade spat out in a huffy voice. "So we know this whole thing hasn't been a bust." Cade. "Quit." I was beyond irritated. "It's all right," Raynell answered serenely. "His feelings are understood. They're also well earned, if not by me then by my ancestors before me. But if I may continue," she looked to Cade, who gave an appropriately sheepish nod, and then spoke again. "If you continue into the cave, you will find that it narrows into a tunnel. This is the tunnel that leads to Sunder Dell." "The heart of the Dusk Elves' world," Cade added. "Correct. It is not far from where the cave spits you out that you will come upon the keep. If you want to know where the Dusk Elves' true strength lies, it is there. The keep, our fortress, is well fortified. That you must know at the outset." "I would expect nothing less," Cade stated, with what might sound like admiration in his voice. "That's good. Now take whatever picture you've drawn up in your mind, and multiply it by at least 50. Then you'll be somewhere around the truth." I shook my head, more in despair than disbelief. "And this is where they're being held? Alicia and Brad. Are those the names of the Abovegrounders?" "Yes. They also happen to be my best friends." "I thought they must be, or at least people who were very important to you. It is with a heavy heart, then, that I must tell you that you are correct. The Abovegrounders are being held in the belly of the keep, the place where they will be the hardest to reach. Nobody had ever breached the keep, or at least not for long enough to get further than a few steps." I strengthened my resolve. "That's too bad because that's exactly where we have to go." "I know that. I'm prepared to take you, as long as you're aware that none of you will have any of the powers you've come to rely on. The entire place is lined with obsidian. Even the chains used to bind your friends are made of it. It will not be easy going. I can't promise that I will be able to get you out again. I can't promise that I'll be able to get any of us out again." I stiffened my spine, straightened my shoulders. "I don't care. I don't care if none of the rest of you come, either. I'm going. I'm going and I'm getting my friends back." Raynell nodded, looking at Brogan for confirmation that this was in fact what was to be done. He nodded once, then looked at his cousins. I held my breath, half expecting for them to say they were staying behind. I would have understood if they did, but I would also have been heartbroken. There was no need for me to be, however. Both of them gave their own curt nods, and the discussion was done. Raynell, without so much as a torch to guide us by, turned and walked into the dark. We moved through it in a straight line, my hand placed on the shoulder one in front of me, allowing the darkness to swallow us up completely. Unlike the dragon shifters, I couldn't see in the dark. My terror was great, as I realized that we were walking into some type of supernatural minefield, but these men had grown up with the threat of the dusk elves always in the backs of their minds. It had been tales of them that had been used to frighten them into behaving the way they were supposed to. Now we were walking into their lair. We walked for a long time, or at least it felt like a long time, and our surroundings became a dimness, no longer total darkness, when Raynell pulled up short. "All right. This is where we stop," she announced. "Stop? But we aren't there yet. The fortress is still up ahead." Brogan's voice carried his concern. "You're right, I've misspoken. This is where all of us stop except for Lily and myself." "No," Cade hissed. "No way. If you think I'm going to let you just walk her in there so you can hand her over to your kind to be tortured and killed, you're out of your mind. It's not going to happen." "Cade," I spoke as gently as I could, hating the idea of making him even angrier at me than he already was. "We don't have a choice. She's right. This is the way it's got to be." "But why? What makes you say that? Is it just because she says so? There's no way you could trust her so completely, especially not after knowing her for such a short amount of time." I exhaled, though it wasn't so much in frustration as it was in resignation. "It may not make sense to you, and that's okay. It hardly makes sense to me. That doesn't mean it isn't true. It is true. I know it in my heart. I know it in that part of me I don't have the words to explain." It seemed he had no argument for that. His face was blank, utterly devoid of any emotion he was willing to share. Behind me, I could hear Brogan and Cade arguing softly, but I knew there was nothing to worry about there. Cade and I had become friends in my relatively short time in the Ice Realm, which meant he knew me well enough to know that I was too stubborn for him or anyone else to talk me out of what I meant to do. As far as I was concerned, it was a done deal. If I'd had any doubt about that, it was extinguished when I saw Brogan take Raynell into his arms. He brushed the hair out of her face, a gesture that was too close to the one Cade had made in his bedroom for me to be comfortable with it. Not that the similarities in the two scenes extended any further than that. With me and Cade, there had been only confusion and, in the end, hurt feelings. With Brogan and Raynell, there was a tenderness that made me long for someone of my own. Someone to love. "I wish you wouldn't go, Raynell. I can't stand the idea of something happening to you. I don't know what I'd do." "I do. I know exactly what you'd do. You'd set the world on fire. My brave dragon. You'd set the world on fire, and then from its ashes build it up anew." He laughed despondently. "You know me well. How could I not when I know your heart?" He bent to end the conversation with a kiss. When the two of them separated, Brogan turned and walked back into the mouth of the cave. He clearly did not want to watch as Raynell and I made our way into the dusk light, and toward the keep. My gut told me that if he watched Raynell go, he'd do anything he had to in order to stop her. Every step I took, I expected something to happen. A shot being lobbed at me from the dark. I didn't know what was coming, only that I was sure something was. I was so sure that there was a wash of anticlimax when we reached the little door at the base of the fortress. My whole body had been primed for a confrontation that never came. "Don't worry, Lily. It's not over yet. You will have your conflict by the time this night is through." Raynell's smile was grim. "Was it that obvious?" "Yes and no. It's mostly that, if I try and put myself in your shoes, I know I would feel the same way. I would want the confrontation. I would need it, just to make it feel real." My mouth opened again. What she had said so perfectly captured the way I was feeling, that it was eerie, and she had done it so casually that it seemed like no big deal at all. She turned back to the door, which was thankfully almost completely hidden from sight. Raynell held up one hand, placed it in front of the door's keyhole and waited. After only a moment or two, it popped open, as if it had been waiting for her touch. "Follow me." I followed her down the stairs, as quietly as I could humanly manage. It was the same as it had been in the Citadel, the way the tunnels twisted and turned. Fortunately, the entrance Raynell had chosen for us led directly into the dungeons, without ever having to venture into the parts of the fortress where the elves were more likely to be. It was another piece of good luck, but it made me feel uneasy. After the speech about how much danger we were walking into, this felt like too much good luck. For the first time, I started to wonder if maybe my faith in Raynell had been misguided. I had been listening to my instincts more and more often as the days and nights passed, but what if this time I had gone too far? A lecture from one of my high school English teachers popped into my head, all about hubris and what happened to the people who had it as their major flaw. God help me if that was what this turned out to be. "They're all celebrating." Raynell's voice cut into my thoughts. "What? That's why there's nobody down here. All of them are upstairs." "Okay, are you sure you aren't reading my thoughts? Because this is getting spooky." "I'm not, I assure you." I allowed Raynell to lead me deeper. Deeper. We were so deep inside of the fortress now, that I knew I would be entirely helpless in terms of getting out if anything were to happen to her. The only thing that kept me going at that point was the knowledge that my friends were down there cold, alone, and afraid. I wanted to see them desperately, so badly it hurt. I hadn't realized how much I missed them until the news of their capture, but now reaching them was the only thing I could think about. I could see their faces, could even hear their voices. I wanted to find them so badly. "Hello? Is someone out there?" "Don't, Brad. Don't make them come. They'll hurt us. I just know they will." "They won't. I promise they won't, Alicia. I won't let them hurt you. I'll die before I let anyone touch you." "That's what I'm afraid of," Alicia said in a voice that was already a half sob before breaking down completely. My reaction to their voices was physical. It brought back a reality that had been lost. I was flooded with a sense of relief. "Brad? Alicia?" I called for them softly. "Lily." Brad's voice. I felt a sense of comfort that Brad recognized my voice. "Brad, please. It's not her. It's some kind of trick." Alicia's tone was full of panic. I wasn't waiting for Raynell to lead me anymore. I couldn't have made myself wait if I had given it every ounce of willpower I had. I was running full speed ahead. For the second time, I was running through a maze of tunnels to find someone I missed. I could hear Raynell following behind me, could even feel her coaxing me to slow down, but I couldn't do it. I was so close to them I could taste it, which was probably why I stopped paying attention. It was a mistake, one that might prove to be fatal. "And just where do you think you're going?" A low timbered voice called out. The voice was far closer than I wanted it to be. I had run straight into someone, or something, hard enough to knock me backward and onto the ground. My head was ringing, the wind knocked out of me, and my mind completely befuddled as to what had just happened. It was one of them, a dusk elf, one who was so much bigger than Raynell. Just behind him, I could see Brad and Alicia's frightened faces. So, this was to be my fate then. To come so close to my friends I could almost touch them, and then to perish. Chapter 15. Lily. "You must be a cocky little thing," the dusk elf male in front of me scowled. I did my best to scowl back. "What makes you say that? What else could you be, to think you could waltz into the keep and live to tell the tale? I hope getting one last glimpse of your friends was worth it, because you're going to die down here." I fought the shiver that threatened to course over my body. I didn't want to show my fear. "You don't have to do this, you know. There's no reason for you to have to be this way. You could be something different. It's not impossible. I'm a dusk elf. This is what we are." This is what we do. She's right. There's another way. As the terrible creature in front of me and I had been tossing words back and forth, Raynell had crept up behind us. Now she spoke to this lone guard, as if there was a chance she might actually talk some sense into him. I knew it was a lost cause. All I had to do was look at the crazy expression in his eyes to be sure of that, but I was still grateful for her intrusion. It created enough of a diversion for me to scramble back to my feet. I was still very far from safe, but I figured I had a much better chance of getting out of this alive when I wasn't laying on my back at the enemy's feet. Raynell, the guard growled, taking a menacing step towards us with one fist raised. What the spirits do you think you're doing? You better tell me you've brought her here to be locked up with her puny little friends. She's not my captive, Gilder. I've brought her here so that she could free the ones you've taken. You've taken? He scoffed. You mean we've taken? You're still one of us. You don't get to lay that honor aside whenever it suits you. That's not how heritage works. I have no intention of laying anything aside. I can be what I am without believing in the things you do. I was in total awe of Raynell. Myself, I was terrified at this point, using every bit of self-control I had not to completely fall apart. But Raynell? She appeared to be perfectly calm. She was every bit as poised as if she were having some meaningless conversation about the weather, instead of talking to a crazy dusk elf intent on destruction. The same demeanor that had me impressed, however, seemed to be totally pissing off the guard she'd called Gilder. His violet-tinted face grew steadily darker as she spoke, until it was the color of a plum. It would have been pretty if it hadn't been so alarming. Treason! He bellowed, raising his other hand and revealing a disturbingly large axe. The things you're saying are treason. Your head will decorate a pike for this. Raynell stood taller. That may be. It very well might someday. But today is not that day. Today, we will get what we have come for. You can either step aside, which I would suggest if you want to survive this meeting fully intact, or you will pay the price. The decision is yours. Either way, we are taking the Abovegrounders with us. With every word, Gilder's face grew darker still, now the color of a blackberry, no longer a plum. If her goal was to get him completely enraged, she was doing a fantastic job. Had she forgotten that my magic wasn't going to work down here? It didn't take a genius to see that the whole place was covered in obsidian. I was starting to wonder if I'd been wrong about Raynell. She might just have a death wish or something. Gilder roared, then charged, medieval mace swinging, every fiber of his being totally intent on destruction. There was no time to think. Raynell froze beside me, her face retaining its calm, but the rest of her body displaying the immobility of one who was in shock. If someone didn't do something, if I didn't do something, we were going to wind up dead. I shut my eyes tight, closed my hands around the gem the wizards had given me, and threw my whole mind into the act of concentration. I concentrated on the image of a bright light moving out of me and knocking my enemy back. At least if I was going down, I was going down with a pleasant vision in my head. There was the sound of a great crash, followed immediately by a silence so deep it was eerie. Still, I didn't open my eyes. I felt like I couldn't. I felt like if I didn't stay exactly as I was, this unexpected reprieve we'd been granted would be taken back. In the end, it was Raynell who got me to move. Her hand lit gently on my shoulder, surprising me so that my whole body flinched and jumped into the air. It's okay, Lily. It's over. Slowly I cracked one eye open, then the other, then both were open enough to actually see what was going on around me. She was right, he was done. On the stone floor, several feet in front of me, lay the smoking remains of the guard formerly known as Gilder. His body was curled up into the fetal position, his hands covering his face and his mouth open in a silent scream. Skin that had once been the same violet hue as Raynell's was now singed and charred. He looked to be burnt to a crisp. I just didn't have any idea how it had happened. I looked from him to her, then back to the charred body again. Thank you, Raynell said. Thank me? Thank me for what? Thank you for taking care of him. You're saying I did that? I am. But how? The obsidian. It's everywhere. It is. But I thought that was supposed to keep me from being able to do magic. Wasn't that the whole concern? It was, and for most beings the obsidian would do the trick. Brogan, for example, wouldn't be able to shift into his dragon form. None of them would. Well then, why could I do that? Whatever it was I just did, I mean. Because you're different. I don't know all of the mysteries surrounding the one of light. Lily. Alicia called out. It was more work than I would have believed possible to pull my eyes away from Raynell's face. I had about 1,000,000 questions I wanted to ask her after what had just happened. I wanted to know what was going on with me, to understand what kind of powers I had inside of me. I wanted to ask her about many things, but the sound of Alicia calling my name with her teary voice reminded me that I had a job to do. Mainly, to spring my friends out of this dungeon before we got into any more trouble. I'm coming, I whispered, hurrying to the cell door where my friends gripped the bars. Hold on. I'm going to get you out. But how? We're locked in here. That's no problem, Raynell said. Gilder here was the one who held the keys to your cell. This will be the easiest part of this whole endeavor. She handed me the key, which I immediately slid into the lock, turning with some effort and pulling the barred gate open. Alicia rushed out, throwing her arms around me with far more force than I would have thought possible for such a slight person. Brad took his time leaving the cell, looking at the threshold with suspicion, as if this was all some sort of elaborate trap that would only get him thrown into a worse position than he was already in. It was only after I nodded my head at him, over the top of Alicia's head, that he took a tentative step into the hall. He moved towards us on unsteady legs, dark circles under his eyes. Lily, he spoke in a dull, dead voice that made me worry he was suffering some kind of traumatic stress. I don't understand what you're doing here. Who cares what she's doing here? She saved us. That's all that matters. Alicia held on to me, as if I was a life preserver. Hold on, guys, we may have gotten you out of the cell, but we haven't saved you yet. We still have to get out of the keep. The keep? It's what they call this place. The Dusk Elves. Alicia extracted herself and looked up at me with confused red-rimmed eyes. She glanced back at Brad to see what kind of reaction he was having to my words, but he was still busy looking like a zombie and was consequently of no help. She looked at me again, and although it might have been my imagination, I was pretty sure I saw just the faintest hint of mistrust in her eyes. How do you know all of this stuff, Lily? I mean, this shouldn't even be real, and you seem totally fine with it. I know. And I know it must be super confusing, too. I promise you, I'll tell you everything. Just not here. We need to get out of here, because I doubt we're going to have the freedom to for much longer. Can't you just do that blasty thing again? Honestly, I have no idea. I didn't think I could do it the first time. Brad and Alicia exchanged doubtful glances, a whole conversation taking place between the two of them without either one of them ever speaking a word. I was suddenly sure that they were going to refuse to take another step without me giving them the information they wanted. And if they did? What would I do then? I could feel Raynell tensing behind me, her head cocked to the side and listening intently to the movements above us. I knew what she was listening for. She was listening for more dusk elves to come trolling down in the dungeons. It didn't matter that they had no real reason to be there. They were celebrating, and from the sounds of it, drinking heavily. We were, as the saying went, living on borrowed time. Alicia rubbed her eyes. We want to go home, Lily. I don't know what this place is, but I don't want to be here. We don't belong here. None of us do. Just tell me you're going to take us all back home. I gave a hard swallow, willing my face to stay impassive. Of course they wanted to go home. I still wasn't clear on the details of when Brad and Alicia had been captured, but from the looks of them, it had been long before the guard Edwin had caught wind and delivered the news. They were dirty, their clothing torn, and it looked like they'd been captive a while. My guess was that it might have been right after I had taken that first plunge into the schism, back when the world was still in the very beginning stages of falling apart. If the version of the Earth Cade had shown me was true, there was no home for us to go back to. There was nothing that even remotely resembled the world they had left, and how was I supposed to tell them that? Looking at their frightened, hopeful faces, I knew I couldn't do it. I just couldn't. Instead, I nodded, trying not to make eye contact with Raynell. I'm going to do everything I can to make sure everyone gets back to where they belong. Right, Brad answered with a decisive nod of his head. We're coming. We're right behind you. We left in a single file line, Raynell in the lead. We crept through the tunnels of the keep's belly, always sure that the next corner would bring us some new opposition. When we made it out of the little door, I was sure there would be a whole host of dusk elves waiting for us with weapons drawn, but there was nothing. We plodded through the snow. It was only when all four of us had made it back through the tunnel from Sunder Dell and the horrible keep that would lead us back to the ice realm that I allowed myself to start to relax. I leaned up against one damp wall, feeling as though I had just run a marathon. All around me were exclamations of congratulations and good cheer. I was happy to see it. I was happy to see that, for once, the thing I wanted to do had actually gone the way it was supposed to. You did it. I looked up, forcing my head to move and my eyes to focus on the speaker. It was Cade, standing very close to me. We did it, I corrected him with a wan smile. I would have gotten lost in there, without Raynell to guide me for sure. She's not what you think she is, Cade. She really does love Brogan, and she really is on our side. It's not a lie. I still don't like it. I know you don't, but you're going to have to live with it. I suppose I am. Everything is changing, Lily. Have you noticed? Everything is changing so quickly. Sometimes I wonder if I'll be able to keep up. I looked from him to my friends, who were tentatively allowing themselves to become acquainted with my new friends. I didn't need Cade to tell me twice. For me, everything had been changing for quite some time.
Chapter 16. Cade. I ran into Lily in the hallway, though I'd done a pretty good job at avoiding her since we returned from the keep. She stepped in front of me, hopping nervously from one foot to the other. We need to talk. Do we? I studied her face. A face I was too fond of. Much too fond of. Yes. I mean, if you're willing to talk to me, I guess. It's not like I can force you to. All I can really do is ask. She could hardly even look at me, she was so nervous, and I felt a stab of regret for it. I had been the one to do this to her, after all. I had made a point of making sure she didn't feel like she was welcome within 50 feet of me. Aside from the brief exchange we'd had directly after her return from the keep, we hadn't spoken a word. Throughout the entire trek returning our little band and Lily's Aboveground friends to the Citadel, I'd pretty much kept myself to myself. There seemed to be no point in talking. Every conversation I had only seemed to make me angrier, make me feel more helpless. We'd been back at the Citadel for a day and a half, and this was the first time anyone had tried to talk to me. It's fine, Lily. We can talk if that's what you want. I gave her a reassuring nod I didn't quite feel. If you're sure. Of course I'm sure, I snapped, feeling the irritation in me rising and doing my best to keep a handle on it. It's only a conversation, after all. To my horror, Lily began to cry. Throughout this whole ordeal, not just this one with her friends but everything we'd been through since I'd first met her, I hadn't seen her anywhere close to this upset. It was as though all the fears and sorrows she had carried with her over the past few weeks were coming out now in a deluge, whether she wanted them to or not. I hesitated, and then, because I didn't know what else to do, I wrapped my arms around her. There was the initial fear that she would push me away as she had done in my chambers, but I needn't have worried. All she did was bury her head in my chest and sob. She stayed that way for a long time, until she'd cried everything she had left inside of her to cry. I'm sorry. I don't have any idea where that came from. Don't? Geez, I said I was sorry. No, I answered quickly, the frustration over my inability to communicate reaching an all-time high. That's not what I meant. I meant don't be sorry. There's no reason for you to apologize, not for anything. After what you've been through, it's a wonder you're still standing. Nobody expects you to be strong all the time. Nobody except for you. I have to be, though. Don't you see that? My friends are counting on me. Seems several worlds are counting on me. My brother, he's counting on me too. At this point, it's looking like I'm the only one he's got. I can't let him down. You're not the only one he's got. He's got all of us, I pointed out. She looked at me with stormy eyes, the kind that reminded me of clouds rolling over a troubled sea. Finally, she gave me a sad little smile and stared at her feet. It's just confusing, you know? I mean, how's a girl supposed to get her bearings when she doesn't even know if she can trust the reality she finds herself in? You've got a good point. And I believe you may be missing a piece of the puzzle. It's something I didn't realize before, but I'm almost positive I'm right. What are you talking about? As the enchantments wear off, everything becomes vulnerable. Everything, Lily. Which means that other witches are able to cast spells of their own. But what other witches? I don't know. Can you think of one who might want to make a mess of things? Mona. Her face went dark with rage. I immediately wondered if it hadn't been a mistake to remind her of the stepmother, currently locked up in the low reaches of the Citadel. I could see that Lily had a whole slew of questions she wanted to ask me, and I knew there were probably many I wouldn't be able to answer to her satisfaction. Just how many I would never know, because she never got the chance to ask a single one. It was at that precise moment that the heavy bells inside of the Citadel's watchtowers, the bells that alerted everyone to danger, all began to chime simultaneously. Lily's face went deathly white, and her hands shot forward to grip mine. What is that? What's happening? That's the Citadel's alarm. Something is coming. Or something is already here, she exclaimed. Come on. For once the two of us were on the exact same page, not a single disagreement to be had. Still holding onto my hand, Lily took off at a sprint towards the open doors to the Citadel's foyer. Outside, many of the Citadel's occupants were scrambling, some running toward the front gates and the sounding alarm, and some running in the opposite direction. Halfway to the gates that were rapidly being flanked by my family's army, we caught up to Cade. He shot me a worried look, but also a knowing one. As far as I could tell, he was thinking the same thing I was. Maybe we hadn't gotten off as easily with our Sunderdell raid as we had first believed. Cousin, do you think? Of course, Cade. Who else? What are you two talking about? Lily screeched shrilly, hardly noticing that the three of us had taken our places beside Brogan and Raynell at the front gate. The soldiers prepared to open the entrance. What do you mean, who else? Cade asked. The Dusk Elves, Brogan answered darkly, taking Raynell's hand and clinging to it tightly. He'd not allowed her to return to her own kind. He'd told her she'd be in danger, so she'd agreed to join us in the Citadel. They've come. To attack? Cade said. No. It seems they would like to negotiate. I was confused. As far as I was concerned, Dusk Elves weren't really the negotiating type. Brogan knew that just as well as I did, which meant that he must also know something else, something Raynell had told only him. I would have thumped him for his secrecy if I'd had the time, but time seemed to be the thing there was never quite enough of, and this moment was no exception. As I opened my mouth to speak, a small party of 3 Dusk Elves slipped through the crack of our open gate before it was slammed shut again by a dozen of our men. For a moment, all of us were frozen in place. Dusk Elves, dragons, and humans alike, all of us stood as if we were statues instead of flesh and blood. It was Lily who broke the strange spell, which was no surprise to me. Her fingers disentangled themselves from mine before I even realized what was happening, and then she was gone, striding up to the three intruding warriors as if she were approaching a group of troublesome kids. "What do you want? What are you doing here?" Her tone was demanding. "You should be careful how you speak, witch. If you aren't, someone might decide to remove the tongue out of your pretty little head," warned one of the dusk elves, face fierce, despite the tinge of violet. "Enough!" Brogan roared his protest. Cade and I strained forward at the exact same time, ready to shift and lunge. It was only the presence of Raynell and Oriana that kept us in our place. Oriana gave a quick shake of her head, her brow furrowed in concentration and disapproval. "Be still. Do you think she can't take care of herself? After all we've been through, do you still not know her?" "But Oriana," Cade started. "But nothing," she hissed vehemently. "Just be quiet. This is between her and them. At least for now it is." She cocked her head back toward the scene unfolding, which of course led him to do the same. I scanned Lily from head to toe, searching for some sign of fear, some sign of uncertainty. There was nothing. Her gaze was steady, her stance strong, while one hand fingered the little gem hanging around her neck. If the dusk elves had been counting on the fear they would inspire, they must have been sorely disappointed. "I think I'll keep my tongue where it is, if it's all the same to you. Now, I'll ask you again. What is it that you're doing here? You must have some reason to have taken such a risk." "Risk?" The one who appeared to be in charge scoffed as he reared back onto his heels. "Risk? Do you honestly think there's a thing about this that we fear?" "I don't know about that. I only know that you should. Listen, little one, just because you were able to turn the head of the traitor over there," he pointed to Raynell, "doesn't mean you will do the same for us. We've nothing to fear. You can't hurt us." "You're probably right," she said in a voice I knew from personal experience was a mocking one. "I don't really know what I'm doing. Even so, you should ask your guard, don't you think? The guard who was supposed to be watching my friends. Gilder, wasn't it? Enough. Your disrespect will not go unnoted. Make no mistake of that." "Sure. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. Now answer my question." "We've come by order of the king." "Fine. What does your king want?" "He wants his prince back." And there it was, the hesitation I had been looking for from the moment she stepped in front of our enemies. In her defense, all of us were confused. We had stolen something from the dusk elves, that much was true, but it hadn't been a prince. It had been two humans Lily had known for a while. She glanced back at me, the same question in her eyes that was in my mind, and there was nothing I could do but shrug. I had no answer for her. I had no more idea what the dusk elves were talking about than she did. I stepped forward. "We don't have your prince. What possible need would we have for your prince?" An excellent question. The king was wondering that himself. "Seeing as you don't have a good answer, why don't you just hand him over and we'll be done with the whole thing? We'll even let you mongrels live. Sounds like more than a fair deal to me. It's far more than you deserve." Lily struck the ground with her staff, then answered. "Except that we don't have your prince. Get it? I'm not sure how else to put it to you. We don't have him." "Cade," Cade whispered, pulling my attention grudgingly away from Lily in her brave stand. "Look." I gave him a dirty glance. "Look at what? Can't you see there's something happening? You need to see this." I allowed my gaze to follow the trajectory his finger was pointing toward all the way up to the banner the third and smallest dusk elf was proudly holding. When I saw the picture emblazoned across it, I understood immediately why he'd insisted I do as he asked. The picture was of a dusk elf wearing a crown, clearly a depiction of their king. That wasn't the interesting part, however. The interesting part was the details of the king's face. "He looks—" "I see," I interrupted him. "I mean exactly. I know. This was not good. Do you think it could be?" It doesn't seem possible, but at the same time, it seems impossible for it not to be true. The resemblance is too strong. It's uncanny. Do you think she knows? No, I sighed, my heart and mind feeling heavier than I could remember them since I was younger and newly orphaned. I don't think she has a clue. Your lies have failed you. The pompous dusk elf bellowed in a voice that could be described as nothing but triumphant. One hand was pointing to a spot behind us. Pointing to Lily's friends. I looked at Lily to see whether she had yet made the connection, but her face looked blank. When she spoke again, her voice was angry and panicky, all rolled up into one. Them? Those are my friends. From Earth. They don't have anything to do with your king or his missing prince. He is the prince. He is who we've come for. He indicated Lily's male friend, Brad. He's not though. I promise you. He's not the one you're looking for. Do you not see the resemblance? The dusk elf waved toward the banner. That doesn't mean anything. And to prove it, I'll make you a deal. Deal? What kind of deal? I'll promise you as the one of light that I will find your prince so long as you leave this place in peace and leave us alone. That means no more bothering my friends. I think you've done more than enough of that already. How are we supposed to trust you to do what you say you will? I just told you. I give you my word as the one of light. I don't have anything else to give. There is something else you can give. I don't know what you're talking about. A brother for a son. Seems like a fair trade to me. Wait. No. You don't mean, Lily spun wildly, scanning those of us that stood behind her. I knew what she was looking for, but even as I turned to look right along with her, I already knew what I would find. The whole of the citadel was standing there, waiting to see what the outcome of this strained meeting would be. The whole of the citadel, that was, except for Ricky. Lily's younger brother was nowhere to be seen, and when she realized that, she let out a howl of pain.
Chapter 17. Lily. The only thing I could hear as I ran was the sound of my heart jackhammering in my ears. I knew that somewhere behind me my friends were following me, but it didn't matter. I really could consider them as friends at this point, and I was grateful for it, but at that point I couldn't have cared less. The only thing in the whole of any of the worlds that mattered to me was Ricky. I had gotten so used to him being safe in the citadel, looked after by Oriana or Brogan, that it hadn't occurred to me to seek him out when the alarm bells had begun to ring. It should have been the first thing I did. If I were a good big sister, a good guardian, it would have been the first thing I'd done. But instead, I had been so wrapped up in my own internal drama that I hadn't done that most important thing. I knew I couldn't take it back, but I also knew that if something happened to him, I would never be able to forgive myself. Not ever. Lily. Lily, stop. I can't stop. I lashed out, as Oriana spun me around to look at her. Cade was beside her with a face that looked ill and pale. What do you mean, stop? I've got to look for him. I've got to find him. I know. I only meant that it would go faster if we divide up the different parts of the citadel and look. But we've got to hurry. I have to find him, Oriana. I know. If he's here, we will. She was probably right. If Ricky had been in the building, we would have undoubtedly found him. If he had still been anywhere in the town, we would have found him. We had searched and scoured the area foot by foot. Except that he wasn't there. We looked for hours. Every minute that passed made me feel more hopeless than the last. My last shred of hope was that one of the others had found him and brought him to the rendezvous point. But that vanished when I approached and saw Oriana weeping on Cade's shoulder. I could feel my throat clench, and my heart went from beating too fast to feeling like it wasn't beating at all. Nothing? I whispered, some part of me still unable to believe this new horror was true. I should have been watching him, Oriana wept, her body shaking like a leaf in a windstorm. I should have been there. I should have remembered. Not just you, Brogan said in a low, heavy voice. All of us. Every one of us should have remembered the boy. Only a boy. Brogan lowered his head. Raynell stared straight ahead with a look I couldn't decipher. Cade and Cade both were stunned at how quickly everything had gone bad. I felt the same way. We'd just been victorious in breaking Alicia and Brad out of their prison, and now we had lost another of our company, to me, the one that was most important of all. Cade. Brogan. You're needed. A voice called out. God's what now? Cade exclaimed, his voice hollow. I turned slowly, feeling like my feet were stuck in drying concrete, and saw two guards with stricken expressions on their faces sprinting towards us at breakneck speed. As they approached, Oriana only cried harder. Cade was doing his best to comfort her even though he was nowhere near the comforting type. Ricky would have known how to comfort her if he'd been there. I knew that for sure, but just the thought brought me very close to the edge of losing it. I was so close to breaking down at that point that I was almost glad to have this new intrusion. At least it gave me something else to think about. For a little while, anyway. I'm sorry for interrupting, the one in the front gasped, venturing a hasty glance at me before looking away in embarrassment. But it's of the utmost importance. Confound you? Just tell us what it is. Brogan roared, choosing to ignore the steadying hand Raynell placed on his shoulder. We're in the middle of a crisis. What could possibly be important enough? It's Declan, sir. What about Declan? It's just that he's gone. I just returned from his cell. I went to deliver his noonday meal, and there was nobody there. Are you sure? Did you check thoroughly? I'm afraid so. It wasn't just that the cell was empty, sir. That alone wouldn't have been enough to do the trick. I know he's a clever bastard, and quite good at hiding himself. Well then, what was it that made you so sure? It was the door, sir. The door to the cell was wide open. So it was real then. I knew from personal experience that it was easy to miss Declan in his cell, but if the door was open, he would be long gone. There was no way he would just sit in there and wait for someone to come close it again. I was sure nobody was that law-abiding. I hadn't thought it was possible, but knowing that Declan had flown the coop made me feel even worse than I already did. I couldn't have said exactly why, but after our short conversation in the dungeon, his leaving felt like a betrayal. My face burned with disappointment and fear, something I very much hoped my friends didn't notice. Is anyone really surprised by this news? Cade shook his head. What? I don't see what you're getting at. I couldn't look away from Cade. His voice had sounded so dark, and his eyes were full of what I could only have described as rage. Whether that rage was simply because of Ricky's abduction and the missing Declan, or whether some part of it was reserved for me, I couldn't say. Don't you? Are you telling me you truly think this is a coincidence? Both missing at the same time. You mean Ricky and Declan? Yes, I mean Ricky and Declan. You don't think Ricky missing and Declan breaking free coincidentally happened at the exact same time, do you? You can't possibly. Thank you so much, Mr. Condescending. But as much as I love you telling me what I think, I'm going to have to say no. I'm not convinced they have anything to do with each other. I don't think you would be either, if you didn't hate Declan so much. Everyone was staring at me. I should have just kept my mouth shut, or at the very least kept my temper somewhat in check, but I hadn't. What I had done instead was to explode all over Cade like he was the one responsible for everything that was going wrong. Which of course he wasn't. I took a deep breath, willing my body to calm down before I totally lost control. Oriana approaching me tentatively, and sliding one slim arm around my shoulder helped. The last thing I wanted was to make her feel worse, when she so clearly felt completely responsible for my brother's disappearance. I don't think Cade's trying to upset you. I know, Oriana. I know that. I'm just tired, and I don't know what to think about any of it. Understandable. I need some time to think. Is that okay? To sort things out for myself before we do anything. and to try to figure out where my brother was. Was he with Declan? A part of me hoped so. Declan would take care of Ricky. I felt sure of that. Yes, certainly, Oriana spoke quickly, hugging me even tighter and glaring at the rest of our group. It was like she was daring them to try and disagree with her. I had no doubt that Brogan, Cade, and Cade were all of the opinion that we should start off in search of Ricky and Declan immediately, but I couldn't operate that way. Not when I had something else I needed to take care of too. Something that might tie this all together. Thanks, Oriana. You're really the sweetest girl I've ever met. I'll be back down soon. I promise. I left them then, making sure I caught Brad's eye. I wanted there to be no doubt that I needed to talk to him. Time was of the essence, after all. When I saw that he had gotten the hint, I started for the Citadel's doors, my hand making its way to my staff to make sure it was still in its place. Just in case. Once the three of us were alone in a private room just inside the Citadel, Alicia had tagged along. I dove in. Okay, enough is enough. Spill it, Brad. What? What do you mean? I don't know what you're talking about, Lily. Shouldn't we be finding your brother right now? Of course, we should be finding Ricky right now. Or at least, it's what I should be doing right now. Lily. Alicia gasped in shock, her eyes wide with surprise over the way I was turning on Brad. What are you talking about? Brad and I are going to help you look. You know we are. That's really nice, Alicia. But Brad here isn't going anywhere. Not until he tells me what's going on, that is. Whoa. Brad was backing away from me slowly, both of his hands held palms up toward me like he was fending off an attack. Come on now. I know you're upset, but I don't think you're thinking straight. It's me, Brad. We've been friends for years. Where is all of this coming from? Stop it. Seriously, just stop. Whatever weird game you're trying to play is over. One of those dusk elves was carrying a banner with the king's picture on it. Do you think I didn't notice? Notice what? Alicia shrieked, on the verge of full-blown panic at this point. What the hell are you talking about? Do you want to tell her, Brad, or should I? I narrowed my eyes, making sure he knew I meant business. I don't know what you want me to tell her. All I know is that you're starting to freak me out. That's how you want to play it, huh? Fine. If you want to do it the hard way, I can do that. I can do that for sure. Just don't forget that you asked for this. My hand, which had been resting on the hilt of my staff throughout this whole conversation, gripped it tightly and pulled out. It slid out into the air easily, almost as if it had been waiting for this precise opportunity, and flicked my wrist. Fully extended, the tip of the staff began to glow, and along with it, the gem I now wore day and night around my neck. Brad, who had still been speaking quickly about how I was making a big mistake, let out a cry, and held both of his hands up in front of his face. He almost looked like he was folding in on himself, just to avoid me and my staff. For the love of the gods. Put that thing away before you reduce me to a pile of smoldering ash. Alicia stepped timidly towards him, her hand extended as if she were waiting for him to take it into his own. He didn't touch her. He didn't do anything, just stayed in the same shielded position while he waited to see what I would do. Part of me, the same part that had been lingering over my staff more and more often during my time in Onafall and then in the Ice Realm, wanted to ignore his words and strike. I was just so angry. I was so unbelievably tired of not being told the truth. In the end, it was only the thought of Ricky that kept me from acting out the way I wanted to. I had promised those stupid sentinel dusk elves that I would find their prince for them, and it was a promise I had to keep. I'm putting it away, now tell the truth. Slowly, excruciatingly slowly, his hand slid down one fraction of an inch at a time until his face was fully revealed. Now I saw him in his true form, with that same violet-hued skin and gray hair as Raynell and the guards. His eyes had become the color of coal, 2 lumps of coal burning brightly in his face. Alicia let out a scream, and then began to sway on her feet. I rushed forward to catch hold of her. I don't understand, she moaned, giving a little burp that made me think there was a good chance she was going to puke. How did you do that, Brad? What is this? This is who I am. This is who I really am. I wasn't an idiot. I had read Cade and Came's faces. I knew the resemblance Brad had to the king, and I knew what it meant. I hadn't forgotten being told that dusk elves could easily walk amongst the humans. Which was, it appeared, exactly what Brad had been doing the whole time we had been friends. So then, you're one of them? The bad guys? I shook my head. We're not bad guys. But you are. Alicia wailed, her hands balling into little fists. And do you want to know how I know? Because you're people, or whatever you want to call it. Dusk elves. Fine. Your dusk elves were the ones who kidnapped us and put us in a cage. Or no, scratch that, I guess. Kidnapped me. I don't know why they didn't just take you straight up to your throne where you belong. Alicia, please. I never intended for that to happen. You were never supposed to be taken. It wasn't part of the plan. Oh, really? A plan. How comforting. And what, pray tell, was the plan? A rendezvous. A trading of information. I was losing control over this situation, and quickly. I had been the one to start it, but now that Alicia had gotten going, I could see she had no intention of stopping anytime soon. I understood why too. Brad had been my friend, and the betrayal stung. But Alicia. There had been something more than friendship between them. I couldn't imagine how this hurt her. Still, I didn't have time to wait around for the terrible reckoning between them to play out. I still had a brother to find, and time was not on my side. Enough, you two. Enough? Brad cocked his head, giving me an inquisitive look. But I thought this was what you wanted. Information. You're right there, friend. I do want information. I want information on my brother. My life could be at stake. Your life is at stake. I gave an exaggerated sigh, beginning to pull out my staff once again. Okay. Okay, I'll help you. Chapter 18. Lily. Brad was taking us. Me and Alicia and him. I couldn't help but think of our last time together, Galveston, the beach, the earthquake that turned out not to be an earthquake exactly. Life had certainly delivered me a few twists and turns. I walked silently, watching the changing terrain as I did so. Because I had so recently visited the formidable Sunder Dell and its terrible keep, I recognized some of what we were passing. I saw that the sky was getting darker and darker, and that it was staying dark when it did. Before long, Brad, Alicia, and I would be in perpetual darkness. I had also noticed the obsidian had begun to make its appearance again, and it was getting larger with every step we took. Soon, we would be wholly in the territory of the Dusk Elves. We would come to the mouth of the cave, and once through the tunnel, there would be Sunder Dell. There would be the keep, which I had come very close to not making it out of the last time I had infiltrated it. I couldn't help wondering if this wasn't an elaborate trap, the final nail in a coffin that had been waiting for me ever since my first fall into the schism. I know what you're thinking, Brad said. I found his statement irritating. Sure you do. You're wondering if this is a trap. Who wouldn't be thinking that? It's not like it takes a genius not to trust him at this stage. I kept my hand on my staff. Oh, what now, you think you know what I'm thinking? I think I might. We are friends after all. We've spent a lot of time together. I know you, Lily. No. No, you don't get to say that. Not anymore. Not after what you've done. I did what I had to do. Nothing more, nothing less. I knew I shouldn't let myself get drawn into an argument with Brad, that we didn't have time for something like that at this point, but I couldn't help myself. I stopped dead in my tracks, kicking up snow that swirled around me in a little flurry. Alicia, who had been trudging several feet behind us silently and still in shock, stopped as well. She wouldn't come any closer, and I didn't blame her. In the span of a few days, she had learned that her best friend was a witch, and the guy she was head over heels for was actually a dangerous, deceitful dusk elf. That would be a lot for anyone to take. How can you make it that simple? Because for me it is. I was doing what I had to do. I recognized that there was deception. I own that. But I never lied to you and Alicia any more than I had to. The friendship I still feel for both of you is genuine. All right, hotshot. So if you didn't lie to us more than you had to, tell me this. What's your real name? Because I highly doubt the Prince of the Dusk Elves is named Brad. No, that part wasn't quite the truth. My given name is Braden. See? There you go. We never even got your real name. As I said, some lies were necessary. Seriously? Even your name was off limits? And why was that? Because I wasn't the only one walking the Aboveground. Dragons, other elves, both were there. Creatures you've never even conceived of were there. My father has many enemies, some of whom know me by name if not by face alone. It was a risk I couldn't take. Then why do it at all? Alicia flung her hands up in disgust. Brad, or Braden apparently, and I both turned to look at Alicia. It was the first time she had spoken since her meltdown in the Citadel, and studying her motionless, snow-covered frame, it was hard to believe she had spoken at all. Her eyes were cast down upon the snow. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed Braden, whatever, wince. His body actually leaned in her direction, as if it were sheer force alone that kept him from going to her and trying to comfort her the way he had for such a long time. That was when I realized that at least one part of our above-ground life with Brad hadn't been a lie. His feelings for Alicia were genuine. It didn't take a genius to see that he loved her, and it was almost enough to make me feel sorry for him. Almost. Alicia. Please, Brad. Braden, I mean. Don't make excuses. Just tell us why you did it. Why you bothered to spend so much time in Houston with us ordinary humans in the first place. I never said you were ordinary. I don't care. I want to know. Braden sighed and looked at me. I nodded at him, and he nodded back, an air of grace enfolding him that I couldn't help being surprised by. Nowhere in sight was the clumsy, mostly awkward Brad I was so used to. This guy was another being entirely. I am the youngest of my father's children, the fifth of 5 princes. I don't suppose you know what that kind of thing is like. Not from experience, but I've read books, seen movies. I think I can imagine. Not the easiest thing. Not the most desirable place in line to find oneself in. Right. It was because of my place that I knew I needed to prove myself. It was important to me to not be just someone in the background. That's why I traveled to the Aboveground. Were you looking for me? Because I was the one of light? No, please don't think that. I wasn't trying to harm you. It was never about you. Meeting you was actually the most terrible and greatest of coincidences. It was never part of the plan for me to meet anyone, at least not anyone I would grow to care for. Then what was it? I moved Aboveground to join the resistance. I bit back a laugh. Oh man, the resistance? This just gets better and better. The resistance against what? The dragons are not what they appear. That's funny, because I'm pretty sure they would say the exact same thing about you and your friends and family. Yes, he said with an icy expression that perfectly matched our surroundings. I'm sure they would. But tell me this, since you seem so intent on defending them. How would you feel if dragons lived in the Aboveground, out in the open and ruling humans as they once did? Ruling humans? You're trying to tell me that we humans used to be. I couldn't even fathom what he was saying. When would this have happened? Wouldn't it be in history books? Talk about my mind being blown. More or less. I couldn't think of a response, and so I said nothing. I wanted to tell Braden, I reminded myself, that he was totally off base, but I wasn't sure I could do that and still be honest. Really, I had no idea who to trust at this point. I had been so sure that the people from my former life were safe, but now I knew that even that wasn't so. There was nobody I could say I believed in with total certainty, aside from my brother, and I had gone and let him get kidnapped. Again. It's true. Perhaps if we'd brought one of your dragon friends along, they would have told you the full truth. Perhaps not. Revealing one's real intentions isn't always an easy thing. You should know, I retorted, feeling kind of childish while I did so but unable to stop myself. I had never been awesome at controlling my mouth, and it had only gotten worse in the time I'd spent in under the earth I used to know. Anyway, as soon as I retrieve your brother, and I will retrieve your brother, the Aboveground is where I will be returning. The Resistance is in more danger now than it has ever been, and with it the world at large. If you were to return to it, you would find it much changed. And there are more than just dragons to fear now. What does that mean? Changed how? Assuming that I believe a single word coming out of your mouth. The schism that allowed you to fall into Onafall is not the only schism created. There were many. They continued to form until you learned how to create the enchantment anew, and they would form again if you let it lapse. Many creatures crawled up, and much of what made your world modern has been eradicated. Modern technology. Modern weaponry. Even things as simple and taken for granted as cell phones. All of them are gone. Humans are no longer the ruling species of the world, and they will be nothing if the Resistance fails. No way. I saw a version of the world like that, but I saw another one too. I don't believe you. That's just some stupid enchantment, probably one that Mona herself concocted just to freak me out. And now you're doing the exact same thing. I assure you, I'm not. I have no reason to manipulate you, because I want nothing from you. I moved to the Aboveground in order to prove myself, my abilities, and my courage to my father, but the fight has become real for me. It's about restoration now. I don't want to see anyone ruling up there, and enslaving the humans. Or maybe worse, eradicating them. Not the dragons, not my own kind, nor any of the other creatures slinking around. You keep mentioning these other creatures, I broke in, knowing my voice sounded impatient and honestly not caring. Are you going to tell me what those might be, or is cryptic kind of the thing you're going for here? Stop. Braden's change in tone shocked me into silence, and even managed to get Alicia to flinch. While he was giving us the Cliff's Notes rundown of his history, he had been patient and surprisingly relaxed, despite the fact that I was interrogating him without even trying to hide my hostility. Now, however, his entire body was tensed up, and his face hard as stone. What? Quiet, he hissed. Both of you. Follow me. No way, not until. Enough. If you want to argue with me some more once I'm sure the two of you are safe, then be my guest. But for now, unless you want to get Alicia and probably yourself killed, do as I say. It was hard to fight with an argument like that. If it had just been my sense of safety for myself that he appealed to, it probably wouldn't have made much of a dent, but the thought of Alicia being hurt any more than she already had been was too much for me to handle. I did as he asked, following him into the underbrush after grabbing Alicia by the hand and pulling her along after me. Okay, I whispered once we were half buried in the snowbanks beneath the vast pine trees. Now that you've got us down here, do you mind telling me why we're hiding? Someone is coming. There was no lie I could detect in his voice. I checked for any sign that he was trying to dodge going any further with our conversation, and there was nothing. His face was a mask of concentration, his jaw set and his body poised to strike. Alicia, trembling beside me, clamped both of her hands over her mouth to keep from crying out and giving away our position. As for me, I was just getting sick of hiding in cramped spaces. I'd just as soon stride out into the open and meet whoever was coming as a witch and the one of light. Foolhardy, but I was never the most patient of women. I would have done it too, if it hadn't been for my concern about Ricky. I needed to stay safe so I could find my brother. That meant no risk-taking. I'll be damned, Braden muttered. What? What is it? See for yourself. An unexpected turn. Braden sounded almost bitter, and my eyes shot to the mouth of the cave, sure that I would find a disaster. What I saw couldn't have been more opposite of that. Before I even realized I'd made the decision to do it, I was on my feet again and running full force toward the cave. From the dark entrance that led to the keep, Ricky was hurrying along, whispering in hushed tones. And who was he whispering to? Declan. Declan was the one leading my brother out of the keep, which meant there was no way he could have been the one to kidnap him in the first place. My heart practically sang at the realization. I hadn't realized how badly I wanted Declan to be innocent, until I was sure that he was. Ricky. Oh my God, Ricky. I've been so worried. I snatched my brother into a huge bear hug. Whoa. You're gonna knock me over. Careful. He tried to pry himself loose. I don't care if I knock us both over. I'm just so happy to see you. Declan cleared his throat. I'm sure he's just as happy to see you, but this isn't the place for a drawn-out reunion. We may be out of the keep, but we are still a long way off from safety. I looked up from where I knelt, my arms wrapped around Ricky so tightly I was surely making it harder for him to breathe. Declan was scanning the land around us, looking for any sign of our enemies. What would he make of Braden, still hiding with Alicia, when he saw him? What did I want him to make of him? Declan? We should move, Lily. It's not a good idea for us to stay out in the open like this. Declan. What? We don't have time for conversation. We need to move. Because I didn't have the words to express my gratitude for what he had done for what remained of my little family, I settled on something else instead. I rose to unsteady feet, letting Ricky go with no small amount of reluctance, and approached Declan quietly. It wasn't until I was standing right beside him that his eyes alit on my face. Lily. I leaned forward, my heart going too fast again, and rose onto the tips of my toes. I hadn't ever noticed just how much taller than me Declan was either. It seemed like there were a lot of things I had never noticed about him. I would have to pay more attention. Thank you, I whispered. With that thought in my head, I kissed him softly on the cheek, right beside the corner of his mouth. Chapter 19. Lily. We just had to get to the safety of the Citadel, without drama. One would have thought that was a simple feat, all things considered. Not so. And you just trust him, do you? Declan scoffed. I'd had enough of the testosterone overflow. Oh, come on. Not this again. First it was Cade, now you. What's with you guys? It's like you're all determined to believe the absolute worst, even if it flies in the face of all logic and evidence. Braden bristled at my words, but he didn't look any less convinced that Declan had done something wrong. He was staring at him with narrowed eyes, his accusations clear. Apparently, Braden had the same suspicion about how my brother had gone missing in the first place as Cade had, back in the Citadel. Both of them believed that Declan had broken out of his cell in order to kidnap my brother and whisk him off to the keep. Never mind the fact that he was now the one leading him out of the Dusk Elves' lair. Who cared if it made no sense, right? I don't care what you think, Elf. I don't care what sort of accusations you lob either. Your opinion is of little consequence to me. Is that so? Let me ask you a question, Declan. Have you noticed the copious amounts of obsidian in this place? It really is remarkable. Tell me, what do you think would happen if you tried to shift into your dragon form in this place? Declan let out a growl and took a step towards Braden, who took a step of his own to meet him. Alicia, whose feelings for Brad hadn't seemed to diminish now that he was Braden, snatched at his hand, doing her best to drag him away, and failing miserably. I rolled my eyes and began to pull out my staff. Boys? They ignored me, so I raised my voice. Hello? You two are acting like idiots. Don't you want to know the truth, Lily? Why yes, Braden, I do. That's why I'm going to ask Ricky what happened. You know, the one who was kidnapped in the first place. He's got no reason to lie to me. Braden, whose face had darkened with either anger or embarrassment or both, looked at Alicia for confirmation. It was sort of sweet, seeing him do that. It was the same kind of thing he had always done when we'd been just 3 normal kids living in Houston. She nodded at him, having momentarily forgotten her fear and anger over his being a dusk elf. Braden heaved a heavy sigh, faced me again, and gave a nod of his own. Fine. He's your brother, Lily, although I think I'm correct in saying that all 3 of us are fond of him. Ricky gasped. Wait, Brad. What's going on? Why is he purple now? Is he one of them? Ricky pointed toward the general area of the keep. It's a long story, Ricky, I sighed, struck by the sudden compulsion to laugh. And one I don't mind filling you in on. But for now, could you just tell us what happened with you? There's obviously a little bit of disagreement over whether Declan was the one to rescue you or the one who took you in the first place. Took me? No. No way. He didn't take me at all. He totally saved me. Did he now? Interesting. And how did he do that? I gave Braden a glance, letting him know that he was way off base. Nobody likes it when someone rubs a victory in, Braden interjected, a sour expression on his face. I'm just saying, you were pretty quick to jump to conclusions, I reminded Braden. But tell me how, Ricky. How did Declan save you? I was hanging out in the Great Hall with everyone else. The next thing I know, everyone is up on their feet and running outside. Just because of some stupid alarm. I didn't see what the big deal was, right? I figured I would just stick around where I was and get some extra snacking in, when all of a sudden there were these 2 guys standing there. 2 guys? What guys? I don't know. He shrugged, his face flushed with the excitement of reliving his tale. I didn't know them. No, I'm sure you didn't. I mean, what did they look like? Oh. They looked like him. He pointed. All of us followed the line of where Ricky was pointing, which was straight at Braden. Declan's face was set in an impassive expression. So they were dusk elves. And they were way stronger than me. I didn't stand a chance. They just scooped me up and shoved me in this big sack. I tried to yell, to call for help, but they knocked me upside the head and then I was out. I don't remember anything much, until Declan was shaking me. You didn't see anything? I asked. I don't think so. What kind of something are you wanting to know if I saw? Anything really. How they got in and out of the Citadel, which direction they took to get you here. Just anything that could be helpful. We could use the extra information, I'm sure. It's one of those every little bit helps situations, you know? Nope. I fought back the urge to be annoyed, knowing that none of this was Ricky's fault. If anyone was to blame, it was me and me alone, for shirking my responsibility to him. Because it would have been wrong to lash out at my brother, I turned to look at Braden with what I was sure was a haughty look on my face. So, you happy now? It wasn't Declan who took Ricky after all. It was your people. For all I know, you're the one who sent them. How could you think a thing like that? He stared at me, as if he couldn't believe what he was hearing. I think the better question is, why wouldn't I? It's not like you've always been 100% truthful. I don't think it's unreasonable for me to think it might have something to do with you. Well, it doesn't. I haven't had anything to do with the affairs of Sunder Dell. I've been above ground. These are your people. He is your father after all, I reminded him. I've had virtually no contact with him. As I keep telling you, my attention and energy have all gone into one thing and one thing only, and it's the above ground. Why do you think he was so eager to have you give me back? But he's your father. He is, and our goals have moved along different paths. Besides, don't you think there's another question you could be asking right about now? And not of me. What are you talking about? Declan, of course. What about him? Aren't you even a little bit curious about how he got out of his cell? Say what you will, and I suppose I'll have to believe it, if Ricky says Declan was the one to rescue him, but it still seems like an impossible coincidence that he managed to spring himself out of prison at the exact same time as Ricky got captured. How did you get out, Declan? Now we were all looking in Declan's direction, waiting for some kind of an answer that seemed even halfway plausible. To his credit, he didn't seem all that fazed by it. He just peered back at us with practically no response at all. I just did. What do you mean, you just did? That's not an answer. Braden was shouting now, getting in Declan's face as he did so. Declan's eyes grew darker, their expression was one of danger. If Braden didn't back up, and soon, he was going to have a fight on his hands. He might have been banking on the obsidian to keep him safe, but something told me that might not be enough. If it came down to brute strength and sheer will, Declan was going to win. I don't answer to you. You are not my keeper. My methods are my own. Ricky's back. That's what matters. Or at least, it's what should matter. Braden opened his mouth to argue, but Alicia put her hand on his shoulder, stopping him before he could get started. I was more than a little bit glad. Now that we had Ricky back, I wasn't interested in hanging around to see what the Dusk Elves would do when they found out. The first time we had snuck in behind their backs, they had been less than happy. What were they going to do when they found out we had done it for the second time in as many weeks? Okay guys, if we're all done being macho here, I think it might be a good idea to get moving. Braden, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think your dad is going to be so happy to have us here. No, he'd be happy to find you. He'd be very happy. None of you would be, though. You're right. We need to get you out of here. As if there was no need for any more discussion at all of us began to move. Braden walked in the lead, moving several paces in front of the rest of us, with a kind of defiance in his gait and general demeanor. Alicia scurried behind him, torn between her desire to be near him and her confusion over the fact that he wasn't who she'd thought. Ricky ambled along happily, his eyes constantly scanning his surroundings with interest. This was the first time he'd been out of the Citadel since our arrival there. The circumstances surrounding his newly found freedom might not have been the best, but he seemed determined to soak up the benefits nonetheless. That left Declan and me. We brought up the rear of the rescue expedition, lagging behind the others far enough that we could see them but not hear their conversation. Which was exactly how I wanted it. I needed to ask him a question, and I wanted to do it without the sarcastic remarks Braden was sure to throw out. Why, Declan? Why did you do it? I know that everyone is all worked up over whether or not you were actually responsible for what happened to Ricky. That's not my question. I never believed that for a second. Thank you for that, by the way. I don't think anyone has seen that kind of good in me in a long time. I told you I knew you could be better. But the thing I don't understand still is why you risked so much for my brother. You wouldn't have had to be a bad guy not to. I think a lot of people wouldn't go out so far on a limb for someone they barely know. He was quiet for such a long time that I was sure he wasn't going to answer me at all. I thought about asking my question again, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. It had taken a lot out of me to ask the first time. It wasn't easy for me, asking things that put any part of my heart out where other people could see it. I honestly didn't feel able to do it again. But then he surprised me by answering. That was the thing about Declan. He was always surprising me. I don't know, Lily. I have my reasons, I guess. That's pretty vague. It may be, but it's all I can give you at the moment. I have my reasons, and I'm glad you got him back safely. For now, that will have to be enough. Declan sped up then, picking up his pace until he was walking alongside Ricky. To my great surprise, he actually slung his arm around my brother's shoulders, just like an older brother might. Ricky looked up at him, his face beaming with pleasure, and I felt my insides give an uncomfortable little shift. This scene of affection was a prime example of one of the things I was finding the most difficult about being below the schism. It wasn't all of the fighting, and the different beings and creatures. It wasn't even the fact that, for the life of me, I couldn't seem to keep me and Ricky together for more than 5 minutes. It was the way my perception of those around me kept changing. I never quite knew who to trust, which made my own feelings the most terrifying thing of all. Chapter 20. Lily. We were in the ice realm, but not yet at the Citadel. I was in the middle of an argument with Brayden. And it wasn't looking like I was going to win. I'm sorry, Lily. It's simply not an option. Brayden crossed his arms over his chest. Not an option? What are you talking about? I'm only stating a fact. There is no talking about this one, no opportunity for discussion. I'm pretty sure you aren't in charge of me, even if you are the Dusk Elf Prince. I don't know if you've noticed, but we aren't in Sunderdell. You don't rule anything in the middle of the ice realm. I don't rule anything anywhere. That's beside the point. There is no bending on the matter. I am returning to the Aboveground, and you are staying here. Or at least, you're not going with me. I stared at Brayden in disbelief. Are you kidding me? How is it that I'm forbidden to come back up to Earth, but for Alicia, it's just fine? Brayden glanced at Alicia, who moved closer to him. It was like she was moving into some kind of protective circle, which managed to be both sweet and unendingly aggravating at the same time. The dynamic between the two of them had shifted since that time forever ago, when the three of us had been headed for the beach without anything real to worry about. Gone was her snarky defiance, and in its place was a much more subdued girl. She would follow Brayden's lead. Human or not, she wasn't going to be separated from him without putting up a fight first. If I could convince her otherwise, I would have Alicia stay down here as well. It's safer down here with you. I'll even go so far as to say that it's safer with the dragons than it would be for her above ground. I don't care, she countered quickly, moving so close to Brayden that she was practically hopping into his lap. I'm not staying down here. Brayden tried again. But you would have Lily. She would be here with you. I know that, but I'm coming. It's no offense to you, Lily, but I'm not staying down here. I'm not offended at all. I just don't see why he's okay with you going back up there, but not me. I know you guys have a different kind of a relationship than either one of you do with me, but still. Whether you believe me or not, I care for you very much, despite the lies I was forced to tell. And Alicia loves you. She has since the moment the two of you met. It has nothing to do with anyone's feelings. This is purely a utilitarian decision. Utilitarian? What does that mean? It means you have to stay down here. Someone else was butting into the conversation. Alicia and Brayden's mouths both fell open in surprise, and I saw Ricky's eyes widen in shock as I whirled around to look at Declan. Declan, who I had so recently been feeling pretty wonderful about, was taking Brayden's side. I hadn't even considered the fact that he might do a thing like that. For starters, their species hated each other. When their entire races were at war with one another, I figured it would be safe to assume that Declan would back me up. Apparently, I had been mistaken, and I was furious about it. Declan? Are you for real right now? I am. You can be angry all you want to be, but on this, he and I are in complete agreement. You cannot return to the Aboveground. Not now. But it's my home. Mine and Ricky's both. It's where we belong. Not anymore, Brayden answered in a mild, gentle voice that made me want to slap him in the face as hard as I could. Not after what's happened. Did you forget what I told you? The world of the Aboveground as it stands now is nothing like the world you remember. If you were to return, you would find the changes anything but livable. It's not a place for the two of you. It's dangerous, harsh, and hostile. So that's it then. What's it? You're worried that I'll be a burden. You think I'm trying to drag me and Ricky along with you, so that you'll look after us and keep us safe. I can promise, you don't have to worry about that. I'm not trying to tag along. I'm just looking for the portal that gets us out of here. Once we get back to the where we belong, we're out of your hair. I swear. You won't even know we're there if you don't want to. Braden threw up his hands in exasperation. He'd never been a huge fan of what he called my pit bull style of arguing, which seemed to be just as true now that he was the dusk elf prince instead of normal old Brad. The thing was, his exasperation was a good sign, at least for me. It meant his resolve was cracking. If I kept it up for much longer, he was going to break. Ricky and I would be headed back to the Aboveground, whatever new horrors it might hold. I was right on the cusp of getting what I wanted, which of course meant Declan had to step in and ruin everything. It's a non-issue, Lily. You can argue with him until you're blue in the face. You aren't going up there. You can't. I huffed with irritation. What, you guys are like best buddies now? What gives? It has nothing to do with us being friends. Really? Because it sure seems like it. You guys should be disagreeing, like, on everything. You definitely shouldn't be ganging up on me. That's not what's happening here. Could have fooled me because it's exactly what it feels like. Besides, you know you're going against what your father wants, right, Declan? If the dragons are trying to go above ground and take over, you know your dad has to be behind it. What would he think if he knew you were here agreeing with the dusk elf on the best course of action? My father is my father, Lily. I can't change him, but that doesn't mean I share his opinions on everything. What's that supposed to mean? It means we don't share the same ideologies. I'll leave it at that. Push all you want to, but I'll say no more on the subject. I was so frustrated at this point, I wanted to scream. I absolutely hated the way Declan did that. Just shut down completely and refused to give even a little bit. And now, to make matters even worse, I could see that all of the progress I had made with Braden was gone. The two of them were a united front, and I was pretty sure there was nothing I would be able to do to break them up again. When I saw that, I went from feeling like screaming to wanting to cry. As stubborn as I was smart enough to know when I had been defeated. Just tell me why. Can somebody do that for me? Tell me why you won't let me do something as basic as going back home. It's not about letting you, Lily. Braden moved to put an arm around me and gave a little jump when I shrugged him off a little bit more violently than I had meant to. That's where you're mistaken. You seem to think it's about us trying to keep you from getting the thing you want. Then what? Braden? Declan? What is it that makes you both so sure that I can't go home? It was Declan who answered, taking my hands in his and refusing to let go when I did my best to get away from him. He looked so calm, so sure that what he was doing was right, but he also looked sad. It was the sadness I was afraid of. In it, I saw the foretelling of something I knew I wouldn't want. You can't go home, because everything will fall apart if you do. I don't believe you, I whispered in the least sure voice ever. That can't be true. I wish it wasn't for your sake, but it is. If you return to the Aboveground, everything down here will completely fall apart. And you know it's true. He was right. I did. And what if I don't care? I spit out defiantly, hot tears pricking my eyes. What if I decide to just let that happen? Then it would destroy the Aboveground as well. You've seen the damage already done with your own eyes. It won't get better with time. This isn't one of the kinds of things that works that way. It will only get worse. And worse and worse. But why can't I just maintain the enchantment from up there? That's just not how it works. The veil your enchantment creates can only be cast while you're here. If you go to the Aboveground, the enchantment becomes null and void. If that should happen, the schism you fell through will only have been the beginning. The same goes for the spells cast to create alternate evil worlds. With you performing the enchantment, both your world and ours will have the chance to normalize and eventually to return to what it once was. Without it, all of the portals, the ones between your world, Onafall, Sunderdell, worlds you haven't even conceived of yet, all of them will open. It will be like hell on earth. Hell on all of the earths. So that's it. I fought to keep my bottom lip from quivering. I'm sorry. I know it's not what you want to hear. Why? Because you've just told me I don't have any options in my life. Hold on, Braden interjected quickly, his brow furrowed with concern. Nobody's saying that. But you are. You're saying that the only places for me now are the Ice Realm or Onafall. The entire world has been shut off to me, and I'm left with those two options only. Not quite true. Not true at all. A new voice. Not one of us. Whoa. Where's that coming from? Ricky let out a surprised yelp and latched onto Alicia, whom he had always thought of as a second sister. Declan, Braden, and I all turned in a slow circle, our eyes scanning the trees for some sign of who had just spoken. We'd been reckless, and now there was a very good chance we were going to pay for it. We had been so busy fighting, yet again, that we hadn't bothered to watch and see if we were being tracked. Where did it come from? I whispered, my temples pounding and my stomach queasy with fear and adrenaline. I don't know, Declan hissed. It sounds like it's coming from everywhere. That's because it is, the voice spoke. It's coming from everywhere and nowhere, just like everything does and will. Declan and Braden still looked totally confused, Alicia and Ricky still clearly terrified. My eyes, however, narrowed suspiciously. I recognized that voice. At first, it was just a dim recognition, but it quickly developed into a full-blown certainty. All right, you made your dramatic entrance. You can come out now. No, Lily. Ricky sounded frantic. Why would you want them to come out? You should tell them to go away. From behind one of the trees close to us came the three wizards from the temple. The Exalted Three. Alicia and Ricky were instantly more relaxed. Declan and Braden, however, looked considerably less so. They both knew who we were dealing with, and my guess was that neither one of them had ever seen the wizards before. From what I'd been told, leaving the temple wasn't something they did. Like ever. What are you doing here? Lily. Declan put his hand on my arm. Please, you might want to show a little more respect. You know who they are, don't you? Don't fret, Declan, the wizard said. Declan nodded respectfully, while Braden just stood and stared. Honestly, the way they were acting, I would have thought they were meeting the Beatles or something. Although, come to think of it, I wasn't sure if Declan even knew who the Beatles were. What I did know was that I wasn't so much in the mood for the three's cryptic riddle speak. If they were here, there had to be a reason, and I wanted them to get down to it. Why are you here? We've come to give you the truth. Great. That sounds fantastic. What's the truth? You are one with options. You're entirely mistaken in your belief that you've been relegated to only the two lands of Onafall and the Ice Realm. There is more for you in this life. There are things for you in this life you've never considered. I don't see how. Unless what Braden and Declan are saying is wrong. You still see the world in black and white. The world we're talking about is made of grays. The three of them were watching me intently, their heads cocked to the side. Fine. Tell me. It's not something to tell but to show. Show me then. Let's go. It's not like we had anything else to do. We were pretty much just walking at this point. Or arguing, to be more accurate. It is not for everyone to see. It is for your eyes alone. The others must wait here. No. No way. It's fine, Lily, Alicia spoke soothingly, whether or not because she didn't want to go anywhere else she hadn't been, I wasn't sure. We'll be okay. I don't care. I'm not going anywhere without you guys. Not for anything. Not even for your mother. The most vocal of the Exalted Three asked slyly. Would you do it for her? I grunted in disbelief. For Mona? No. Why on earth would I do that? No. Not for Mona. I said for your mother, which Mona certainly is not. I'm talking about Sienna. Chapter 21. Lily. My mother's name was Carrie. That's the only name I'd heard her called. Sienna? Who's Sienna? I don't know anyone by that name. You do and you don't, Lily. As with so many things in the world. The knowledge is there, only not yet recognized. My head was spinning so quickly that I was starting to feel woozy. It took a great effort to stay on my feet. All I wanted to do was sit down and catch my breath, or even better yet, to curl up and take a nap. Maybe when I woke up again, it would all be over. Maybe it would have been some weird dream. Except that it wasn't, and I knew it. You've got to be mistaken. My mom died. She's gone. Sienna is gone. That much is true, but she is very much alive. And you're saying you can take me to her. She's wanted to see you for such a long time. Never in my life had I been so torn between two different decisions. It wasn't like I had spent years of my life yearning for my long-lost mother. But as far as I knew, there was nobody for me to yearn for because I didn't have a mother that was alive. Now that I did know, however, all I wanted was to see her. I wanted to touch her and see that she was real. I wanted to see what features we had in common, and what she could teach me. On the other hand, I had already come so close to losing Ricky so many times. The idea of leaving him for even a moment at this point was pretty much inconceivable. I knew Braden was probably more than capable when it came to taking care of Ricky, but I still wasn't sure if I trusted him. I loved Alicia to death, but I knew she wasn't up to looking after a 12-year-old kid when she was still so afraid for herself. And Declan? Well, there was another thing. As it turned out, I didn't want to leave him either. Lily, it's time to see your mother and what the world can hold. I'm ready. Really, I am. But I'm not going without Ricky. For the first time, I caught a little glimpse of irritation on the exalted three's faces. They moved into a huddle, whispering intensely, and every so often peering at me through squinted eyes. Finally, after much deliberation, they faced me again. It was clear that a decision had been made. I just wasn't sure whether or not it would be in my favor. Well? I asked, with a bravado I didn't feel in order to mask the fact that I was very close to panic. What's it going to be? Your brother can come along, if that's what it takes. It's unorthodox, very unorthodox indeed. It shouldn't be a surprise, really. You've always been one to break the rules. I swallowed hard. This next one wouldn't be quite so easy. I'm not quite done. More? There's more you want to ask for. Just one more thing. Well, let's have it then. We mustn't wait forever. Time continues to move, whether you want it to or not. It's about Declan. I want him to come along, too. Dead silence. I didn't know what I thought the reaction to this request would be, but it hadn't been this. Ricky was nodding his head eagerly, happy with the idea of having his new hero come along on our next adventure. Alicia wore a little smile on her face, a knowing smile that made me blush in spite of myself. Braden just looked confused. And Declan? I had no idea what he was thinking. Just like always, his feelings were a mystery to me. You want the dragon? Girl, are you sure? You know what his father is. You know what he desires. What my father desires? Declan broke in forcefully, stepping forward with a defiance in his voice. Not what I desire. And I would like to come with her. To keep her safe. Safe? To keep her safe? Don't be a fool. She doesn't need someone to keep her safe. She's the one of light, the one who will protect us all. If you're lucky, she will keep you safe. The looks on their three wrinkled faces made me think they were going to bunch up into their huddle again, and I braced myself for another wait. It was a shock then when, after a moment, they nodded their heads grudgingly. It was obvious that they weren't pleased about it, but it was hard for me to care. I was going to see my mother, and I was bringing the people I wanted there with me. As far as I was concerned, it didn't get a whole lot better. Chapter 22. Lily. Brogan and Raynell had agreed to keep watch over and care for Braden and Alicia. I hoped they'd wait before they went above ground, but I had no reason to hope that Braden would make his decisions based on my wishes. Lily. Ricky's voice was high-pitched with nervousness. I can't see anything. Why's it so dark in here? Where did they bring us to? That's a good question, I muttered under my breath, suddenly a whole lot less excited to be on this little adventure. I guess I should have asked that before we followed them into that portal. Something brushed up against my hand, and I let out a little shriek, lashing out with a fist and hoping for the best. When I heard a low groan, I knew that I had. Unfortunately, I didn't really need to. It's only me, Lily, Declan sighed as he slipped his hand into mine. God, seriously? Even in a pitch-black portal realm full of who knew what, I could manage to embarrass myself. The only thing I had going for me at this point was the dark. It kept Ricky and Declan from being able to see how furiously I was blushing. I was pretty sure the wizards knew without seeing a thing, but luckily they chose to stay quiet. Thank God for small favors. That was all I kept thinking. And then I remembered that the dragons could see in the dark. Well enough to see my blush? Mortification set in. I cast my gaze downward, staring at the darkness at my feet, hoping that Declan couldn't read my expression, hoping that the dragons couldn't see that well in the dark. Seriously, Lily? Why are we here? What is this place? Ricky, Declan spoke in a hushed, somber voice that made me instantly aware again of how potentially life-altering this trek really was. I think it's best that you lower your voice. This isn't the kind of place for yelling. And tell us, young Declan, the wizard spoke in unison, giving the effect of totally surrounding us with sound. Why is that? What sort of place is this, do you think? I think, is this the Forbidden? Very good, dragon. That's exactly where we are. Even in the dark, I could feel Declan nodding in agreement. I could feel something else too, something I didn't expect coming out of a shifter like Declan. It was a sense of awe. Whatever the Forbidden was, it was a place he had a lot of respect for. A lot of respect and maybe even some fear too. If nothing else did, his reaction made me want to know just what the hell was going on. I'm sorry, you guys all seem to know what you're talking about. Ricky and I don't have a clue though. What exactly is this Forbidden? The answer to that question is part of what you're here to see. Come along, please. Sienna is waiting. She's been waiting for a very long time. I allowed Declan to lead me by the hand, as I led Ricky in turn. I don't know how long we walked that way, but it was almost long enough for me to almost forget about how dark it truly was. It was only when the sky began to lighten ever so slightly that I thought about it at all. The sky was a deep, rich, inky blue with swatches of purple streaked across it. It was still dark, but the kind of dark night sky that reminded me of camping instead of a nightmare. It was the kind of dark I could work with. Before us loomed a large black tower that could have come straight out of one of the darker, more twisted Grimm's tales. It was just a tower, no adjoining building or home to keep it company, and it was so twisted I was amazed it was able to stand at all. Wait a minute. You're saying we're going in there? If you want to see your mother, then yes, that's precisely where we're going. If we were going to see my mother. How strange that sounded to my ears. I had a mother who was still alive, and she was up there in the top of that morbid, forlorn-looking tower. Up until that point, all I had thought about was how amazing it was that I had a mother to see in the first place. But now there were all sorts of questions swimming around in my brain, all of which I was too afraid to actually ask. For instance, why was she in this miserable-looking place, a place that made even the formidable Declan give pause? And why, if she was still alive, hadn't she ever bothered to try and contact me? Watch your step, one of the wizards cautioned. Because I had been busy staring up at the sky and trying to discern where this tower actually ended, I hadn't noticed that we'd come up to a small door. It was so small that to enter through it, we had to duck our heads. In this place, there was no foyer. There was nothing at all besides a long, narrow stairway, winding up at such a steep angle, it felt like we would have to actually climb to make to the top. There was no other choice, though. It was either go up or get out. There was no room to dawdle, not even for a moment. How long did these keep going? Ricky panted, the strain of the athletic movement obviously taking its toll. It feels like it's never going to end. It will end, Ricky. I promise it will. I know it will. I know it's just nothing. Never mind. His gulp was audible. I'm not sure I can make it to the top. The struggle in his voice was bad enough, but now he had begun to cry on top of everything else. I had done this to him. No matter what he said, it was my fault that my brother was now in pain. Sure, I hadn't known that we would be climbing a bunch of stairs, but that didn't make it any better. You don't have to, Ricky, Declan said. I gasped. But we can't just leave him. It can't be safe. It doesn't seem like the kind of place you just leave a 12-year-old to wait around. I'll carry him. What? Ricky cried, his voice thick and accompanied by the sound of snuffling. No way. You don't have to do that. Anyway, it's embarrassing. Declan shook his head. But it shouldn't be. If I need help from you someday, which I have no doubt I will, would you think it was something for me to be embarrassed about? Well, no, but... I held my breath as I watched Ricky's face intently, trying not to let him see just how deeply embedded my concern was. It was more than just the matter of what we would do if he refused Declan's offer, but wasn't able to climb the stairs. Ricky gave a last sniffle and nodded his head. All right. If that's what you think is best. Just promise me one thing, okay? And you have to promise, or I'm not going anywhere. Whatever you need. Just don't tell Oriana, okay? I think I would drop dead if she knew you had carried me. Declan glanced at me, the smallest ghost of a smile caught in the corner of his mouth. I had to turn my face away so as to avoid laughing out loud, which would probably have ruined all of the work Declan had just done. Before I looked away, however, I gave Declan a smile and silently mouthed the words "thank you." Never in my life had I felt so indebted to a person. It was a feeling I had actively avoided, sure that I would hate feeling like I owed anyone anything. As it turned out, it felt kind of good. Chapter 23. Lily. Declan, Ricky and I were huddled on the tiny top landing of the winding staircase at the top of the strange, isolated tower. It would have been beyond cramped with just us, but add the three wizards into the mix and it was positively hazardous. If I didn't make a decision one way or the other, and soon, somebody was going to fall back down the stairs and then we'd have a real mess on our hands. We couldn't just stand still the way we were. I couldn't just stand still anymore. I don't know if I can do this. I thought I could, I wanted to, but now I'm not so sure. She's your mother, Lily. Declan was trying to reason with me. I wasn't sure I wanted to deal with reason. Don't you think I know that? She's your family. So is Ricky. And Ricky is all the family I really need. That's super sweet. Ricky patted my shoulder. But you might want to listen to Declan. I think he may be right. Oh, great. So the two of you are ganging up on me now? No, Lily. Not ganging up. Ricky and I both are only trying to help you. You've met my father. You know what he is. You haven't met my mother, however. I wish you could have. When she died, everything came apart. There isn't anything I wouldn't give to have her back, even for a day. Even for a portion of a day. Sienna and I don't have that history. We don't have any relationship at all. You do, he insisted with an intensity that surprised me. You have the most important relationship there is. The bond between a mother and her child is unlike any other. You'll see that when you open that door. You don't want to miss that. I don't want you to miss that. Fine. Lily. I said fine. But I don't want to talk about it anymore, okay? If we're going to do it, let's just do it. Declan smiled at me, as did Ricky, who was still riding pony style on his back. The exalted three nodded sagely, as if this were the outcome they had always known would come about. Giving Declan one more look, wanting more reassurance than was fair to ask for from any one person, I stepped closer to the door we'd stopped in front of. It was beautiful. Something that looked like it could have been carved out of ivory. The handle was a crystal and brass flower, exactly the kind they had in all of the little craft bungalows I had loved so much back in Houston. It was just the sort of door I would have wanted in a house I designed for myself, and for some reason that gave me comfort. I reached out with one trembling hand, placed it on the knob, and turned. Nothing happened. "Maybe you need a key," Ricky interjected. "Because it looks like the kind of door that would need a key." "But I don't have a key." I turned toward the wizards. "Do you have a key for me?" "You already have it. It's you." "I don't know what that means." "It's you and everything you have inside of you, the things we taught and learned during the time you spent with us in the temple. You know what to do. So do it." I returned one hand to the door handle, closing my eyes as I concentrated on the feel of the glass beneath my fingertips. My other hand rose to my neck and gripped the stone resting in the hollow of my throat. There was a moment of complete calm, euphoria even, and then a burst of bright light that I saw clearly even though my eyes were still shut. When I opened them again, Declan and Ricky were staring at me, and the door was standing ajar. Without waiting, I stepped inside. Suddenly, I couldn't wait to see her again. My mother was in that room, and I wanted to meet her. I found myself inside of what looked like a large attic, completely bare of clutter. It was so free of clutter, in fact, that the only stick of furniture was a flimsy cot that passed as a bed. That was where my mother lay with her face tilted up towards the lone window in the room, that was also basically a jail cell. It was a nice enough jail cell, but even a nice cell was nothing anyone would want. I had no idea what to say. I looked at the wizards, who motioned with their heads for me to go to her. I did, moving as quietly as I could and wincing when my foot landed on a squeaky board. The woman on the bed spoke. "Come forward into the light of the moon. It's not much light, but it will do. It's really quite beautiful, although I do still miss the sun." "You don't get to see the sun. The sun doesn't rise in this land. Please come closer." I allowed myself one last shaky breath, and then did as my mother was asking me. I would have done it even if she hadn't asked me to. I was drawn to her like a moth to a flame. That was one of those sayings I had never really understood before, but I understood it now. Sitting in front of me was Sienna, the witch who was also my mother, and I couldn't take my eyes off of her. She had long ebony curls that hung loosely around her shoulders. And I looked just like her, except she didn't have the highlights in her hair that I had. I guess because she didn't get out in the sun as I did. Duh, she's locked in a tower in a lightless, sunless land, I chastised myself. Even in the dim light of the room, I could see how bright and still youthful her blue eyes were. Youthful was the perfect way to describe her. If the wizards hadn't already told me that it was my mother I was meeting, I would have been sure she was my sister, maybe my twin. "Hello? I'm glad to be here. I don't know what I mean. Daughter." All it took was that one word, daughter. That and a helpful little push from Declan, and I was practically running into her arms, allowing her to enfold me just the way a mother should. When she did, the strangest thing happened. All of this time, for my whole life actually, I had been sure that I had zero memories of my real mother. When I felt her cool skin against my own, however, I realized that wasn't true. A deluge of half-formed memories came flooding back to me, filling my head with what my mother had been. There was her sure, gentle hand soaping my back in the sink, because I was still too little to need a bathtub. There was the scent of lavender that had always lingered in her hair, even after a long and sweaty day at the beach. There was also the sound of her and my father laughing together over something late at night when I was supposed to be fast asleep. That one hurt the most. When I finally pulled away from her, my mother had become real to me again. Declan had been right. I wouldn't have given this up for the world. I can't believe you're here, she said with a half laugh, half cry. What on earth are you doing here? The wizards? They said you would want to see me. Should I not have come? Why, yes. You should have. I suppose I should say no. It's not a safe place for Bowden. Not a happy place at all, and certainly not the sort of place you would want your child to be in. This is the very thing my heart has desired for all of these years. I just can't believe you're actually here. You are, aren't you? This isn't something I've conjured up in my head. It just occurred to me that I might have gone insane. She's quite real, Sienna, one of the wizards said as he shuffled up beside us. I can assure you of that. Liliana, my child. What on earth are you doing here? Why aren't you still in the Aboveground where you can be safe? Safe and free? It's a long story. It all started with a trip to the beach. And so I told her. I told her everything while Declan, Ricky, and the Exalted Three stood close by and listened. I talked for a long, long time, telling a story almost all of my audience already knew at least a part of, but they still listened like they were totally enthralled. By the time I was done talking, my mom knew everything there was to know, and I was feeling better. I hadn't realized how much I needed to just tell someone everything that had happened, and have them listen without contradicting me, or telling me what to do or trying to give me advice. Now that I'd had that though, I felt almost good. That was some story, Declan said. Both my mother and I stared at Declan, who looked floored by all I had just said. I couldn't help it, I started to laugh. I laughed long and hard, which felt almost as good as telling the story had. I could see that it was embarrassing him, which was the last thing I wanted to do, but I couldn't help it. It was just such an odd thing to say. I don't see what's so funny, he said tersely, his ego clearly bruised. I was paying you a compliment. I know, still choking back laughter. I did my best to get control of myself, to keep from offending him further. I'm sorry. I don't know what my problem is. It's just that you were there for so much of it. It sounds different when it's all laid out like that. I nodded, the last of my giggles bubbling in my throat. Now that I had some minimal amount of grip on myself, I worried that I had made him mad. It would be pretty nasty of me to insist that he come with me just so I could offend him. To my great relief, he gave me a slow smile that, despite being subdued, still reached his eyes. Ricky smiled at me too, but he wasn't really looking at me anymore. None of them were. They were all looking at my mom. Somehow the storytelling baton had been passed from me to her. She was the reason we had traveled to the Forbodden, after all. She had been the third option the Exalted Three had given me, when I had realized that going back up to the Aboveground wasn't really an option, and there had to be a reason for it. I positioned myself at her feet, looking up at her with tentative hope. My tongue caught on the word Sienna. I couldn't call her that. Just couldn't. There was only one word I could call this woman. My heart ached to do it. Mom? Oh, Lily, you have no idea how long I've waited to hear you say that word. I never thought I would get the chance. I didn't even know you were here. I know, and I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry you've been left on your own for such a long time. I don't want you to feel bad. I'm just wondering. Where have you been? Have you been up in this tower all this time? I have. But why? I don't understand. Why would you stay here this way? Instead of answering me, she turned to look at the wizards. The first one nodded, then the second, then the third. They nodded at her, and then looked at me. One of the three came forward, and put his wrinkled hand on my shoulder. This, Lily. This is what we've come for. We've come to add another piece to your story. Chapter 24. Lily. Sienna, my mom, took my hand. She squeezed it. I'll start by saying that the fate of the one of light is rarely an easy one. Even under the best of circumstances, it will be a hard road. I'm sorry to tell you that, daughter, but it's one of the facts of my life and yours as well. I've kind of been coming to that conclusion on my own. It doesn't really surprise me to hear you say it, although it does make me feel better to hear it. Or maybe just knowing that someone else gets it. Well, my story began, as so many things do, with a love story. Are you surprised to hear that? I frowned. Well, kind of. I guess I never really thought about it before. You were just sort of this figure I didn't really remember. I didn't think I was ever going to get you back. Thinking about it was only going to make me feel worse. I just sort of shoved it back in the back somewhere, where I didn't have to look at it. She gave a little wince, which made me regret my answer. The way she was sitting on her cot, with her legs tucked up under her, she looked so delicate. Even worse, she looked lonely, and my telling her I had basically wiped her out of my consciousness probably wasn't helping. I'm sorry, I stammered, wishing someone else would speak up and save me from myself. I shouldn't have said that. I didn't mean it that way, not the way it sounded. I just meant. Her smile was gentle. Don't be sorry. You have nothing to apologize for. It's right that you did that. Living in the past never helps anyone. But whether you realized it or not, that's how my real story began, which is also where your story began. You're talking about my father? I am. Where did you meet him? I don't know anything about him, aside from the little pieces of memory I still have. Why, I met him in the Aboveground. What? The Aboveground? But I thought we weren't allowed to be roaming around up there. I thought that was the reason the wizards told me about you in the first place. Because I wanted to go back. I wanted to go back home. That's the thing, she said gently, stroking the back of my head in exactly the way I would have thought a mother would. I know it feels like Aboveground is home. That's my fault. And your father's. But it's not. Not really. You aren't human like they are. Okay, sure, I get that. But that's not even my point. My point is that you were up there. You must have been if you met my father there. That's true. Things were different back then. The order of things was more pronounced, with everyone in their place. Not like they are now. Tell her why, one of the wizards prompted. Tell her about your part. You won't ever forgive yourself if you aren't able to speak about it out loud. What is he talking about? He's talking about my role in the unraveling. Which was what? Suddenly my chest felt tight, and there was a pounding in my head I was sure was going to turn into a raging headache. The warm, fuzzy feeling, having my mother there again, had worn off faster than I ever would have imagined. I wasn't sure why I had really been brought here, but it was starting to feel like it was for something other than a happy reunion. I turned back to Sienna, the woman who looked just like me, and glanced at her with something that was borderline judgment. I didn't mean to, but I also wasn't sure I believed her. She must have seen it, because she gave me another one of her sad smiles. I was in the Aboveground. That was where I met your father. It was also where I made the decision to throw away the life I had always expected to lead. Meaning? I know that love at first sight sounds like such a ridiculous thing, but for me, with your father, I can't think of any other way to describe it. I saw him in a grocery store. Can you believe that? Such a silly, mundane place to see a person and decide you have to meet them, but that's where it happened. And he felt the same way? She laughed prettily, a sound that almost sounded like a little bell being rung, and shrugged her shoulders in a kind of crooked way that reminded me of myself. You know what? I never thought to ask him that. I like to think he did. It felt that way. From pretty much the moment we locked eyes in the store, we were inseparable. I never wanted to leave him, and so I decided I wouldn't. We married, and then very soon afterward, I was pregnant with you. But I still don't understand why that caused a disruption. Or what was the word you used? Unraveling. I don't know how any of this led to any kind of unraveling. Because I was expected back in Onafall. When I didn't come back, they sent hunters after me. Hunters? Yes, hunters. Your father knew what I was. I never lied to him, not about any of it. He knew my entire story, and he accepted it, the built-in dangers and all. When we decided to get married, we were also deciding to live a life on the run. Your father thought that they would eventually give it up and let us live our lives, but I knew that would never happen. We had 3 years together. Only 3 years, but they were the happiest years of my life. We were so happy together, the 3 of us. I wish you could remember how it was back then. I wish I could do something to make you remember. But you can. You must be able to. You're a witch, right? And like, way more powerful than I am, I bet. You must have some kind of spell or something up your sleeves to give me an idea of what it was like when we were all together. But I don't. I thought you knew, Lily. Thought I knew what? I was a witch. I was a witch, just like you. But I'm not now. I don't understand. How could you have been one day, and then stopped being one the next? Because they found us. We were living in a tiny little apartment, the most nondescript place we could find. It was probably the 6th time we had moved that year. Maybe more. We moved so often, packing up our few belongings was like a game. I still wonder sometimes if that's what got us in the end. Maybe we just got too cocky. What happened? We had just put you down to sleep and settled on the couch when there was a knock on the door. We hardly even had time to look at each other before someone kicked it in, and they were everywhere. 6 of them standing in our living room with spears pointed at me. If it had just been me, I would have fought. But you had to worry about Dad and me. My throat felt like it had been filled with lead. It was hard to breathe, and I could hardly see through the blur of my tears. It was so much harder than I thought it would be to hear the story of how my family had been torn apart. I knew what they would do if I fought. They would take one of those spears and put it to one of your throats. So I went with them peacefully, back to Anafal, where I was brought before a tribunal to stand trial for my crimes. This was my punishment. I was stripped of all of my powers, my staff broken, and locked up in this tower to live out the rest of my days. Hold on. So, forever. The punishment for falling in love and having a baby is to be imprisoned forever? Not for falling in love and having a baby. For shirking my duties as the one of light. All of the sudden, it felt like there wasn't enough air in the room. I was going to suffocate if I didn't get out of here, but getting out would mean I had to leave Sienna here all on her own. I started to tug at my dress, the neckline feeling too tight to be comfortable. Lily, are you all right? I'm fine. I just need a second. I'm not really going anywhere. I just need a second to let it all sink in. Is that okay? Of course. Sienna replied eagerly. But I hadn't listened for her answer. I hadn't listened for anyone to answer me, and if they had told me no, I wouldn't have minded anyway. I flung the door open, once again feeling the vibrations of it through my fingers. I knew what it was now. It was Sienna's energy. The last little bit of her magic was contained in that door, and it was being used to make sure she stayed sealed inside. I flew down the stairs, the old gray wood creaking beneath my feet in protest. All I cared about was getting outside. I barreled through the gnarled front door, gasping for breath, and looking up at the sky like it was going to give me some way out of this mess. It was raining. Sometime while we had been listening to Sienna's story, it had started to pour, and I was almost immediately drenched. Behind me the door opened and closed, followed by the sound of someone clearing his throat. Lily. It was Declan. I choked back my anguish and confusion so I could answer him. I'm fine. Really. I'm totally fine. Just go back inside. I'll be back up. I just need a minute. Lily, look at me. I said I'm fine. Can't you take a hint? I don't think it's out of line for me to need a second to absorb all of that. It was kind of a lot, Kay. Just go away. I can't leave you here. It's not safe. Please, I'll be fine. Do you see any obsidian around here? I have my staff and the pendant. I think I can take care of myself. Do you? You don't even know where you are, Lily. You've spent hardly any time in this world at all, and you think you know it? I don't know what they call that sort of thing among the Abovegrounders, but down here we call it foolish. I call it foolish. If I hadn't already been worked up, I sure was after that little gem of a speech. I spun around to face Declan, who looked pretty pissed off himself. I stormed right up to him, furiously wiping the rain out of my face. Foolish? Are you serious right now? I'm telling you what I see. You can't understand an entire world after a few weeks. Not even after a few months. It's not only foolish to think you can manage the whole thing on your own, but it's also arrogant as well. Without even realizing it was going to happen, I hauled off and hit him. I slapped him in the face as hard as I could. His head rocked back at an alarming angle, but when his face turned back toward me, his expression was blank and stony. If it makes you feel better to hit me, then by all means, do so. It won't change anything. Whether you like it or not, you still need help. You still need someone to watch over you. Like that, for example. Turn around, Lily. Do you see that monstrosity in the distance? Do you think you would be able to handle that, if you were to come upon it on your own? He forcefully spun me around to look at the forest we had trudged through to get to our lonely tower, just in time to see a large reptilian beast crashing through the trees. Apparently, that was one of the other beasts Declan had alluded to before we'd entered the portal to the Foreboding. What is that? Never mind what it is. It doesn't matter what it is. All you need to know is that this world can still be dangerous for you. You can't just take off. You can't be so reckless just because your heart is broken. And just like that, all of my anger towards Declan was gone. Because he just hit on the exact thing that was happening to me, even when I didn't know how to vocalize it myself. My heart, after all that I had just learned, was broken. Chapter 25. Lily. Ricky's response was explosive. You left me again. Ricky, I tried reasoning with him. No. You promised. You promised me that you wouldn't leave me alone, and now I think it's going to happen all over again. He gave Sienna a baleful glare, as if blaming her for giving me this information. As if she drove my actions. I glanced at Declan, who hadn't moved more than a foot from my side since we'd returned to the top of the tower, hoping that he would be able to help me wrangle this somehow. It didn't look like he was going to be much help, though. He looked at least as stricken as I was, if not more so. He hadn't spent enough time around Ricky to realize that, despite all of his bravado and extreme desire to impress the dragon who had rescued him, we were still dealing with a 12-year-old kid. He was only a kid, and a kid whose entire world had been totally disrupted in the biggest way possible. Ricky, she isn't going anywhere. Why would she? She wouldn't want to be anywhere if you weren't there by her side. Sure. Right. And I'm just supposed to believe you. Because everyone tells the 12-year-old the truth, right? I'm so sorry, Sienna whispered to me, wringing her hands compulsively and watching Ricky as he stormed around the room. I didn't think. It wasn't a story to be told in front of his ears. I should have known better. I like to think I would have known if I hadn't been locked away for such a long time. It's been so long since I've been around people of any sort, let alone children. Don't talk about me like I'm not here. Ricky shouted at the top of his lungs, his voice breaking when he got to the top of his register. It was the first time I had heard that happen, as well as the first sign of him entering puberty. It was a big deal. His body was already going through all sorts of things I distinctly remembered as being difficult at best, and now he had the added stress of Sienna's revelation. God, I wished I hadn't slipped out the way I did. Just when Ricky had needed reassurance the most, I had run out on him. It was just one more piece of evidence that I wasn't going to look out for him, even if I promised until I was blue in the face that I would. We're not trying to, I answered quickly, only wanting to calm him down. Everyone here wants you to be okay. I promise. Yeah, sure. Because it totally sounds like it's all going to be freaking perfect. I had no idea what to say. Things had gone downhill fast after we'd rejoined our little party upstairs in Sienna's room. Declan had helped me come to terms with what was really going on with me, or at least led me to a place where I could face it, but there was still a little bit more we had to talk through. I had to be sure I understood what I was dealing with. Lily, should I not have told you? Sienna had looked at me with such worry that there had been nothing for me to do but comfort her. I didn't want to get into a fight with her on the same night we finally got to meet again. No. Please don't think that. Of course you should have. I needed to know. I just wasn't ready for it, I guess. It's a lot to be ready for. Do you have any questions? I don't know. I guess, why weren't you allowed to go to the Aboveground? I don't understand that part. It was because of the blood contract. Wait. What? Did you just say blood contract? I did. With the Overlord, it became a condition of our line of witches. It's written into every blood contract he draws up. If you are to become the One of Light, you will be signing the contract. He'll find a way to make you do it. I could feel my face burning, and was all of the sudden very interested in studying my feet. I was hoping nobody would notice, but Sienna was my mom, and whether we had spent our lives around each other or not, she had enough of a bond with me to see that something was off. What is it, Lily? Nothing, I stammered, speaking too quickly and making it even more obvious that I was trying to hide something. I didn't say anything. You're right, you didn't. And you didn't have to. I can see it on your face. You've already signed one. I didn't say that. But you have, haven't you? I nodded, feeling utterly miserable. At the time, signing the contract seemed like the only thing to do, but now that I had Ricky safe beside me, and I understood a little bit more about the worlds I was dealing with, I couldn't for the life of me remember why I would do something so rash. Everyone knew not to sign something without really understanding what it was. Like, everybody. Oh, Lily, she sighed, her expression dark and pained. I'm so sorry. I wish I had been there to advise you not to do it. Not that it matters any now. What's done is done, right? I guess it is. Is there anything else? Did he make you promise anything aside from remaining below the Aboveground? Well, I didn't actually even know about that part. Did you read it? Not really, no. Ah, Lily. I know, all right. But there was one thing. There was one major thing he made me include in the contract. I was sort of wondering if it was part of yours, too. What was it? It was a sort of a marriage clause. Marriage? Yup. Part of the contract was that, in order to ensure Ricky's safety, I would marry one of his sons. It didn't specify which one, but I definitely have to marry one of them. Did you have to do anything like that? No, not at all. Although I won't say it surprises me. What about you, Declan? Are you surprised? Wait. You know him? Declan? I cast him an accusing glare. You didn't tell me you knew my mother. What? No. I didn't tell you I knew her because I don't. I'm just as surprised as you are. Sienna frowned, as if confused about our confusion. Of course I know him. Declan, you were still small when I made my way to the Aboveground, but I knew the Overlord better than I wanted to. I don't know what that means. Declan was staring at Sienna, clearly completely muddled about what was going on here. As was I. With that expression on his face, he looked more like a little boy than a grown dragon shifter prince. Without thinking before I did it, I took him by the hand. He didn't look at me, but he gave my fingers a little squeeze. It means that your father had me sign my contract before your mother was gone, but it didn't stop him from trying to get me to marry him before I left. Declan shook his head and locked eyes with me. I didn't know that. I swear to you, Lily. I swear to you both. I had no idea about any of this. I'm sure you didn't. Why would he tell you? He doesn't want you to see this side of things. It would make it so much harder for you to be convinced to join his cause. Declan stood taller. I don't share my father's values. I want to make that clear. Sienna nodded. You don't have to tell me that. If you were anything like your father, you wouldn't be here. I understand the risk you're taking by being here with my daughter. It's one of the greatest risks you could take, and I thank you for it. The sins of the parent need not carry over onto the child. That thought has given me solace all of these years. There was a moment of awkward silence while Declan and Sienna studied each other. It was super weird, standing by and watching the way that whole thing went down. It was as close as I had ever gotten to having a guy meet my mom, and it was in the most unusual, unconventional way humanly possible. It was distracting enough that I almost forgot what else I needed to ask about. And then I remembered. Mom, I mean Sienna. You don't have to call me Sienna. You can call me Mom if you like. You don't have to, of course. I would understand if that was too strange for you, after all of this time. No. I mean, yes, it's strange. I kind of think it would be too weird if it wasn't strange. But that doesn't mean I don't want to call you Mom. I at least want to try. Just maybe don't feel bad if I forget sometimes. You can call me whatever feels right. Okay, then can I ask you another question? Always. What happens if you decide to really break a blood contract? Is it this? I'll be locked away in a tower for the rest of my life, the way that you are. That was the question that set Ricky off, the first time I'd asked it. Up to that point, he must have only seen what was happening to Sienna as an isolated incident, something pretty freaking awful, but also something we couldn't help fix, and something that would never really affect us. But now he realized how serious things actually were. He knew how badly I wanted to be back in the Aboveground, and he knew how stubborn I was. Neither of these things was new to him. They couldn't be, after he'd grown up trying to convince me to compromise every once in a while. The fact that now my stubbornness might separate us for good was a totally different ballgame altogether. It sent him into his rage, fueled by blind panic, and we had spent what felt like forever trying to calm him down. Finally, when I could think of nothing else to do, I got down on my knees and grabbed him by the shoulders. It wasn't enough to hurt him, but it was definitely enough to freak him out some, and in this case, that was a good thing. It was enough to stop him from yelling at least, which seemed like as good a place to start as any. Stop that, Lily. I'm not hurting you, but I might if you don't stop yelling the way you are. But you're going to go away, he whispered pitifully, his eyes welling up the way they used to when one of Mona's boyfriends came home in a particularly bad mood looking to take it out on someone. You're going to leave me again, and then I'll be alone. I'm not going anywhere. I promise you that. I've promised you before, and I'll promise it 1,000,000 times more if that's what you need. I'm not going anywhere. But you want to go back up to the Aboveground, right? And if you get caught, you'll have to leave me forever. You're right, I would. Which is why I'm not going up there. I won't go back up there, if there's a chance of this happening to me. This seems like about the worst thing I could think of. It's brutal. It is, but it's not the worst things could get, Sienna said. What do you mean? Your mother speaks the truth, one of the wizards spoke out in a soft voice. For as terrible as this fate may seem to you, it is not the one usually met by those who break the blood contract. Theirs is a fate far worse than this. Far worse than death itself. What could be worse than this and death both? The soul gatherers. I frowned. Okay, now what are those? They dole out the punishments for those who break the contracts. Which means? They harvest your soul, and they take it somewhere where you can't get it back. So they kill you. No, it's worse than that. It's as if you're dead, but not at the same time. Your body won't move, no words will come out of your mouth. dead and undead, for time ever after. Sienna had begun to cry, so silently that I wouldn't have noticed if she hadn't spoken and the drawn attention to herself. Her body was actually shaking, trembling as if she had been left out in the cold for days. "What is it?" I asked her. "I'm sorry." "Nothing. It's nothing. It's just my mother. Your grandmother. She signed a blood contract too. It was a blood contract which stated she would draw me back into Onafall and convince me to marry the Overlord." "Your own mother?" "Yes, but what she actually did was the opposite. She sent me signals about where the hunters were going to be next. She pretended to work with the courts of Onafall and used the information to try and keep me safe. When they found out she'd broken the contract, violated the blood oath, they set the soul gatherers on her. They took her soul away, and now she lies somewhere in a mausoleum. It's where she'll stay until the end of time." I felt a physical pain when I heard this news, like someone was taking my soul while she was talking about a grandmother I'd never had the chance to meet. This Overlord, Declan's father, had taken so much away from me, and long before I'd ever known who he was or about his world. I had made a promise to my brother that I was going to keep living in freedom for him, and that was exactly what I was going to do. I was going to do it, no matter what it took. I know what I've got to do now. Because of this? How has anything changed? What do you have to do?" Sienna asked. But in reality, it was Ricky I was talking to, his questions I was answering, though it was Declan I was looking at. "It's time for us to go back to Onafall. I've got a blood contract to fulfill." Chapter 26. Lily. We'd left Sienna and her tower behind. Tears flowed plenty as I left my mother behind. We'd been on the road, walking a long distance, back toward Onafall. Do not pass go, do not go to say goodbye to my friends. No Alicia, no Braden, no Brogan, no Raynell. And no Cade. I'd made my decision, and we were well on the way to fulfilling it. I was a woman on a mission. "Are you sure this is the path you want to take?" one of the wizards asked. I gave him a quizzical look. "Isn't it the path I'm supposed to take?" My question was rhetorical, and I continued without waiting for an answer. I was finally taking matters into my own hands. "Yes. I'm sure. I don't think there's any other way. I just have a feeling that this is what I'm supposed to do. If that's the way your heart is leading you, it's the thing you should do. But make sure you understand the dangers you will face." "I don't care. All I have to say to that is bring it." "No, Lily. You mustn't take that cavalier attitude. The moment you step into Onafall, you and those you love will be in grave danger." "I know that. I've thought about that, believe me. But the thing about it is, we won't be safe anywhere." "Ah, and therein lies the rub, my dear. You are unequivocally correct. Not a place in this world, the Aboveground, those and any other worlds you may encounter. No matter where you are, you will always be who you are." "Exactly. Which is why I've got to just do it. This is what I'm supposed to do." "I know it is." They pulled up short, stopping abruptly. "Unfortunately, this is where we must leave you." "Leave me? But why?" "I was sort of thinking you guys could come along. It was super helpful to have you take me to see my mother. You've already taught me so much. I thought things would be better if you came with us." "That is something we won't do. Onafall is not a place we enter. There's nothing for us but our temple and our books. Our teachings. Our destinies. But that can't be true." "Can't it though?" The wizards all cocked their head to the left in their funny way, looking at me with questions in their eyes. "Why ever not?" "Well, because you were out of your temple in the ice realm. That was an emergency. We won't step foot outside of our temple again for a long time. And for a very good reason. Mark my words." I knelt down in front of them and bowed my head in thanks. All three of them looked surprised, but also a little bit pleased, which was enough for me. When I stood again, I nodded at Declan and Ricky to see if they were as ready as I was. Declan looked unreadable just as he always did, and Ricky looked kind of green. As a whole, we probably didn't make the best impression, which was just fine with me. It was better not to look like a threat, especially when you were one. I glanced at the wizards again. Thank you all for everything you've done for me. I hope to see you again. And you will. Will I see my mother? Turn and look to your left. What? The left. Turn to the left. Follow instructions. I was surprised enough to do it without another question, and the next thing I knew, I was falling. Not what I'd expected at all. Here I'd thought maybe Sienna was to my left. I would have been afraid if it hadn't been for the fact that I had done this so many times by this point. The only thing I was really worried about was whether or not Ricky and Declan were behind me. I listened closely to see if I could hear anything resembling either of them, but there was only the noise of air rushing loudly through my ears. I fell for what felt like a very long time, and then I wasn't falling anymore. I landed on my back, all of the air gone from my body due to the impact. For a moment I stayed that way, looking up into a sky so full of stars it didn't even seem real. Lily. Holy cow, Lily. I'm here. Don't worry, I'm here. I know, but why? What the hell are we doing here again? Ricky. Don't say hell. Seriously? After all of this, you don't want me to say hell? Please. I think you're a little bit strict, don't you? Don't care. You're still only 12. Fine, but that doesn't answer my question. Why would they make us come back here? Because I asked them to. But we fought so hard to get out in the first place. Needless to say, he wasn't thrilled to be in Onifal. I know we did, but that was before. I could see that Ricky wasn't satisfied with that answer, but he also knew there was no point in asking me any more questions. That was also the moment when Declan approached and offered us both a hand, lifting us to our feet as if we were nothing more than dolls. Are we ready for this? No, not really. But I'm going to do it. And you guys are going to do it with me. We only managed to take a handful of steps, however, before our progress came to a standstill. From the sky came a trio of massive dragons, wings flapping furiously as they descended upon us. All three of them were bright red, a color I had a feeling was meant to inspire fear. If that was the case, it was working. I did my best not to let it show, but I was terrified. What is this, Declan? I let out a depressingly shrill cry. Who are they? My father's guards. Don't try and fight. It will go better if you don't fight. Fight what? What are they going to do? They're going to take you to my father. I had about 1,000 more questions to ask, none of which I had time for. The dragon in the lead made a sharp dive, and then I was airborne, great claws holding me by the shoulders and propelling me through the air. I heard Ricky let out a yelp, and knew that the same thing had just happened to him. We were being flown straight to the castle, bringing back all sorts of memories of my introduction to this entire world beneath the one I knew. They flew us right onto the balcony of the Overlord throne room, where they dropped us, without any concern about whether or not they were going to injure us. I hit the stone and rolled, feeling pain rocketing through every part of my body. It definitely hurt, but the second I heard Ricky hit, I knew that for him it was much worse. It wasn't a cry he let out. It was a scream, an actual howl of pain. I jumped up to my feet, scrambling to where he lay, his face now as white as a sheet. He was curled up into a little ball, his entire face a mask of agony. My leg. Something snapped when I hit. I think it's broken. Okay, hold on. I'll fix it. But how? Oh man, Lily, it really hurts. Something is definitely wrong. I know, I'm so sorry. But I promise, I'm going to fix it. I'll figure it out. Just give me a second. I'm afraid that won't be possible, Lily. I'm going to have to ask you to rise. I knew that voice. That voice was seared into my brain, whether I wanted it there or not. This was what I'd come for, but now that I was actually getting it, I wasn't sure that it was the best idea. I looked up and saw the Overlord standing right over me. He was so close I could have stretched out and kissed his boots if I wanted to, not that I would ever do a thing like that. I will. I'll do whatever you tell me to, only let me help him. No. But? No buts. Stand. I want you to stand, and then I want you to back away from him. If you think I'll let you do a single thing based off of your word alone, you must really think me a fool. No. I don't think that, I promise. Your promises don't mean anything to me. You've disappointed me to no end. I opened my home to you, gave you food, shelter. I introduced you to my sons, and the way you repaid me was to leave in the dead of night, leaving nothing but turmoil in your wake. I don't understand. Don't you? His voice was cold, all of the jovial fatherly act from before completely gone. He looked like a monster from where I was standing. His eyes were full of rage and greed, his fists opening and closing in a way that mimicked a beating heart. I had the feeling that a heart was exactly what he was thinking about. I was pretty sure, in fact, that he would have loved to get a hold of my heart and squeeze it until it was bled dry. No, I whispered, suddenly very much afraid for my brother's safety. I don't. So then you're telling me you know nothing about my sons? Your sons? No. I don't know what you mean. Stop it. I won't have you stand here and lie. I won't have it. Do you think I'm a fool? Would you honestly have me believe that you're fleeing through the tunnels and the disappearance of not one, but two of my sons is a coincidence? Because if that's the case, you're completely insane. You don't have to believe her, Father. You can believe me instead. At the sound of Declan's voice, I felt like I could finally breathe again. I was so happy to see him when I turned around, that I was almost convinced I was hallucinating the whole thing. When the guards had thrown us at the feet of the Overlord, and Declan hadn't been there with us, I had gotten the sinking feeling that my faith in him had been misguided. There I'd been, convinced he was a better man than his father, when it could very well be that he was exactly the same. For all I knew, this might be part of his father's plan. Everything that happened might have been engineered by the two of them. But no, because here he was, with a look that told me he was ready to fight if need be. As if that wasn't enough, he also ignored the Overlord instructions and settled beside my brother, running his hands along his injured leg in evaluation. He hardly even glanced at his father, despite the fact that they hadn't seen each other in weeks. Declan? By the gods, I thought I would never see you again. And yet here I am. This boy needs medical attention, Father. Absolutely not. We don't give medical care to traitors. Well then, it's a lucky thing he's not a traitor now, isn't it? We don't know that. You have no idea whether or not that's true. Declan's eyes narrowed dangerously. You're starting to sound paranoid. That's not like you. The Overlord face hardened, making him look even more deadly, which I wouldn't have thought possible. You may be my oldest son, Declan, and the one who will inherit my throne, but that does not mean I don't require respect from you. In case you have forgotten yourself, your loyalties are here. Here with me and your brothers. I know that. And that's why you've brought her back, is that it? Please tell me that I'm right on this. My eyes met Declan's, and I could almost hear what he wanted to say to me. I could see that he didn't think this was a good idea. He had been pretty upset to learn about the blood contract, and he wasn't any more thrilled about it after the passage of a little bit of time. He wanted me to make a run for it again, to flee back to the ice realm and hope for the best. I saw all of that in his eyes, and gave him an almost imperceptible shake of the head. Whether he liked it or not, there was no way I was running away. Actually, sir, he didn't bring me back at all. I brought myself. Is that so? And how did you manage that? Well, I guess that's not entirely true. It was actually the Exalted Three. They led me, Ricky, and Declan back. Pretty accommodating guys. The Exalted Three? You were with the Exalted Three? Yup. It was pretty cool, I gotta say. I received all sorts of training, which I'm sure will be super valuable now that I'm back here. But do you want to know the best part? I can tell you do, so I won't even wait for an answer. The best part was that they took me to meet my mother. Pretty neat trick, right? Especially when I was so sure she was dead. They aren't what they seem, the overlord stammered, looking considerably less lordly now than he had only moments before. They play tricks, you see. Yeah, as if the overlord didn't play any tricks. Save it. I'm pretty sure I've got a good handle on who it is playing the tricks. That was a good one, making me think that blood contract was the only way to keep me safe. And leaving out the part about how I wouldn't ever be able to go back and live in the Aboveground. Nice touch. Really, I definitely wasn't looking for something like that. But then of course, I'm sure you knew that. Enough. Why are you here? Why are you really here? To fulfill the contract. The overlord paused, looking at Declan for some kind of sign as to whether or not I was serious. Declan gave him nothing but a blank stare, which actually made me laugh out loud. It was kind of nice to see that move pulled on someone other than me. Watching him do it to his father, I thought I might actually turn out to be a fan of it. You don't need to worry, I'm not trying to trick you. That's your territory. No, I'm going to tell you exactly what I want and you're going to give it to me. And why the devil would you think that? Because if you do, I'll do my part in following the rules of the contract completely peacefully. I won't put up any kind of a fight at all. And if I don't give you what you want, let's just say I'll make it difficult for you. I'm not the same scared little girl I was when you kept Ricky and me stashed away so that nobody could get to us and tell us the truth. I've learned a couple things, and I've also met some pretty interesting characters. Characters I think would be more than happy to go up against you if I asked them to. I see. And what is it that you want? I will marry one of your sons. In return, I want assurance that my brother will stay with me. That he'll live with me. Of course, he replied quickly, practically salivating with the joy of his good luck. I give you my word. No, I don't think so. I don't want your word. I want a contract of my own. Something I know will be binding. Fine. That can be arranged. Now who will you choose? Did I say I was finished? My fingertips came to rest on my staff. No, he answered through gritted teeth, his anger over being spoken to like this written all over his face. I suppose you didn't. What else would you like in this contract of yours? My mother. I want her released from that awful place. Released? Out of the question. That was part of her sentence. For her betrayal. Right. I know, don't worry. She told me all about her betrayal. The thing is, I wouldn't even be here if she hadn't done that, so in a way, you owe her. I think that's a pretty good reason to let her go. As I watched, the overlord face went through just about every hue on the spectrum of emotion. He was so close to getting what he wanted, but in order to have it, he had to give up something he had long considered his own. Judging by the story my mom had told us all, she wasn't a prize he was eager to lose. What it would come down to was which one of us he wanted to own more. For a moment, I wasn't sure my gamble on myself was a good one, but finally he let out a strangled snarl and turned to one of the soldiers who still stood beside him. Have it drawn up and bring it to me for signing, he barked the order out to his soldier, then turned to me. Are you happy? Will this give you everything you want? Would this give me everything I wanted? The honest answer to that question was no. It wouldn't give me back a life without having to fear powers I didn't understand. It wouldn't give me back my blissfully uncomplicated relationships with my friends. It wouldn't give me access to the world I had grown up in, either. This arrangement wasn't going to give me plenty of things, but that didn't mean it wasn't enough. Yes, thank you. I think that just about does it. Fine. Then I believe it's time for you to make a choice. Which one of my sons will you be taking for your husband? I can have them come line up before you, if you like. All except for Cade, who no one has seen since you left us. Of course not, Cade was ensconced in the ice realm. And right about now I wish I was there too. That won't be necessary, I answered softly, suddenly and ridiculously shy. I've already made my choice. And who will it be? I think I would like it to be Declan. That is, if he'll have me. The Overlord let out a chuckle of delight that would have made a person think this whole thing had been his grand plan from the beginning. He laughed and praised the gods, forced his guards to shake hands with him and talk about the good fortune befalling his lineage. He made a whole lot of noise about it, really, but I hardly heard a word. There was only one voice I wanted to hear, and that was Declan's, but somehow I couldn't raise my eyes from my shoes. Declan stepped close, his voice was just above a whisper in my ear. Are you sure? Look, you can say no. My face was on fire, blushing in my utter humiliation, but I raised my eyes to his. I can't actually make you do it. That's not what I meant. I'll marry you this moment if it's what you wish. I just want you to be sure that this is the road you want to travel. I'm sure. It's what needs to happen. Not the most romantic thing in the world to say, but it's true. Well then, it's what we'll do. I'm happy you chose me. I don't think I would like seeing you marry one of my brothers. I would not like that at all. Could we maybe have a long engagement? Like a year? Declan threw his head back and let out a rich, hearty laugh that made my skin tingle all over. I hadn't ever heard him laugh like that. I hadn't ever heard him sound so happy. There were still plenty of things wrong in the world, in both this world and the Aboveground, that we were going to have to try and fix. I had no doubt that it would be hard, and that before it was all said and done, Declan would second-guess this decision 1,000 times over. But at that moment, for that little space of time, he sounded happy, which made me feel sort of happy too. Is that all? You are such an odd girl, Lily. The oddest girl I've ever met. I opened my mouth to protest, but he didn't give me a chance. Instead, he scooped me up into his arms, pressing me close to him, so that the heat of his body took away the chill of the midnight air. He lifted my chin, smiled again, and kissed me softly on the lips.
Epilogue. Cade. The brilliant sun vanished behind a dark cloud. I knew that second that something had changed. Something with Lily had changed, and it wasn't for the better. Brogan, deeply involved in a conversation with Raynell, Braden, and Alicia, glanced at me at the very second the sun vanished. He must have known the look on my face. It wasn't surprising that he did. We were close. He shook his head and mouthed 2 words. Not good. I nodded. Not good at all. And I knew that I wasn't going to let it sit. Cade strode into the courtyard and caught my eye. Something's changed, he said. I exhaled. Not for the better.
I hope you've enjoyed this latest production. Don't forget to subscribe and to ring the bell to be notified of new releases.